#C201 The Magic Disaster. Ha! Although you are not strong in strength, your tone is not small. Lu Yen curled his lips and continued with a smile. Do you think that as long as you break through and become an intermediate warrior, you can defeat the Black Demon General? That's not to say, I'm not that arrogant. Xiao Han waved his hand and said with a smile. I have already said that I am a genius, and now I am on the verge of a breakthrough and can become an intermediate warrior at any time. I don't know how long it took others to break through, but it only took me less than 2 days. Since it only takes less than 2 days to break through from the elementary level to the intermediate level, then I can complete the breakthrough from the intermediate level to the advanced level in 2 or 3 days. Even if you give me a few more days, I will be able to become a junior general. Possible. At that time, let alone the Dark Demon General, even the Abyss Corpse King, I will be sure to kill him with my sword. Tsh, you are really immodest. Lu Yen rolled her beautiful eyes and said, disdainfully, Abyss Corpse King, even if I see that guy, I have to turn around and run away. As for you, if someone farts, they can jump you to death. Forget it if you don't believe it. Lu Yen never let go, and Xiao Han had no choice but to ask, then what do you want to do now? Is there anything I can do to help you? Your strength is too weak. Lu Yen hesitated for a moment, and then said, but you are very fast. Please help me contain the black magicians and black knights outside later. What, you want to go back? Xiao Han showed a surprised expression and said directly, it's no problem to help you contain him, but you still can't defeat the Black Demon General. It's so dangerous there, why go back? I can't do it without going back. Lu Yan's face darkened and he said, seriously, the seal inside is somewhat damaged. The abyss monsters are breaking free from the seal. I must go back and reinforce the seal. So, you are the demon sealer? Xiao Han's eyes lit up, showing an expression of disbelief. He never thought that Lu Yen in front of him could be the demon sealing envoy. When the gaze effect was first triggered, it clearly showed that she was just a level 50 advanced warrior. With such doubts in his mind, Xiao Han continued to look Lu Yen up and down, and a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Lu Yen, senior warrior level 51, HP, strength, intelligence, agile, physical strength, energy? That's not right. Why are you still a senior warrior? Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han even began to suspect that the special effects carried by Silver Wolf Gaze might not be so accurate. After all, this is just a level 10 golden equipment. When observing low-level creatures, the accuracy is still very high. But if the opponent is too strong, it seems normal to make such mistakes. It seems that this thing should be eliminated. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han stopped worrying about this matter, took out the recommendation letter with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, if you are the demon sealing envoy, you should know Ning Wu. Ning Wu, how do you know him? Lu Yen took the envelope with some strangeness, opened it and read it quickly, then frowned deeply and whispered, has the abyss monster started to attack the seal on his side? The master left suddenly a year ago, and she thought he was traveling somewhere. But it's obviously not normal to not come back for such a long time. Now the seals everywhere are beginning to become unstable. Is the monster going to revive again? Looking in the direction of the seal, Lu Yan's expression became increasingly serious. She could only try her best to strengthen the seal, but she was really not sure whether she could eventually suppress the abyss monster that wanted to break free of the seal. Could it be that the demonic disaster that happened 8,000 years ago is coming again? After whispering softly, Lu Yen pinched the envelope in his hand, with a stern look in his eyes, and murmured to himself, so what if they come again? Since our ancestors can defeat them once, our generation can also defeat them. For the second time. Looking at the young figure in front of her, She knew that this was the hope of the human race. When one day the demonic disaster really comes, warriors like Han Xiao will step into the meat grinder-like battlefield and contribute their own strength to protect the homeland behind them. This guy has good qualifications. He seems to have the potential to become a demon sealing master. Putting away the heavy expression on his face, Lu Yen said directly, Ning Wu is my junior brother. I haven't seen him for several years. First of all, thank you for saving him. If it weren't for that bottle of advanced life essence, he might have been completely demonized. The next time we meet again, he will fight to the death. The second thing is about recruiting disciples, which may disappoint you. Why? Xiao Han's face froze and he asked quickly, Is it because my talent is not good enough or my strength is not strong enough? None of them. Lu Yen shook his head and explained softly. As I said just now, Ning Wu and I are brothers and sisters. Since he didn't accept you as his disciple, of course I can't either. The purpose of writing this letter is to ask the master to accept you as his disciple. But he has been away from Stormwind City for too long, and he doesn't know that the master left here a year ago. As for when he will come back, I don't know. Forehead. Xiao Han was stunned, not expecting this to be the reason, but the opportunity to become a demon-sealing envoy was right in front of him, and he didn't want to give up like this. When he was in the Demon Flame Cave, Ning Wu was only level 50, equivalent to a mid-level professional. Logically speaking, he should not be able to resist the demonization of the Abyss Corpse King. But the result was very unexpected. In such a dense demonic aura, Ning Wu not only resisted for a long time but also immediately expelled all the demonic aura in his body with the help of external forces. But that was demonic aura. More than 95% of the creatures on the ground could not resist the erosion of demonic aura, so how could he expel the demonic aura so easily? If it is said that there is no relationship between the demon sealer and Xiao Han, he does not believe it at all. This is a hidden profession, so you can't give up like this. After muttering in his heart, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yen beside him and said directly, Your master is not here. Can't you accept a disciple? You said it yourself. The abyss monsters are attacking the seal. At this time, you should accept me as a disciple to expand the team of the demon sealer, so that more damaged seals can be reinforced. #C202 taking apprentices on behalf of the master. That's not good. Lu Yen was a little moved, but he hesitated and refused. I haven't even started training yet, so how can I accept a disciple? It's now a time like this, so don't think so much. Feeling that Lu Yan's tone was not so firm, Xiao Han continued to persuade. Once I also become a magic sealer, maybe we can really strengthen the seal over there by working together. If you feel that you really are not capable of becoming my master, then just take over as a disciple. With my qualifications, even if your master sees me, he won't refuse. Accepting a disciple on behalf of a master? Lu Yen said softly. This is a good idea, but even if you accept a disciple on behalf of a master, I don't know how to teach you. Does a genius like me still need to be taught? Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he continued to boast. Just give me a few skill books. With my qualifications, I guarantee that I will be better than my master. It still doesn't work. Lu Yen thought for a moment, shook his head and refused. How do I feel? You are bragging. Master said when he accepted me as his disciple, my qualifications are rare in 1,000 years. But even so, it took 3 days to learn the skills of the first demon sealing master. This was still under the careful teaching of the master. How can you be so awesome that you can master the skills of a magic sealer with just a skill book? If you don't believe it, we can try it. Xiao Han patted his chest and promised. If there really is a magic sealing master skill, I can learn it in 10 minutes, let alone a week. Learning skills may be difficult for NPCs in the game, but for players like It couldn't be easier. Since he dares to say this, he is certain. And as long as Lu Yen can give him a magic sealing master's skill, with the blessing of 100 times the reward, it will definitely become a more advanced skill. At that time, once such a skill is used, her jaw will drop in shock. Sensing Lu Yan's hesitant tone, Xiao Han continued, "You are a genius that is not seen in 1,000 years. This is true, and I admit it. But that's because the master hasn't met me yet, otherwise he would definitely say that I am a rare genius." "Oh, can you stop being so funny?" Lu Yen was amused by Han Xiao and said in a dumbfounded voice, "You are just a cabbage in the field. Do you think so? If you don't believe it, then let's try it." Xiao Han's face condensed and he said in a deep voice, "If I can't learn it, or if I can't excel, I am willing to accept any punishment." "You have thought clearly." Seeing that Han Xiao said so solemnly, Lu Yen stopped joking and said, "Seriously, there is a big difference between a magic sealer and ordinary professionals. Once you read the skill book and fail to learn it, the punishment is quite severe. In order to prevent the leakage of skills, I will use special means to seal off your 3 senses. When the time comes, you can't see, hear, or even speak. If you are sure you want to do this, this letter will last a lifetime." "So serious." Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but then he became excited. Since the consequences are so serious, the skill must be extremely powerful. This is a rare opportunity, so of course it cannot be missed. Staring at Lu Yen, Xiao Han completely ignored the danger she mentioned and said solemnly, "If you want to close my 3 senses, you shouldn't have the chance. My genius is not just words." "Well, I wish you good luck." At this point, Lu Yen no longer refused. The seal in the center of the ruins needed to be re-strengthened, which she would definitely not be able to complete with her own strength. If the Han Xiao in front of her could really learn the sealing magic in 10 minutes, it would be of great help to her. Maybe she would have a chance to contain the Dark Demon General. Even if it only takes a quarter of an hour, it is enough for him to complete the reinforcement of the seal. Slowly taking out a black book from the storage bag, Lu Yen said with a solemn expression, "You have to think about it. Once you can't learn it, I won't just talk about it." Ding! "Do you want to accept the mission? The test of the demon sealing master." Listening to such system prompts in his ears, Xiao Han's eyes immediately showed a hint of ecstasy. Having said so much, Lu Yen was finally willing to accept a disciple as his master, and he finally had the opportunity to become a magic sealer. Looking at the black book in front of him, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately reached out to grab it. At the same time, he said, "Wait for me for 10 minutes, and I will let you see whether I am the genius you never see in 1,000 years." The moment his fingers grabbed the book, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. "Ding, you get the sealing magic, yellow level, trigger 100 times. Reward, and you get the sealing magic, mysterious level." Listening to the voice in his ears and looking at the book in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly. He had always thought that there were only 3 levels of skills: elementary, middle, and high. Unexpectedly, he got a Shen level skill book today. I wonder if there are earth level and heaven level above Shen level. After muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately remembered the book of power he had learned. If he could learn the cultivation techniques of Shen level, earth level, and even heaven level, would he be able to practice smoothly and become a 9th level evolver? By that time, humans should no longer have to huddle in the city. As soon as this thought arose in his mind, it took root and sprouted wildly, and Xiao Han's expression gradually became excited. "I will get the heaven-level cultivation method one day." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Han quickly looked at the black book in his hand. The heaven-level cultivation method is a long-term goal. The most important thing at the moment is to learn the sealing technique first. Opening the first page of the book, Xiao Han immediately saw its introduction. #C203 The Domineering Sealing Technique. Sealing technique, Shen level seal the energy in the target's body, making it unable to use skills lasting for 1 hour consuming 2000 energy points, and cooling for 24 hours. Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. It was simply too domineering. Although the sealing technique could not cause any damage to the target, it could reduce the opponent's strength by at least half. Once all the energy in the body of the Black Demon General just now was sealed, it should not be too difficult to defeat it with the strength of Lu Yen, a senior warrior and a magic sealer. A level 70 overlord boss. If it can be killed, will it explode legendary equipment? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's excitement could no longer be expressed in words. He no longer hesitated and immediately flipped through the book in his hand quickly. More than 10 seconds later, as the book disappeared, the skill interface on the attribute panel had an additional skill that could be used. Hey! This so-called test is too simple. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yen, who was in front of him with a serious face, and said with a smile, "This magic sealing technique is too simple. I have learned it in less than 2 minutes. I told you that I am a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, but you still don't believe it. So fast." Lu Yen was stunned, then showed a look of doubt and said in a deep voice, "Since you have learned it, then use it once to show me." "Hey, you wait." Seeing that Lu Yen still didn't believe it, Xiao Han was too lazy to explain, and immediately controlled the energy in his body and let it flow through the tendons and veins according to the running route of the sealing technique. As this energy slowly gathered in the palm of his hand, a vague word "seal" slowly appeared. "Heh, it's still very simple." Whispering softly, seeing that the word "seal" was becoming clearer and clearer, Xiao Han was about to slap it out with a palm, but the meridians in his body suddenly twitched, and the word "seal" that had been condensed into shape also collapsed instantly. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood involuntarily, Xiao Han's face turned extremely ugly. At this time, Lu Yen also slowly stepped forward and said with a serious face, "It seems that you are not the genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Although I don't want to do this, the rules of the magic sealer cannot be broken. Wait a minute." Seeing the very clear word "seal" on Lu Yan's palm, Xiao Han hurriedly shouted, "Give me 2 minutes, I need to explain. Just now, the word "seal" also appeared on my palm. You should have seen it. This shows that I have learned the magic of sealing, but I just thought of something more important to do, so I forcibly interrupted the skill." "Oh, what is it?" Lu Yen paused and said solemnly, "Even if I give you 2 more minutes, if you can't use the magic of sealing, you will still be sealed in your 3 senses. I know, listen to me first." Xiao Han actually figured out why the sealing technique failed just now. The twitching of the tendons is not without reason. Each use of the sealing technique consumes 2000 energy points, but now the total energy value on his attribute panel is only 1900 points. Only then did he realize that the test of the demon sealer was not as easy as he imagined. Among all the players, his equipment should be the top ones. Basically, all of them are gold or above, and he even has 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, but even so, the energy attribute added by the equipment is only 900 points. This is far from the energy required to use the sealing technique. If this test is placed on other players, it is almost impossible to complete. Fortunately, he had eaten a plate of stir-fried purple chives before, and with the blessing of 100 times the reward, his energy has been increased to 1900 points. Now he is only 1 step away from 2000 points. It was a close call. I almost had my 3 senses sealed today. I would have been useless. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han hurriedly continued to say to Lu Yen, "I am still just a junior warrior now, and I am far inferior to you. Although I can barely use the magic of sealing, once I use it, I will be in a state of exhaustion and will not be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. So I think it is best to use it on the black magic general. Is that true? Lu Yen narrowed her eyes and said in disbelief. If you lie to me, the consequences will be more serious than sealing the 3 senses. How could it be? Xiao Han hurriedly said solemnly explained. Why don't we go back now? Can use it to show you. Not now. I'm a little injured and need to rest for a while. Huh. Finally stabilized. Xiao Han secretly exhaled and hurriedly continued. Is it serious? I have advanced life recovery potions here. Do you want some? If you have more, then give me a few bottles. Lu Yen did not refuse and said slowly, if there are enough potions, I can recover faster. Don't worry, I brought a lot. Xiao Han's expression relaxed, and he immediately took out 50 sets of advanced life recovery potions and handed them over. Although these potions were worth as much as 1,000 gold coins, he didn't feel sorry at all. There are gains and losses, this is the way to get along. Seeing Lu Yan's eyes wide open, with an unbelievable look on his face, Xiao Han smiled and continued. Are these enough? If not, I have more. So many. Does your family sell medicine? No. I've already said that I'm a genius. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and continued to brag. My talent is not only reflected in cultivation. I'm also an alchemist. This kind of advanced life recovery potion is made by myself. You're too boastful. Why don't I believe it? Lu Yen rolled her eyes and looked like you were bragging. Xiao Han understood that the abilities he possessed were indeed hard to believe, but it didn't matter. There were some things in the space ring that could prove that what he said was not a lie. With a smug smile on his lips, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately took out an intermediate detoxification pill, then smiled and said, this thing is made by me, and it was just made yesterday. The anger on it has not completely dissipated. You should be able to see it. It's actually an intermediate detoxification pill. It's really just made. Lu Yen still couldn't believe it after taking the pill, even though she could see that it shouldn't have been made for a long time. Is this kid really a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years? #C204 The Insidious Test. The quality of the elixir is excellent. This level of detoxification elixir requires at least a 5th-level alchemist to be able to refine it. Could it be that he really learned how to seal magic? Even though he had just seen the vague word Feng in Han Zhao's palm, he still felt a little unreal. This is simply incredible. It only took less than 2 minutes to learn the magic sealing technique. This has never happened before in the nearly 10,000 years of inheritance of magic sealing masters. Is there really such a big gap between my talent and his? After muttering softly, Lu Yen pinched the intermediate detoxification pill in his hand and thought to himself, if his talent is really so strong, maybe this time the demonic disaster will need to rely on his strength. Maybe I should give him a chance to prove himself. With such a decision in mind, Lu Yen said directly, I can give you another chance. If you still can't use Chu Feng magic, don't blame me for being unkind. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Xiao Han replied quickly and continued with a smile. When you are almost recovered, we will go back together to kill that dark general. Kill him? Lu Yen shook his head and said with a heavy face, don't even think about it. Even if you use sealing magic on it, I will be at a tie with it at most. I just hope that you can help me contain him for a quarter of an hour. Although time is a bit tight, it is enough for me to complete 1 round of
Seal reinforcement.
Is it only a quarter of an hour? Xiao Han's face condensed and he solemnly promised, if it's only a quarter of an hour, I can definitely do it. He still has this bit of confidence. Seeing that Lu Yen had already sat down to use the advanced life recovery potion, Xiao Han stopped talking and immediately called up the attribute panel. The icon of the sealing technique was still usable, which made him completely relieved. Fortunately, due to lack of energy, the sealing technique collapsed at the last moment. If the skill was on cooldown, he would really be doomed. Lu Yen would not have to wait that long. As for the energy value of only 1,900 points, this is very easy to solve. On the way here, he also killed some demonized monsters and also broke out some bronze and silver equipment. I didn't pick up the bronze equipment, but the price of the silver equipment was not low. Each piece cost tens of thousands, so I picked them all up. He also took a look just now. There was a silver leather armor and a silver wristband that had increased energy attributes. Although the increase in each item is not much, it adds up to more than 100 points. This test is really insidious. After muttering softly, Xiao Han suddenly felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. If Lu Yen really had his 3 consciousnesses sealed, he would be completely doomed. Being sealed by an NPC in the game cannot be unsealed by dying once. Without vision, hearing, and even speech, isn't he just like a useless person? In this game, not to mention killing wild monsters and exploding equipment, even the life skills that have been learned cannot be used. A blind man cannot forge weapons, sew equipment, or refine potions. With lingering fear, he put on 2 pieces of silver equipment with rubbish attributes. The total energy value finally exceeded 2,000 points. Xiao Han also secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Looking at Lu Yen, who was still recovering from his injuries, he also took out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion and drank it with his head held high. When he used the sealing technique just now, the skill backlash caused by insufficient energy instantly reduced his health by 30,000 points. If he hadn't been strong enough, he might have died directly. The consequences of this are extremely serious. Looking at the slowly recovering health points, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a sense of joy in his eyes. Learning skills is easy, but using them is not so easy. From the moment he took over the sealing magic, he had no way out. Either he could prove to Lu Yen that he could use the sealing magic, or his 3 senses would be sealed. However, the high rewards brought by completing this task are enough to make more than 90% of players subconsciously ignore such risks. If this skill is used on players, will they be scared out of their wits? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately showed a malicious smile on his face and looked at Lu Yan's figure with increasing anticipation. He has not yet officially become a demon sealing master, but he has already learned such a domineering skill. After completing the test of the demon sealing master, it is worth looking forward to whether you will get the skills of other demon sealing masters. With excitement, Xiao Han stood aside and waited quietly. As time passed by, bottle after bottle of advanced life-restoring potions continued to disappear from Lu Yan's mouth. It wasn't until more than an hour later that she finally slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Han immediately said impatiently, "How is the recovery going? Should we go now or wait a little longer?" "Oh, are you so anxious?" Although the physical injuries have not fully recovered, they have healed by more than 90%, and the impact on combat effectiveness has been minimal. She originally thought that Han Xiao would try every means to delay time in order to cover up the fact that she had not learned how to seal magic. But I didn't expect that he would be more anxious than me. Did he really learn how to seal magic in just 2 minutes? Muttering softly, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and then said, "With your 50 sets of potions, I have fully recovered. Let's go back now. Remember, your mission is to help me hold back the Black Demon General. I only need a quarter of an hour. You must do everything you can to help me. Get it?" "No problem." Xiao Han's face was serious, and he said seriously, "Although the Black Demon General is very powerful, I am not its opponent, but I can still hold it back for 15 minutes. He has not seen the domineering sealing technique, but the skill that consumes 2,000 energy points will surely not disappoint him." Looking at the little fire in the center of the ruins, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and ran over there immediately. #C205 The Blood Evil Magic Gun. Both of them were very fast. In less than 10 minutes they saw the dark wall A people again. All the black magic knights and black magicians formed a circle to protect the abyss monster that was attacking the seal. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Yen beside him, "If you want to delay the black magic general, you must lure him out so that I can have a chance. Don't worry about this. Leave it to me." As soon as Lu Yen finished speaking, he pulled out the broad-bladed giant sword with a swoosh sound and rushed over without any hesitation. "Fuck! That's not what I meant," Xiao Han shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. The broad-bladed giant sword had already split the body of a black magic knight, cutting him in half with his horse. At this time, the black magicians and black magic knights who had been in silence all revived. They turned their heads and cast their eyes on the sturdy figure. "Fuck! This woman is mentally ill." With a depressed wail, Xiao Han looked at the black magic knight who was quickly surrounding him and did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately retreated to a distance. He originally just wanted to hunt down the black magician separately and finally force the black magic general out. But before he said this, the current situation had already formed. "Forget it. Let her do whatever she wants." After retreating to a safe position, Xiao Han muttered softly and immediately began to observe the surrounding situation. Lu Yan's strength is very strong. Since she dared to rush in, she must be sure to rush out, so there is no need to worry about this. And he did not plan to be idle. Killing more black magicians would be good for both of them and even anger the black magic general in the shortest time. Seeing that the encirclement had slowly formed, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, selected a target and rushed over directly. The highest damage was the 3-combo slash, which dealt 3 stages of damage, and then another furious slash killed half of the black magician's health. Seeing it opening its mouth to scream, Xiao Han stomped his right foot on the ground with a boom, knocking it out directly, and then connected 2 levels of normal attacks to kill it. Because of a critical hit, it only took 4 seconds to kill a level 50 demon creature. This round of attacks was as smooth as flowing water, so smooth that even the several nearby black magic knights didn't react, and he had already retreated. "Hey! I wonder how many players can withstand this set of mine." A flash of excitement flashed in his heart, and Xiao Han left the black magic knight who wanted to chase him far behind, and then killed another black magician at a very fast speed. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from 100 meters away, and the black magic general in red armor could be seen running towards this side. In front of it, all the black magic knights blocking the road moved to both sides, revealing a road leading directly to Lu Yen. It shouldn't be that easy for her to break out in this situation. After a brief observation, Xiao Han came to such a conclusion. After all, no matter how weak those black magic knights were, they could only kill one with one sword. Such a thick encirclement cannot be broken through in a short time. "Forget it. Let's wait until she breaks out," Xiao Han muttered softly, and ran quickly towards the black magician not far away. This thing is too threatening to him. If he can kill them all, he will not be afraid of any demonized creature except the black magic general. -4387. After killing another black magician with one sword, Xiao Han heard the system prompt, reached out and grabbed the golden ring on the ground, turned around, and ran. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of loud noises came from his ears, and he turned his head to look. 100 meters away, Lu Yen had turned into a fast-spinning top, with the broad-bladed giant sword in her hand spinning at high speed. All the black magic knights who touched the giant sword were cut in half. Fuck! Is it so fierce? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han widened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but take a breath. Originally, he thought that it would be difficult for Lu Yen to break out of such a thick encirclement in a short time. But at this moment, the place where she passed was full of broken limbs and bones. What kind of skill is this? It's too abnormal. Watching Lu Yen spinning and rushing towards this side quickly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the envy in his heart could not be expressed in words. Such a domineering group damage skill, if he can also learn it, he will never have to worry about being surrounded and killed in the future. Roar! The angry roar sounded again, and the black magic general was obviously enraged. It suddenly raised the lance in its hand, retracted its arm slightly, and then threw it forward suddenly. Swoosh! The 2-meter-long lance turned into a stream of light and shot straight at Lu Yen. Be careful! Xiao Han's face changed and he shouted loudly. At this time, Lu Yan's body suddenly paused, and her waist seemed to be boneless, and she flashed to the left at a strange angle. The lance whooshed and passed by her. Dang! With a bang, Xiao Han stared blankly at the lance more than 10 meters in front of him, the tail of which was still shaking rapidly. Fuck! Is this sending equipment to me? The lance pierced deeply into the rock, but it did not disappear. Such an opportunity appeared in front of him. How could Xiao Han miss it? Seeing Lu Yen and the Black Demon General rushing towards this side quickly, he did not dare to delay at all, and immediately stepped forward to grab the lance and pulled it out with force. Then he turned around and ran, while looking at the lance in his hand. Blood Demon Spear, Legend Level 70. Attack plus 4,580, Strength plus 2,300, Agility plus 2,100, Stamina plus 2,100, Energy plus 2,100. Special Skill. Full Attack, throwing weapons causing physical damage to the target equal to its own physical attack times 10, while ignoring the target's defense. Special Effect. Armor Break, ignoring 50% of the target's defense. Special Effect. Critical Hit, increase the critical hit rate by 50%, and double the chance in the full attack state. Hashtag C206 Seal. Looking at the properties of the Blood Demon Spear, Xiao Han trembled inwardly, and could not believe his eyes. Fortunately, Lu Yen dodged in time and avoided this full-strength attack. Otherwise she might be in danger of being killed instantly. The properties of this legendary weapon are simply too exaggerated. The physical attack alone has increased by 4,380 points, and there are 2,300 points of strength. In addition to this, both the armor-breaking and critical strike effects are extremely excellent. More importantly, the special effects are simply terrifying. The physical damage is increased tenfold, and the critical strike rate is increased to 100%, and all the target's defenses can be ignored. This is too abnormal. If he can use this magic gun now, the physical attack will immediately soar to more than 11,000 points. Once he uses his full strength, he can cause at least 220,000 points of damage to the target. How can he bear to throw this thing out? With excitement, Xiao Han immediately put it into the space ring like a treasure. Although he cannot equip this magic gun now because of his level, it is only a matter of time. With a talent that rewards 100 times, it is still very easy to reach level 70. It should not take more than a week. Run, it's angry. While running, Xiao Han suddenly felt a sinking on his back. 2 hard bulges were already against his back, and at the same time 2 tender thighs were tightly clamped around his waist and abdomen. This feeling has happened once before, so he certainly knows what it is. Stretching his hands to the side of his waist, Xiao Han held her hips and lifted them up, and then immediately exerted his speed to the extreme. At the same time, it was obvious that the figure on his back stiffened, and the arms holding his neck tightened involuntarily. But at this critical moment, she didn't dare to make any other moves. Hey! I told you not to touch me. There was a little pride in his heart, and a little pleasure of revenge, but Xiao Han didn't dare to go any further. He could still explain this momentary touch as carelessness, but if his palms deliberately pinched a few more times, it would be unclear. After all, his strength was far behind Lu Yan's. Once he was punished, he would not have the ability to resist and could only be pressed to the ground. So now it is better to stop. Hearing the rapid da-da sound coming from behind, Xiao Han showed a sly smile, and immediately lifted his hips and got into a damaged house on the right. Then, without stopping, he passed through the main hall and the backyard and entered the alley on the other side of the house. Roar! The roar of the Black Demon General sounded again, and Xiao Han could even feel its rage and the sound of horses' hooves chasing quickly. Hey, you lost a legendary magic gun. I wonder how much strength you have left. With a chuckle, Xiao Han did not rush to leave, but stopped and looked behind. Quietly, although he had the ability to completely get rid of the Black Demon General. Within 10 minutes, this time he came here to seal it. If he could not lead it farther away, how could he contain it for 15 minutes? Seeing the Black Demon General controlling his warhorse to run through the hall, Xiao Han turned around and ran again, and said to Lu Yen behind him, "Help me keep an eye on it. Tell me immediately when it is only about 50 meters away." Got it. Lying on Han Zhao's back, Lu Yen could feel the heat coming from the palms on her hips. She didn't know whether the pervert under her was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. If there was no threat from the Black Demon General, she would have even thought of cutting off her hands. But there is no if in reality. Although she was unhappy, she had to endure it. At this moment, compared with being molested, it was more important to complete the task of reinforcing the seal. Holding Han Xiao tightly, Lu Yen gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will always pay attention to the movements of the Black Demon General." "That's good, we need to lead it farther away." Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Only in this way can I help you delay for 15 minutes. No, as long as it exceeds the seal by 2,000 meters, the Black Demon General will go back." She agreed with Han Zhao's plan, but it was not feasible. Lu Yen had to explain, "For the Black Demon General, the seal is the most important and it will not chase too far." "Is that so?" Xiao Han frowned, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only say, "Then you pay attention to the distance, and notify me when you are almost 1,800 meters. "No need to notify, it's almost there." "How come?" Xiao Han was stunned, and couldn't help shouting, "I've only run less than 1,000 meters. How come it's almost there?" "Stop, if you keep going forward, the Black Demon General will retreat." Lu Yan's face condensed and she quickly explained, "The place where we fought just now is 500 meters away from the seal center. Now you have run almost 1,000 meters, and the remaining 200 or 300 meters can be run in less than 10 seconds. So fast." Xiao Han was stunned, and hurriedly stopped, and turned to look. Behind him, the Black Demon General was running towards this side quickly, and it no longer had a lance in its hand. At this moment it had replaced it with a black long sword, which should be its secondary weapon. Feeling that Lu Yen had loosened his legs, Xiao Han, although reluctant, immediately pulled his hands back, and said at the same time, "You fight him first. I will find an opportunity to use the sealing magic on it. As long as you succeed, you can go to the sealed place immediately, and I can take care of this place." "Okay." Lu Yen jumped off Xiao Han and immediately said, "But you have to help me delay for 15 minutes. Not a second less." "Don't worry," Xiao Han promised. "It will definitely not go back unless I hope you can do what you say." Lu Yen narrowed her eyes and ignored Xiao Han. At this time she had put all her mind on the Black Demon General. Roar! The roar sounded again, and the Black Demon General, riding on the warhorse, suddenly swung his long sword, and a black sword-shaped light arc immediately broke through the air and attacked. At this time Lu Yan's face sank, and she stretched out her left hand to meet the light arc, while shouting, "Seal!" As the voice fell, the white seal on her palm suddenly penetrated her body, and instantly expanded hundreds of times, looming like smoke, slowly meeting the sword-shaped light arc. #C207 Fix it for me. The illusory word seal seemed defenseless, but when the sword-shaped light arc hit it, It immediately dissipated into nothingness with a puff. What skill is this? Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and a touch of excitement appeared on his face. The sword-shaped light arc triggered by the Black Demon General looked very extraordinary. At least it should be a skill above the advanced level. But such a powerful skill was instantly dissolved into nothingness by Lu Yan, which immediately made him envious. Just through this short fight, Xiao Han had a lot of ideas in his mind. Since the word seal can annihilate the sword energy, it should also be able to play a role in the magician's skills. In his current situation, it is only a matter of time before he is besieged by a guild. After all, he is too good. Even if he wants to keep a low profile, it is not so easy. When that time comes, the first thing he will face is the volley of magician skills. Such a big word, seal, should be able to completely block it. Hey! It seems that the skills of this magic sealer are really useful. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately let the energy circulate in his body, and a somewhat blurred seal word slowly appeared in his palm. As long as he finds an opportunity, the sealing technique that is more domineering than the magic seal will immediately hit the Black Magic General. Roar! The sword energy suddenly disappeared, and the Black Magic General immediately roared, controlling the warhorse to rush over at a faster speed. Faced with such a might, Xiao Han did not dare to touch it, and retreated more than 10 steps in a row. At this time, Lu Yan's face sank, and he had no intention of retreating at all. He dragged the broad-bladed giant sword in his hand behind him and rushed straight to the Black Magic General. Is it really good to be so fierce? Xiao Han was stunned, and looked at Lu Yan, who was getting faster and faster, speechlessly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The positioning of the knight profession is high blood, thick defense and low attack, which also makes the knight professional lack the means to kill the opponent when fighting. But this is not absolute. When a knight gets a mount and charges at full speed, his attack power will double, quintuple, or even tenfold. The faster the speed, the higher the damage. So for all knight professionals, having a top-quality mount will greatly improve their combat effectiveness. And the mount of the Black Demon General in front of him is not an ordinary one. Although Xiao Han didn't know what it was, just looking at its black scales and the high and bulging solid muscles, people can feel its power. At this time, the speed of the warhorse has been increased to the extreme, and the attack bonus to the Black Demon General will also increase exponentially. What on earth was Lu Yan thinking? She actually wanted to resist such an attack. Could it be that she has any other means to seal the movement speed of the mount? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with expectation. He really wanted to learn more about the means of the magic sealer. The movement speed of one person and one horse was extremely fast. In less than 2 seconds, the distance between the two sides had been shortened to less than 5 meters. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly stopped, and the broad-bladed giant soared in. His hand whistled towards the horse's legs, and shouted, "Break it for me!" Roar! Almost at the same time, the Black Demon General shouted, and the warhorse, under his crotch, incredibly changed from extreme movement to extreme stillness, and then stood up again, avoiding the horizontal slash of the broad-bladed giant sword. This is fake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was full of disbelief. Originally, he thought that with the strength of Lu Yan's senior warrior, since he had slashed this sword, this black-scaled warhorse would not be able to dodge it anyway, but it actually violated the law of inertia and instantly changed from extreme movement to extreme stillness, perfectly avoiding this attack. Now, after whispering softly, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and his speed immediately increased to the extreme. The black-scaled warhorse stood up, which also meant that its speed had dropped to the lowest point. If it wanted to restart, it would take at least 2 seconds. And this was the opportunity he needed. Dang! At this time, there was a loud bang. Lu Yan's attack missed, and the broad-bladed giant sword immediately swung back and chopped at the horse's belly. But the Black Demon General's reaction was also extremely fast, and the long sword in his hand stabbed directly at his head, forcing Lu Yen to draw his sword to defend. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the man and the demon instantly completed a fight, and neither of them could gain any advantage. However, they had expected such a result. The Black Demon General forced Lu Yen to retreat from the attack on the warhorse, and a ray of black light immediately appeared on the long sword, and another sword-shaped light arc slashed in the air. At almost the same time, an illusory seal word appeared again, instantly eliminating the sword-shaped light arc. The offensive and defensive transitions of the man and the demon were extremely fast, and it seemed that they had a deep understanding of each other. Duh, duh. At this time, the horse's hooves that had stood up finally landed, and immediately took small steps to adjust the position for the Black Demon General. This slight change made Lu Yan's face change. She drew her sword and retreated without any hesitation. Crack! Almost as soon as she retreated, another sword-shaped arc of light slashed down from the air. Seeing such a fight, Xiao Han's face froze. He knew that with his ability he might not last more than one round under the Black Demon General. But at this time he could not retreat. Seeing Lu Yen retreat a few steps, he immediately rushed forward again, and the broad-bladed giant sword in his hand slashed at the horse's legs again. At this time, the warhorse also took small steps to dodge. But in Xiao Han's eyes, such dodge was not much different from the slow speed of a turtle. With a gleam in his eyes, he rushed over immediately. In terms of linear speed, he could not compare with the black-scaled warhorse. But in terms of instantaneous explosive power, it was completely the opposite. Bang! Seeing Lu Yen draw his sword to defend again and fight with the Black Demon General, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and rushed into the battle circle in an instant, shouting, "Stop it for me!" The moment his right foot stepped on the ground, the Black Demon General and the warhorse were suddenly stunned, and even Lu Yen, who was standing beside him, could not react and froze in place in an instant. At this time, Xiao Han could not care about his companions who were affected. The word seal in his palm was already very clear. At the moment when the Black Demon General was stunned, he directly slapped his right leg clamped in the horse's belly. #C208 I think this is a monster. The surging energy passed through his arm and quickly condensed into the palm, then turned into the word seal, and penetrated through his body, instantly disappearing into the body of the Black Demon General. Is that it? After the palm strike, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and found that the Black Demon General seemed to have no changes. The blow he made with all his strength was very different from what he imagined. Compared with Lu Yan's previous battle, the visual effect was much worse. The word seal on the palm had not even appeared, and it had completely disappeared. Be careful. At this moment, a delicate rebuke sounded in his ears. Xiao Han was startled, and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The black long sword suddenly chopped down, and although he had tried his best to dodge, his chest was inevitably scratched. -21,892. With just this one blow, more than half of the blood bar disappeared in an instant. Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! This is too abnormal." The legendary main weapon was gone, and he was only touched by the secondary weapon, and his health value instantly decreased by 2/3. If he gets hit again, he might die immediately. Seeing the Black Demon General raise his right arm and the black long sword was about to chop in the air, Xiao Han thought of the sword-shaped light arc, and his face immediately turned ugly. He had paid a heavy price for his days just now. At that moment, he was only a hair's breadth away from death. Now, if he was hit by the sword-shaped light arc, he would almost certainly die. Seeing the black light coming out of the Black Demon General's long sword again, Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate, and immediately kicked the ground, and rushed towards Lu Yen, who was running fast. At this time, only she could block the sword-shaped light arc. Roar! With a roar, the black long sword finally fell. Ah! Xiao Han, who was always paying attention to the Black Demon General, was stunned and immediately stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. The imagined sword-shaped light arc did not appear, but a milky white seal appeared on the chest of the Black Demon General. Even though it was wearing armor, the milky white seal word was still so clearly visible. Is this the sealing technique? Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, its energy has been sealed, and this guy should not be able to use any skills now. In this state, with the strength of Lu Yen, a senior warrior, it should be easy to kill the Black Demon General. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement. I have picked up a legendary magic gun before. If I can kill this level 70 Overlord boss, I wonder if the blood armor on it will explode. That thing should also be a legendary equipment. You. Just thinking excitedly, I heard Lu Yan's intermittent voice. You? What did you do to it? Xiao Han hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and then slowly said, what else can I do? Isn't it to prove to you that I have learned the sealing magic? Look at the word on its chest. Isn't it the best proof? How about it? My sealing magic. It's not bad. The timing is just right. You call this a sealing magic? Lu Yen was stunned, with a confused look on her face, and then her palm slapped in the air. An illusory seal word immediately appeared in front of him, and then said, this is called the sealing magic, and yours is the sealing magic that only the master would use. Only when you understand the sealing magic to the extreme can you have the opportunity to comprehend the sealing magic. You just read it once, less than 2 minutes, and you have comprehended the sealing magic. This. Xiao Han smiled shyly and continued. I have said it before, I am a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Of course I can learn anything quickly. It's just a sealing magic. Is it difficult? You. Facing this scene in front of her, Lu Yen really wanted to spray this bastard to death with a mouthful of salt soda. Isn't it difficult? Since the moment she was chosen by the master, she has been learning for 6 years. As a genius that is rare in 1,000 years, she is also proud of herself. But for so long, no matter how hard she tries, she still has no clue. As for comprehending the sealing magic, it is even more distant. She originally thought that she was the smartest among her fellow apprentices, and that she would be ahead of everyone when she comprehended the seal technique in the future. But now, compared with Han Xiao, it was no longer a question of whether she was ahead or not. She was completely crushed, and it was the kind of crushing that made people not even think about competing. The gap between her and him made people despair. This gap that could not be caught up made her so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Is the difference in talent between 1,000 years and 10,000 years really that big? Looking at Han Xiao in front of her, Lu Yen said softly, and at the same time, waved a sword to block the fast-rushing Black Demon General. Its energy was sealed, and its strength had dropped by 90%. Now it was not too difficult to kill it completely. As long as this guy was killed, the seal could be completely reinforced. This pervert. I'm afraid he's a monster. Muttering in her heart, Lu Yen didn't want to think about this problem anymore, because with such a comparison target, she felt like a fool. She grasped the broadsword in her hand. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and then she stomped her feet hard on the ground. Boom! The rocky ground exploded instantly, and Lu Yen flew into the air at this time. Her petite body held a giant sword that was more than 1 person tall. Although it was not coordinated, it also had a kind of sturdy beauty. At this moment, her whole temperament was different. The broad-bladed giant sword whistled and chopped down fiercely. Roar! Facing such an attack, even if the energy in his body was sealed, the Black Demon General had no intention of retreating. He raised the long sword in his hand and went straight to meet it. Dang! The two swords collided, creating dazzling sparks, and at the same time, there was a sharp sword sound. Immediately afterwards, the long sword in the hand of the Black Demon General was knocked out, flew back dozens of meters and stuck in the semi-weathered rock ground. Fuck! The secondary weapon also fell? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the point where the long sword fell without hesitation. #C209 Black Scale Beast. He didn't know what level of weapon that black sword was, but since it could cause more than 20,000 points of damage to him, even if it wasn't a legendary weapon, it was at least a diamond weapon. With excitement, Xiao Han immediately ran over at full speed. At a distance of tens of meters, it only took him less than 3 seconds to reach out and pull out the long sword embedded in the rock. At this time, the Black Demon General had no weapons and was controlling the black-scaled warhorse to run here, but Lu Yen could not make it do so. The broad-bladed giant sword tore through the air, making a whirring sound, and slashed directly towards the horse's leg. Click! There was a crisp sound of bone cracking. Despite the defensive scales, the black-scaled warhorse still could not block such an attack, and its two hind legs were broken in response. Boom! Without the support of its hind legs, the black-scaled warhorse weighing several hundred kilograms collapsed to the ground, and the Black Demon General on its back was not spared either. Hey, without the weapon, its attack shouldn't be that high. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately threw the long sword into the space ring and rushed straight towards the Black Demon General. He was extremely jealous of the blood-red armor. If he could explode it, it would become more than just legendary equipment. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, it should be at least a legendary equipment and maybe even a treasure. Once he gets such equipment, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Even if he encounters an organized siege by the guild again, he doesn't have to worry too much. Hey! For my best equipment, you'd better die in peace. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's speed became faster and faster, and he rushed in front of the Black Demon General in an instant, stabbing him with his sword without any hesitation. -1. A somewhat dazzling number rose in front of his eyes, and Xiao Han was instantly confused. His physical attack has reached 4,937 points, and the equipment's special effects have increased armor penetration by 50%, but even so, it can only barely cause a mandatory blood deduction to the Black Demon General. Quickly retreat. At this time, Lu Yan's anxious shouts sounded in his ears again, as well as the Dark Demon General's fist coming towards him. Bang! A fist as big as Shabo hit his eye socket. Xiao Han was confused for a while, and took a few steps back involuntarily. At the same time, the other fist quickly enlarged in his eyes. Holy shit! Am I going to die here? Even without the weapon and the energy sealed, the power of the Dark Demon General's punch was not something that a little junior warrior like him could withstand. When he was hit before, his health dropped from 35,000 points to 13,000 points. In an instant. Fortunately, his space ring contains a large amount of advanced life-restoring potions. After using one bottle, his health points were finally brought back to 21,000 points, but with the punch of the Black Demon General, 12,000 points were lost. In an instant. If he was hit again, he would definitely not survive. I'm really a pig when I'm riding a horse. Xiao Han cursed secretly in his heart, but his head was still dizzy. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he was unable to do anything. He could only look at the fist as big as the sand bowl, which quickly enlarged in his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a dull loud noise suddenly came from his ears, and the Black Demon General, who was nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly flew up, and the fist that was about to hit him quickly moved away from him. Because of his sight, Xiao Han didn't know how Lu Yen did it, and he didn't even understand how her petite body could burst out with such amazing power. Roar! The Black Demon General, who was knocked away, hit the ground hard and let out an angry roar. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of rapid horse hooves sounded, and the black demon knight in the distance seemed to hear its call and immediately ran towards this side. In less than 10 seconds, the dark knights appeared at the other end of the alley, and among them were some black magicians wearing cloth robes. Broken. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's heart froze and he no longer dared to stay where he was and immediately ran away. At this moment he has less than 10,000 health points left and the cooldown time for the potion has not yet expired. If he continues to stay here, it only takes a few dark fireballs to kill him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As the sound of horse hooves became more and more intensive, a large number of black demon knights all ran over one after another and quickly protected the dark demon general. When Lu Yen saw this scene, he immediately dragged his broad-bladed giant sword and rushed in without any hesitation. Click, click. The sound of cracking bones continued to sound, and the black demon knights were killed one after another. Lu Yen was like a bulldozer rushing towards the black demon general. After a while, Xiao Han could no longer see what was going on inside. A large number of black demon knights have once again formed human walls, surrounding the petite Lu Yen inside. The sounds of fierce fighting inside kept coming, but Xiao Han didn't dare to go there, so he could only stand and watch quietly from a distance. It is completely impossible to obtain legendary or even treasure level equipment by killing the Dark Demon General. Although his physical attack is not low, it can only cause a small amount of mandatory blood damage. How can he kill the Dark Demon General? Forget it. There will be another chance in the future. After comforting himself, the depression on Xiao Han's face flashed away, and he immediately took out the black sword he had just picked up and took a look. Black Demon Sword, Gold Level 50, Attack plus 650, Strength plus 320, Agility plus 320. Such attributes appeared in front of him. Xiao Han wiped his eyes in disbelief, but still could not change the fact that it was a gold equipment. A level 70 Overlord boss actually uses gold equipment. This is too cheap. Looking up at the battle circle depressedly, Xiao Han showed an incomprehensible look on his face. He really couldn't figure it out. Hey, what is that? As his eyes moved on many black magic knights, he suddenly found that those black magic knights had a black long sword hanging on their waists. Whether it is the appearance or the style, it is exactly the same as the one in his hand. Oh my god, it turns out that this is not the weapon of the black magic general. After discovering this fact, Xiao Han was finally able to accept it. Although a little disappointed, he has already gained a legendary weapon today and he can't ask for more. Moreover, now that he has completed the test of the magic sealer after Lu Yen kills the black magic general, he should get 1 or 2 skill books of this profession. Once learned, the strength will be further improved. Hey, with Lu Yan's strength, it should take less than an hour to kill the Black Demon General. Thinking so, Xiao Han suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the black-scaled warhorse with its legs cut off was struggling to stand up not far away. But without 2 hind legs, no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "The mount of the Overlord boss must be at least elite." At this time, a line of data happened to appear in his eyes. Black Scale Beast, Leader Level 50, HP plus 2 million, Attack plus 6,500, Defense plus 8,800. Skill, Charge, movement speed increased by 1,000%. Hitting the target can knock it away and stun it for 1 second, cooling down for 30 seconds. Skill, Human-Beast Integration, can improve the various attributes of the rider and the black-scaled beast by 30%, lasting for 10 minutes, cooling down for 30 minutes. Hashtag C210 Sudden Slash. The sudden triggering of the gaze special effect made Xiao Han pause. Just looking at this attribute, you can understand that this is a boss mount. If there is no accident, it should be tamed. But he has not completed the second job transfer task yet, and he has not learned the taming technique, so it is obviously impossible to tame it. Such a top-quality mount is placed in front of you, but you can only watch it and cannot take it for yourself. This feeling is really bad. Forget it, it only has 2 legs left, and it is useless even if you tame it. After comforting himself, Xiao Han could only give up the idea of taming it, and turn to look at the place where Lu Yen was fighting. He couldn't help much in the battle over there. Even if the strength of the Black Demon General has dropped by more than half, it is not something that a junior warrior like him can provoke. For now, let's kill this level 50 Black Scale Beast first. If he was lucky enough, he might be able to get a diamond equipment like the Demonized Corpse King. If he was even luckier, he could get a manifestation talisman, which would be even more perfect. With this feeling, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately came to the black-scaled beast and stabbed it with a sword. Minus 416. Less than 1,000 points of damage. It was a bit disappointing. However, Xiao Han had expected this scene. With his current attack power, it was already very good to be able to deal such damage. If it weren't for the 50% armor-breaking special effect, he couldn't even break the defense. If he wanted to kill this leader-level black-scaled beast, he could only use time to grind it slowly. But the black-scaled beast has a life value of up to 2 million points. Even if it is now in a seriously injured state, it still has more than 1,400,000 points. If you really want to grind it bit by bit, it will take 5 or 6 days to kill it. Roar! After being stabbed with a sword, the black-scaled beast roared and struggled to fight back, but it only had 2 front legs left, and it couldn't even stand up, let alone make an effective counterattack. Seeing this, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately swung his sword to chop. He had to kill this black-scaled beast quickly, and then go hunt the black magician so that it could more or less relieve some pressure on Lu Yen. Minus 952. Minus 600. Minus 700. After using 3 consecutive slashes, the damage finally exceeded 2,000 points. Xiao Han smiled slightly, but after a silent calculation in his mind, his face became more depressed. 1,400,000 points of health points. With his current damage, it would take at least 40 minutes. With such a long time, Lu Yen might have killed the Black Magic General long ago. A trace of depression flashed through his mind, but there was nothing he could do. He was just a small junior warrior, and he couldn't compare with that fierce woman. Now the attack power of more than 4,000 points is still obtained after eating a plate of fried red tiger whip. It was a blessing to be able to kill it in 40 minutes. If it was placed in front of other players, if there was only one person, they would chop themselves to doubt their lives. Hey, this is not right. While slashing the black-scaled beast with sword after sword, Xiao Han found something wrong. While attacking, he also paid attention to the remaining health of this leader-level boss. It was clear that the sword only caused less than 500 points of damage to it, but the blood bar reflected more than 1,000 points. What's going on? Is it caused by the bleeding state? Turning his eyes to the wound caused by Lu Yen, Xiao Han had a guess in his mind. He thought about it for a while and slashed at the wound. Minus 834. The sudden appearance of the deep red number made Xiao Han's eyes light up, and he whispered, "Oh my God! Such a casual attack actually hit a critical hit. Is this an exception, or the norm?" Thinking so in his heart, he quickly stabbed a few more swords. Minus 816. Minus 898. Minus 796. A series of damage values appeared. Each time it was a critical hit. Roar! At this time, the black-scaled beast roared in pain again, but Xiao Han had already found such a quick way to kill it, so he didn't care about the pain of the black-scaled beast. The shadow sword in his hand aimed at the wound and kept attacking. The feeling of critical hits was simply too good. More than 10 minutes later, as the black-scaled beast's head drooped, Xiao Han finally heard the long-awaited system prompt. Ding, you killed a black-scaled beast leader, gained 650,000 experience points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you gained 65 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a black-scaled beast leader, gained 131 gold coins, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you gained 13,100 gold coins. Ding, you killed a black-scaled beast leader, gained the skill advance. Intermediate, triggered a 100-fold reward and you gained the skill slash. Intermediate. Ding, you killed a black-scaled beast leader, obtained the Mount Black Mane. Horse card, ordinary. Triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the Mount Black Scaled Horse card, elite. Ding, you killed a black-scaled beast leader, obtained the silver equipment. Scaled beast leather boots, triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the dark gold equipment black scaled leather boots. Ding, you killed a black scaled beast leader, obtained. The gold coins on the ground are extremely conspicuous. Above these gold coins, even more conspicuous is a yellow skill book and the black horse card next to it. Seeing these things, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with brilliance. He quickly picked up the skill book that he valued most and at the same time he looked at its introduction impatiently. Intermediate charge for 0.5 seconds, instantly move 10 meters in the specified direction. If there is a target on the moving path, it will stop immediately and cause 2,000 points of physical damage to the target, consuming 60 points of energy and cooling for 25 seconds. C211 The way to kill Han Xiao. Obtaining 3 skill books in one day was something Xiao Han never expected. Compared with the Shen level sealing technique, sudden slash is certainly far behind, but it is also an extremely useful intermediate skill. Use it in conjunction with shock and deterrence so it shouldn't be too overbearing. One cut. Sure, one more cut. The attack power at this moment even exceeded 9,000 points. Even if a knight professional was subjected to such a trick, he would be disabled if not dead. If used against a mage, it will be an instant kill. Hey, I see now. There is still that desperate person who dares to attack me. After whispering softly, Xiao Han grabbed a handful of gold coins and threw them into his backpack. At the same time, he also reached out to grab the black scale horse tag and black scale leather boots. He still doesn't know what the black scale horse card is for, but the black scale leather boots are obviously much better than the shadow boots on his feet. There is a high probability that the equipment exploded by the boss will have special effects. Before coming here, he had made more than 10 pairs of shadow boots, but none of them had special effects. He was almost depressed at the time. Grasping 2 items, Xiao Han quickly looked at the black scale leather boots. On his left hand, toot toot. At this time, a familiar ringtone rang in his ears. Xiao Han called up his friend list and found that it was by Xiaoxing, so he immediately connected. Immediately afterwards, a light screen appeared in front of him, and a very familiar face appeared in it. Seeing by Xiaoxing's solemn look, Xiao Han suddenly had a bad premonition, and asked directly, "What happened? Why do you look like this? You should know about Mochi posting the video on the forum." "Well, I've seen it." Xiao Han was a little strange and continued to ask, "Is it possible that someone is jealous of what I exposed and wants to form a group to attack me?" "Not sure, but I think it's very likely." Bai Xiaoxing was silent for a moment and continued, "I have been paying attention to this matter. From the surface, it seems that nothing has happened, and there is no guild or individual who wants to take action against you. But I discovered a strange phenomenon, and I think it may have something to do with you. I have made a lot of money from these transactions with you, so I think it is necessary to let you know about it." "What's the matter?" Seeing that Bai Xiaoxing said so seriously, Xiao Han replied directly, "Looking at what you mean, someone really wants to do something to me? Hey, it just so happens that my hands are itchy too, and I want to see that desperate guy who wants to cause trouble for me. I think you should be more careful."
Bai Xiaosheng hurriedly advised, "I'm
Not sure yet whether anyone plans to do something to you, but now there are people on the market who are buying armor-breaking equipment at high prices. Black iron-level armor-breaking equipment, even if it is only level 5, can be sold for a high price of 100,000. Bronze and silver ones are even more perverted. They can easily cost tens or even millions. If there is gold, some people even offer 5 million. Want to buy? What do you think these people who are buying armor-piercing equipment at high prices want to do? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and was immediately shocked by the news. In Stormwind City, he is probably the only one who can spend so much money to deal with him, and almost everyone knows that although he is a warrior, his defense is abnormal. Several sieges failed for this reason. What do they want to do after paying such a high price? At this moment, Xiao Han also felt that something was wrong. At present, if you want to attack him, you can only increase the armor penetration to 100%. After all, his magic defense has reached 1,900 points. Even if Storm's spiritual staff and Silver Fox's moon shadow ring were both in one person's hands, they could only barely break through his defense. Now that the mage's skill volley landed on him, it was actually just like tickling. Hey, armor-breaking equipment. Which guild is it this time? After muttering softly, Xiao Han's face darkened. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Help me find out who is purchasing these equipment. After I get back safely, the dark gold equipment I promised you will be given to you immediately. At the same time, I still have some silver and gold equipment on hand, which I will sell to you at 90% of the price. Your explosion rate is really enviable." Although he had already expected it, Bai Shaosheng couldn't help but exclaimed, "Besides the demonic corpse king, what other bosses have you killed? The gold coins on the ground behind you must be from it." Xiao Han smiled and continued without further explanation. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. We're still very busy here." "Okay. Get busy first." Bai Shaosheng nodded and continued, "I will continue to pay attention to the armor-breaking equipment. Before you come back, you'd better send me a message. I will summarize the information I collected, which should be of some help to you." "I understand. Then I'll hang up first." Without saying anything more to Bai Shaosheng, Xiao Han hung up the call. This news is still very important to him. After all, no matter how high his defense is, he still has to be careful when encountering a 100% armor-breaking special effect. Who could it be? After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked in the direction of Stormwind City, with a somewhat sinister look in his eyes. At the same time, he murmured to himself, "Humph, if you want to deal with me and are not afraid of death, then go ahead." Without dwelling on this matter, he immediately grabbed handfuls of gold coins on the ground and stuffed them into his backpack. More than 10,000 gold coins, that is equivalent to more than 1 million yenhua coins. Kill another leader-level boss, and you will earn 3 million in rent for a month, which is too easy. After quickly picking up the gold coins on the ground, Xiao Han looked up in the direction of the encirclement. I don't know what the situation is inside. The black magic general is not still alive. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was a little worried. The effect of his seal could not last long, only a short hour. Now 20 minutes have passed, and there is not much time left. If Lu Yen cannot kill the black magic general during its weakened period, there will be no such opportunity today. I hope she doesn't delay too long. Otherwise she will have to escape again. Muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly locked onto a black magician and rushed over directly. #C212 Demon Ceiling Tower. With the sudden slash, killing the black magician becomes easier. On average, takes about 30 to 40 seconds to kill one. When the level of the sudden slash is upgraded to level 1, the damage to the target also increases from 2,000 points to 3,000 points. And this is only 5 minutes, and the skill has been used 10 times. Ding, you use the skill sudden slash, gain 1 point of proficiency, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 points of proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao, the sudden slash. Proficiency is full, and the skill level is upgraded to LV2. I wish you a happy game. After another 15 minutes, Xiao Han killed 30 black magicians and finally heard the system prompt again. He quickly took a look at the introduction of the sudden slash. LV2, 0/5000 charge for 0.5 seconds. Instantly move 10 meters in the specified direction if there is a target on the moving path. Stop immediately and cause 4,000 points of physical damage to the target. Consume 100 points of energy and cool down for 25 seconds. Fuck. The skill damage has increased to 4,000 points. Xiao Han's eyes bulged, and he couldn't help but whispered, if the skill level is upgraded to LV6, wouldn't the increased damage be 8,000 points? Thinking so in his heart, he became more and more satisfied with this intermediate skill. Just before the sudden slash was upgraded to level 2, another intermediate skill, shock, finally broke through the limit of the primary skill and was upgraded to level 4. And the level 4 skill is slightly different from before. First of all, the skill damage has increased from only 500 points to the current 3,000 points. In addition, the damage range to the target has also increased from 1 meter to 2 meters. More importantly, the stun effect on the target was originally 0.5 seconds, but now it has been extended to 1 second. The difference is huge. If nothing unexpected happens, when the sudden slash is upgraded to level 4, the 0.5 charge should also be reduced. Hey, buying armor-piercing equipment, do you really think I'm made of mud? Whoever dares to attack me this time, I will kill you so badly that you can't even afford to wear pants. Muttering proudly, Xiao Han even had some expectations for the opponent who didn't know whether he existed or not. Even if it was a second-level sudden slash, as long as it hit, it would be close to 9,000 damage. As long as you use the skill to attack and then follow up with a kick to stun and then a 3-hit combo after the stun, you can almost cause about 20,000 damage to the target. Even if the damage offset by the target's defense is deducted, it is at least more than 15,000 points. For such an attack, as long as the first attack is not dodged, the next 2 attacks will not be dodged. He really wants to know who in Stormwind City can withstand such damage now. Even a knight with gold equipment will probably be killed instantly. The continuous improvement of skill levels has made Xiao Han fearless. He quickly scans the surroundings and continues to look for the black magician. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions and crisp bone-breaking sounds in the center of the encirclement. A few dozen meters away, the petite Lu Yen had already started spinning again, and the broad-bladed giant sword whistled and cut off all objects that blocked the way. The ordinary black magic knights with a health value of up to 150,000 were not her opponents. The black magic general should be dead. Seeing Lu Yen come out in this way, and there was no figure of the black magic general behind her, Xiao Han's eyes immediately surged with excitement. The task of the magic sealer has been completed, but because of the black magic general, he has not had time to hand in the task. As for the other skills of the magic sealer, of course, there is no way to learn them. Now that Lu Yen has come out, it is time to hand in the task. By the way, I can also ask whether other skills can be learned directly or they need to complete some tasks to get them. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me. Seeing that Lu Yen had come in front of him, Xiao Han was about to hand in the task, but before he could even say a word, she spun and moved deep into the ruins. Oh my God! They are in a hurry to reincarnate. After complaining in frustration, Xiao Han could only follow immediately. Although Lu Yan's attack was very high, it was almost impossible to kill thousands of black magic knights in a short time. As she spun away, the passage cut by the broad-bladed giant sword was shrinking. It only took 1 or 2 seconds for the black magic knights coming from all directions to fill the passage in an instant. Xiao Han stepped up and stunned them, and then immediately used a sudden slash, passing through the gaps between several black magic knights, and instantly came behind Lu Yen. "Follow me closely," Lu Yen shouted, and her speed soared again. Xiao Han had no choice but to trot and follow. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bone cracking continued to ring, and the road ahead was full of broken corpses. Fortunately, these black magic knights were all undead creatures with no blood in their bodies, and even their muscles were all mummies. Therefore, there was no bloody scene, and it would not make people feel disgusted. Xiao Han followed behind Lu Yen, watching him open the way in an extremely domineering way, his face full of envy. If he also had this ability, he would never have to worry about being besieged again. "Hey, what is that?" After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Han suddenly found a tall tower. In front of him, the light he saw in the distance before was coming from here. The tower was densely packed with black magic knights, and there were even many stronger elite black magic knights. In addition, there were also many black magicians here. "Pay attention. I'm going to speed up." At this time, Lu Yan's voice rang in his ears again. "I will rush into the magic tower at full speed to reinforce the seal inside, and you help me guard the entrance. #C213 Abyss Blood Emperor." "Okay. I'm here, they definitely can't get in," Xiao Han responded, and seeing Lu Yen speeding up, he also ran quickly. The Black Demon General had been killed. Although there were still many black demon knights and black magicians here, it would be easy for him to just block one entrance and exit. Once inside the demon ceiling tower, the black magician couldn't use a volley of skills on him. Crack, crack. As Lu Yan's speed increased, the sound of bones breaking became more and more intense. At this moment, she no longer rotated, holding a broad-bladed giant sword that was more than one person tall and suddenly slashed forward horizontally. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped light blade with a width of 3 meters suddenly shot out from the sword and flew forward for more than 10 meters. All the black demon knights along the way were cut in half without exception. Then Lu Yan's figure flashed, and she instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared at the other end of the passage. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't dare to stop at all, and the sudden slash that had just cooled down was also used at this time. His figure flashed and he immediately followed. Without the Black Demon General, no one could stop Lu Yen. She opened the way very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Han had already seen the entrance to the demon ceiling tower. At the same time, he was also shocked by the demon ceiling tower in front of him. This is a building made of black stone, but there are stars shining inside, giving people a dreamy feeling. The rock buildings in the abandoned city have actually begun to weather long ago, but the demon ceiling tower in front of him seems to have just been built without any signs of damage. But strangely, it gives people a sense of simplicity and vicissitudes. The tower is 100 meters high, like an ancient giant, as if it has stood here for tens of thousands of years. At this time, demonic energy is constantly pouring out from the entrance. This demonic energy seems to be slightly different from the demonic energy in the demon flame cave, and it seems that a faint blood color can be seen. Vaguely. Click, click. The crescent-shaped light blade slashed out again, and a passage leading directly to the entrance immediately appeared in front of him. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately began to accumulate power. Lu Yan's figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the demon ceiling tower. Then she swung her sword and chopped, killing all the elite black magic knights nearby. At this time, Xiao Han also instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters and appeared beside Lu Yen. As soon as he stood still, he heard her slightly hurried voice. "There is only one entrance to the demon ceiling tower. You stay here for as long as possible." "Okay, no problem," Xiao Han quickly replied. "I can still deal with these black magic knights. We'll definitely not let them in." "Don't worry. Be careful and pay attention to safety," Lu Yen said, and rushed straight into the demon ceiling tower.
Xiao Han
Turned around and looked at the black magic knights who wanted to squeeze in behind him, because these black magic knights are close to the demon ceiling tower. They absorb more magic energy, and almost every one of them is elite. Such a situation is usually difficult to encounter. When he was in the demon flame cave, because there was not enough space in his backpack, even if a lot of silver equipment exploded, he could only give up with pain. But now it's different. With the space ring, he can take away all the equipment that explodes. Boom! He suddenly stepped on the ground, stunned all the black magic knights within 2 meters in front, and raised his hand to perform 3 consecutive slashes. -3,679, -600, -700. At the moment when the damage value appeared, the furious slash was also used. At the same time, with my attack power 500,000 health points, it will only take 2 or 3 minutes. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the elite black magic knight in front of him, inexplicably excited, and swung the shadow sword quickly. Each attack can cause more than 3,000 points of damage to the target, and there will be 1 or 2 critical hits from time to time, which makes him kill monsters faster. Ding! You killed a black magic knight elite and gained 50,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 5 million experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding! You killed a black magic knight elite and gained 26 silver coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 2,600 silver coins. Ding! You killed a black magic knight elite and gained bronze equipment. Scale leather wrist guard, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gained gold equipment. Scale armor wrist guard. Ding! You killed a black magic knight elite and gained. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Han resisted the attack of the black magic knight, bent down to pick up the scale armor wrist guard, and took a quick look. Scale armor wrist guard, gold level 50, defense plus 260, physical strength plus 260, strength plus 260. Another gold equipment without special effects, but the attributes are pretty good, and there should be no problem selling it for hundreds of thousands. Killing these elite bosses would bring much more benefits than ordinary demonized creatures. Crack, crack. At this time, the sound of bones breaking came again. Xiao Han was curious. While hacking at the black magic knight, he slowly stepped back a few steps and turned his head to look inside. Fuck! This place is too dreamy. After just one look, Xiao Han was shocked by the scene in front of him. The area of the demon ceiling tower is not small, about hundreds of square meters, but after entering it he found that it was very empty. Except for a circle of stone stairs that slowly extend upwards along the wall, there is almost nothing here. If it were just like this, it would be nothing. There are many buildings as high as 100 meters in Stormwind City, and even buildings of 200 meters and 300 meters are not uncommon. But compared with the demon ceiling tower, those buildings are not on the same level in terms of visual effects alone. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Han looked up at the top of the tower, as if he was under the empty starry sky, with stars constantly flickering, giving people a beautiful feeling. But at this moment, a corner of the starry sky seemed to have been polluted, and a dark red cloud of smoke was constantly surging. At this time, Lu Yen had killed several elite black magic knights and was quickly arranging some white crystals on the ground around him. As these white crystals fell, the polluted starry sky suddenly shone brightly, and the dark red smoke was like darkness driven away by the light, and was quickly fading. Ouch! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in his ears. The dark red smoke suddenly swelled and expanded again, and the white crystals that had just been laid on the ground also exploded one after another. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly shrank, and he looked at the center of the demon ceiling tower in disbelief. There was a sunken deep pit over there, and at this time a blood-colored thing had slowly overflowed. That's right, it overflowed. This thing has no fixed shape like a mollusk with blood-colored tumors all over its body, which looks extremely disgusting. It squirmed and wanted to crawl out of the deep pit, but suddenly the stars around it were bright, and bright meteors fell from the sky, smashing it into blood and flesh. At this time, a line of data suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. Abyss Blood Emperor level? Life? Attack? Defense? Hashtag C214 Black Crystal Necklace. Just by looking at the name, Xiao Han had a ridiculous feeling. Can Lu Yen seal this thing? Fuck. This is not a reinforced seal. It's just to die. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. He really couldn't understand where Lu Yen got the courage to rush into this place. When he was in the Demon Flame Cave, Ning Wu was almost completely demonized by the Abyss Corpse King. At that time, the Abyss Corpse King was unable to move like a statue, and it was only an Emperor-level boss, but it was able to achieve that level. Although Ningwu was not as strong as Lu Yen at that time, he was only a level 50 intermediate professional. But after taking the high-level life essence, he also successfully broke through. He was also a high-level professional, but he still couldn't seal the Abyss Corpse King, and finally could only flee in embarrassment. Let's look at the Abyss Blood Emperor again. Judging from the name alone, King is definitely not as good as Emperor. The strength of the Abyss Corpse King may be very strong, but compared with the Abyss Blood Emperor, it should not be on the same level at all. Because the seal of this demon sealing tower is countless times stronger than the seal of the Demon Flame Cave. Now encountering a more powerful Abyss Blood Emperor, and an Abyss Blood Emperor who has already awakened, can Lu Yen, who is just a high-level warrior, really complete the reinforcement of the seal? Roar! 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 With the roar of the Abyss Blood Emperor, the black magic knights outside the demon sealing tower also became agitated. Xiao Han quickly gathered his mind, and suddenly stepped on the ground. Boom! With this shock, all the nearby black magic knights were stunned for a moment. But at this moment, Xiao Han had a bad feeling. He found that these black magic knights seemed to have a layer of blood on their bodies, as if they were violent. Damn it, whether I can reinforce the seal or not, I have to buy enough time. For her. Things have come to this point. Xiao Han clearly knows that except for completing the reinforcement of the seal, he has no other way to survive. Outside the demon sealing tower, the number of black magic knights is at least 7,000 or 8,000, even if there are not 10,000 black magic knights. It is completely impossible to clean them up. In addition to the black magic knights, there are also many black magicians, and there are even some elite ones. In this case, if Lu Yen hadn't opened the way in front, how could he rush? Depression flashed in his eyes, and the shadow sword in his hand hit 3 times in a row, and it actually hit more than 6,000 points of damage. The damage has indeed increased. It seems that it is really violent. After a silent calculation in his mind, Xiao Han came to such a conclusion. But this is still good news for him. After all, even if the Black Magic Knight is violent, its physical attack still cannot exceed 11,000 points, but its defense will decrease. In this way, the speed of killing the Black Magic Knight will become faster. Steadily blocking the entrance, Xiao Han calmed down, waving the shadow sword sideways while looking at Lu Yen, who was busy inside. Although the white crystals she had just laid out had all exploded, she still did not give up and arranged them again along the lines carved on the ground. And in the pit in the center, the disgusting Abyss Blood Emperor was still squirming, constantly trying to rush out. But as long as its body overflowed, a meteor would fall from the sky and force it back. Ouch! After trying several times, the Abyss Blood Emperor let out a dull roar, followed by a continuous pop sound. The bloody tumors exploded one after another, and wisps of red smoke floated out of them, and more demonic energy poured out of the pit. These blood mists and demonic energy seemed to be controlled by someone rushing straight to the figure who was arranging the crystals. "Be careful," Xiao Han shouted, but Lu Yan's reaction speed was faster than him. With a slap of his palm, a huge seal character with a diameter of about 3 meters immediately blocked in front of him, and then moved forward at a high speed. It took less than a second, and almost all the demonic energy and blood-colored smoke were annihilated. "Ha!" Seeing this scene, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the strength of this seal is at least a dozen streets ahead of the demon Flame Cave. He originally thought that Lu Yan was overestimating her own abilities. But now it seems that the demon sealing tower is not just a seal, the falling meteors also have extremely strong attack power, making the Abyss Blood Emperor unable to cross the line. In this case, reinforcing the seal does not seem to be completely a suicide. Seeing that the seal character in Lu Yan's hand kept slapping out, and the Abyss Blood Emperor, who was like a meat mountain, seemed to have no other means of counterattack, Xiao Han was relieved and turned his attention to the Black Demon Knight at the entrance. Now not only do we have to stop them, but we also have to kill as many as possible. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Elite Black Magic Knights lined up to send him equipment. This may never happen again. -4,569. -8,756. A furious slash not only caused more than 4,000 points of damage, but also triggered the combo special effect and was lucky enough to have a critical hit. The damage per second exceeded 13,000 points, and Xiao Han backhanded another sword. With a ding sound, the system prompt sounded in his ears, and his eyes immediately lit up, and he bent down to grab the equipment that fell on the ground. This is a dark gold necklace that is completely black, and extremely rare equipment. Many demonized creatures have died in his hands, and thousands of equipment have been dropped, but this is the first time he has encountered a necklace. Boom! Xiao Han stunned several black magic knights in front of him with a kick, and he quickly looked at the properties of the necklace. Black crystal necklace, dark gold level 50. Attack plus 690, strength plus 330, agility plus 330, special effect, endless, increase 30% critical hit effect. Seeing such properties, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. These elite black magic knights are really awesome, and they have released another dark gold equipment with special effects. And each attribute is very excellent, and the physical attack alone has increased by more than 1,000 points. Now his level is only level 30, and he can't equip this equipment, but once he completes the job transfer task, it will take at most 1 or 2 days to upgrade to level 50. By then, it will be a big deal, and the physical attack will definitely exceed 10,000 points. As for defense, it might be a little weaker, but it doesn't matter. There are so many elite black magic knights in front of him. As long as they are all killed, almost half of their equipment will become dark gold. At that time, even if the naked defense is less than 10,000 points, the difference will not be too much. Hey! If the whole body is dark gold equipment, how strong will it be? Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the black magic knight in front of him, his eyes flashing, and his hands moved faster by 2 points unconsciously. #C215 Blood-colored smoke. One after another, the black magic knights were killed, and silver equipment was scattered all over the ground, and even a lot of gold equipment. The not-so-spacious entrance was now covered with a thick layer of silver coins. Bending down to pick up the gold equipment that had just exploded on the ground, Xiao Han frowned slightly. Strange, why didn't the damage decrease, and it took longer to kill a black magic knight? With his attack power, he could usually kill one in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But now it's different. The one just killed took almost 5 minutes, which reduced the efficiency of killing the black magic knight by half. Boom! A shock stepped on the ground, and Xiao Han carefully observed these dizzy black magic knights. In fact, on the surface, they are no different from before. If you have to find some subtle differences, that is, their violent state can last too long. It's been more than half an hour, and it should have ended long ago. The gain state obtained by overdrawing the body is generally not long-lasting. Even if they are demonized creatures, they should not last so long.
No.
After observing carefully for a while, Xiao Han finally found something he had overlooked before and exclaimed in a low voice, "The blood-colored smoke on their bodies seems to be thicker. Is the increase in health value due to this reason?" Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han suddenly remembered that the Emperor level boss behind him was called the Abyss Blood Emperor. Since it has such a name, it must be its handiwork that caused this situation. It's really amazing. After saying it softly, Xiao Han's eyes condensed slightly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The blood-colored smoke attached to the Black Magic Knight's body at least doubled its health value. If this is just a gain state, it will only take a little longer for him, which is no big deal and there is no need to worry too much. But if these blood-colored smoke can improve the life level of the Black Magic Knight, the result will be completely different. What will the elite Black Magic Knight become if he continues to improve? You should know it even if you use your ass to think. More importantly, this is not a groundless guess. At least the Black Magic Knights near the Ceiling Demon Tower are all elite, while those farther away are almost all ordinary. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's face became solemn. He didn't dare to delay it, and hurriedly shouted, "It's been half an hour. How long will it take? Can you hurry up? Something is wrong here." While shouting, Xiao Han made a sudden slash at the Black Magic Knight in front of him, and a sword cut more than 8,000 damage. The continuous use of skills finally made it upgrade to another level. However, to upgrade to LV4 you need 10,000 points of proficiency. Even if you use it continuously, it will take about an hour. This time is not too long for him, but it should be unlikely to complete a breakthrough in the Ceiling Demon Tower. Strange. Why is Lu Yen not moving? While thinking, Xiao Han suddenly felt something was wrong and looked behind him. Lu Yen was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and her face was red and a little abnormal. There was an illusory seal around her body and on her head. They formed a cage, tightly protecting the figure inside. At this time, countless blood-colored smoke kept hitting the illusory seal, and then being annihilated by it, but a wisp of blood-colored mist broke through such a blockade and drilled into Lu Yan's body. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han cursed angrily, and his face immediately turned ugly. In this place, if he still wants to get out alive, he must rely on Lu Yen. But now Lu Yen has also been hit, how should he get out? Damn it! Seal, seal, seal. Let this damn seal go to hell. With a flash of anger on his face, Xiao Han immediately took out an intermediate detoxification pill, no longer blocked the entrance, and flashed towards Lu Yen. He didn't know if this pill would work, but this was all he could do now. If the intermediate detoxification pill couldn't save Lu Yen from her abnormal state, he and her would have to die here together. Bang! 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 As soon as he moved his feet, a series of explosions rang in his ears, followed by an extremely strong smell of blood. The next moment, the blood-colored smoke that looked like liquid rushed towards Lu Yen like lightning. Puff! 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 When the blood-colored smoke came into contact with the word seal, it immediately dispersed it, and then they were like a group of agile venomous snakes drilling into Lu Yan's body. Zizi! 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 At this time, a light green light shield suddenly appeared, protecting Lu Yen firmly inside. But this light shield could not completely block the blood-colored smoke, and a wisp of mist forced its way in. Xiao Han stopped charging forward, and suddenly he didn't know what to do. The blood-colored smoke was now as thick as liquid, and even Lu Yen, a high-level professional, couldn't block it. If he went over, he might be hit in an instant. What should I do? Xiao Han looked at the Abyss Blood Emperor with a serious face. He knew clearly that he might not be able to pass this level. It is not so easy to seal an Emperor-level boss. Damn it! It's a death anyway. Let's fight. With a fierce look in his eyes, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. Even though there was a very thick blood-colored fog in front of him, he rushed forward. Without fear. It's hot. Hot. Suddenly, Lu Yen turned over and stood up from the ground. With a clang, she threw away the broad-bladed giant sword, and then began to take off her clothes panting. Wrist guards, helmets, bracelets, and boots were all thrown on the ground. Snap! At this time, she even took off her armor, and her snow-white skin made Xiao Han disu. The necklace on her neck was hidden in the deep breath, and was blocked by a lavender gauze. Gurgle! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was stunned. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His heart couldn't help but beat bang bang, at a speed far beyond the usual speed, and even had an inexplicable strong physiological reaction. #C216 This picture is too beautiful. When he first saw this woman in the warrior temple, he was stunned. Whether it is the figure, face, or temperament, they are all top-notch and even give people an otherworldly feeling. But now, the fairy has fallen into the mortal world. This picture was so beautiful that he couldn't hold it any longer. As the equipment continued to decrease, her skin became more and more rosy, and her face gained a hint of seductive and sinful shyness. Seeing that her palm seemed to be trying to tear off the lavender gauze, Xiao Han felt his heart beat violently and secretly shouted, "Holy shit! I can't stand it anymore. I can't continue like this." Although one may die under the peonies, being a ghost is also romantic. If you could see Lu Yan's naked body, it would be worth dying even once. And this is just in the game. Even if something explodes, it's not a big deal. Such losses are completely acceptable. But this game is also about reality. It doesn't matter if he dies here once, but Lu Yan's death will definitely affect his job change, and the impact will be huge. The threat from Wu Qi from the outside world has not disappeared. Even though he has now moved into Tianshui Yaju and is protected by a group of veterans. These are all external forces. In this era full of mutant beasts and evolvers, it is safest to make yourself stronger as quickly as possible. Raising his hand and throwing an intermediate detoxification pill into his mouth, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed and he rushed in front of Lu Yen with a sudden slash. At the same time, another detoxification pill appeared in his hand. Hot. So cool. But as soon as he got closer, Lu Yen wrapped around him like an octopus, and then began to tear at the bloody armor on his body. There is a huge gap in strength. Let alone giving her an intermediate detoxification pill, she would not be able to resist even if she wanted to. You don't do this. Being held in Lu Yan's arms, and even his palms had touched the smooth jade skin, Xiao Han's feeling became even stronger. He even wanted to sink into it, but his only sense told him that he couldn't do this. There are too many good things in the space ring, such as the legendary blood demon gun, the diamond-level necromantic bracelet, the black scale horse tag, the town founding order, etc. Especially the manifestation talisman. If this thing explodes after death, the loss will be really too great. Lu Yen, please wake up. Xiao Han yelled and wanted to wake him up, but he hugged his figure and stretched his head over, sucking on his face, making endless tisk-tisk sounds. He turned his head to avoid it, but a pair of powerful, soft hands immediately stretched out and hugged his head tightly. The next second, his lips were immediately blocked, and a dexterous tongue stuck out at the same time. Woo! Xiao Han was excited when something like this happened, and he even had such fantasies. But now the time is not right and the method is not right. If this continues, if Lu Yen dies, it will be easy to say that everything will disappear. But if she can survive this time or is demonized, she will be in big trouble. Seeing wisps of blood-colored mist penetrate into his body, but he didn't feel that kind of fever, Xiao Han immediately understood that the intermediate detoxification pill should be effective. Thinking of this, he pushed the tip of his tongue hard and squeezed the antidote pill into Lu Yan's mouth. Feeling that she wanted to spit out the foreign object in her mouth, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and started fighting immediately. As time passed, more and more dark knights and black magicians poured in. But the strange thing is that none of them made any movement and stood quietly aside, as if waiting for some instructions. This situation also made Xiao Han slowly feel relieved. At this moment, he was still being held by Lu Yan, without the slightest resistance. If only the black magic knight was okay, he wouldn't have any worries, but once those black magicians attack, he won't be able to hold on for long. Woo! Suddenly, he heard a low moan in his ears, and Xiao Han felt that the body holding him suddenly stiffened, and Xiang Tung, which was so agile before, also stopped at this moment. He immediately understood that the intermediate detoxification pill should have taken effect. For fear of Lu Yan being embarrassed, he quickly broke away from her arms and took a step back. At the same time, he put the intermediate detoxification pill into her hand and said hurriedly, "Don't be stunned. If it's over, either continue to seal it, or we can escape." After saying this, Xiao Han did not dare to delay at all, took out another intermediate detoxification pill, raised his hand and threw it into his mouth. Ouch! At this time, a thunderous roar came from the closed space again, and Xiao Han could clearly feel the overwhelming anger in this voice. Damn it! That disgusting thing. Doesn't he really want to demonize Lu Yan? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han was frightened for a while. Fortunately, he took control at the critical moment, otherwise the trouble would have been really big. Thinking about being frivolous with a high-level NPC and then being remembered by her is heart-wrenching. Roar. Along with the roar of the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, the Black Demon Knights, who came in, also roared and controlled the black scale beast to run towards this side. Seeing that Lu Yan was still in a daze, Xiao Han quickly picked up the broad-bladed giant sword she had just thrown away from the ground, and said quickly, "Take it quickly and kill all these dark knights so that we can continue to seal it. I also have 4 intermediate detoxification pills, which should be enough for you to complete the reinforcement of the seal." Lu Yan responded softly, took the weapon with a red face, and rushed straight to the black magic knight. Xiao Han did not hesitate any longer and rushed to the entrance. Ha! At this time, Lu Yan, who had just taken over the broadsword, waved his hand and cut out a crescent-shaped light blade. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds rang out, and Xiao Han couldn't help but take a look and found a piece of red. -148,231. -139,559. -141,344. The damage value caused by the light blade was very exaggerated, all of which were more than 100,000 points, but compared with the previous instant kill, the gap was too big. What's going on? Why is the damage so different? Xiao Han was stunned, and his steps towards the entrance stopped immediately. Lu Yan, who could kill the elite black magic knight in seconds, could only cause more than 100,000 points of damage to the target with one strike, which made him very puzzled. Looking at Lu Yan's rapidly flashing figure and her jade-like skin that made people dizzy, Xiao Han suddenly understood something. He looked down at his feet and saw a light blue women's ring. This was what she had thrown down when she was unconscious before. This thing should be a legendary equipment, Xiao Han whispered in his heart, his eyes slightly excited, seeing that he was surrounded by black magic knights, which should have blocked Lu Yan's sight. He stepped out with a shocking foot. Boom! In the explosion, all the black magic knights in front of him froze, and Xiao Han immediately bent down and picked up the ring. #C217 Ruyan Ring. The light blue ring is very beautiful, crystal clear, like jade, but slightly different from jade. There is a purple light band inside the ring. At first glance, it seems nothing special, but after a few more glances, it feels like a river, flowing slowly. Hey, this ring, is it a legend or a legend? It's exciting to think about it. Xiao Han glanced at Lu Yen obscurely, and when he saw that she didn't pay attention to this side, he immediately looked down. Ruyan Ring, spiritual weapon level 0. Attack plus level times 200, strength plus level times 120, agility plus level times 120, energy plus level times 120, stamina plus level times 120, defense plus level times 120. Special, flash, move instantly in the specified direction, the maximum. Distance is level times 0.5 meters, consume energy level times 5, cooldown 15 seconds. Special, rejuvenation, instantly restore level times 1000 health points. Instantly restore level times 600 energy points. Consume energy level times 30 seconds cooldown. Special effect. Toughness, reduce 10% of the control time. Special effect. Lightning resistance, reduce 30% of lightning damage. Special effect. Fire resistance, reduce 30% of fire damage. Note: Women's ring, only for women. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn! It's a spiritual weapon ring. But damn! Why can only women use it?" At this moment, the shock in his heart can no longer be expressed in words, and he is also depressed and wants to vomit blood. However, seeing the attributes of this ring, he also somewhat understood why. Only Lu Yen, who is only level 51, can go head-to-head with the level 70. Black Magic General. It can even kill those Black Magic Knights with 500,000 health points instantly with one sword. If all the equipment she just threw down are at the spiritual weapon level, it seems that everything can be explained. Looking at the ring in his hand, Xiao Han turned his eyes to the other side. He remembered that there was a bracelet in that place, but now there were all Black Magic Knights around him. Not only could he not get there, but he could not see it anymore. Ruyan Ring, this could not be the Ruyan suit. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han felt that this possibility was really high. After all, Lu Yen and Ruyan both have the word yen in their names. According to conventional logic, it should not be just a coincidence. As a rare genius in 1,000 years, her master specially made a set of equipment for her, and this possibility was also very high. Oh my God! So many spiritual weapons! With a depressed wail, Xiao Han was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. 2 bracelets, 2 wrist guards, a pair of boots, a belt, an armor, a helmet, a ring, and the broad-bladed giant sword, a total of 8 spiritual weapons, were gone just like that. The Black Magic Knights around him blocked the way, and now even if he wanted to pick them up, he couldn't do it, not to mention that it would be easy for Lu Yen to find them. Ouch! Xiao Han was still regretting, but a deafening roar sounded in his ears, followed by the sound of pa-pa-pa, and the space inside the demon ceiling tower was immediately covered with a layer of blood. What happened? Why did the Abyss Blood Emperor go crazy again? Feeling the extremely thick blood-colored smoke, Xiao Han's face immediately became ugly, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Yen. At this time she had a wrist guard on her wrist, a hat on her head, and boots on her feet. A crescent light blade slashed out, and a large number of damage emerged, none of which was less than 300,000. Although there were many Black Magic Knights, no matter how many there were, they could not withstand such killing. Now, more than half of the demon ceiling tower has been killed by her. Although the Black Magic Knights outside are still pouring in, the speed of increase is far behind the speed of being killed. All his men were killed. No wonder that disgusting thing is going crazy. Muttering softly, Xiao Han no longer thought about it. He immediately focused his mind on the Black Magic Knights in front of him, wielding the shadow sword and slashing quickly. It was luck that he could pick up those spiritual weapons. If he couldn't pick them up, he could only say that it was his fate. Minus 4,569. He slashed with anger and killed another Black Magic Knight. Looking at the 2 silver equipment on the ground, Xiao Han didn't rush to pick them up. He turned around and attacked another one. Now he was very close to the entrance. As long as he blocked the continuous influx of black magic knights, Lu Yen would be able to clean up here quickly and then continue to strengthen the
cell.
There are still 4 intermediate detoxification pills in the space ring, which should be enough for her to resist the infection of the blood mist. The Abyss Blood Emperor has been confined in the deep pit and cannot come out. If nothing unexpected happens, the seal should be reinforced. There is no way to stop them with only these black magic knights. At this time, a roar of rage was heard again in the closed space, and the huge sound made Xiao Han a little dizzy. But after a short pause, he returned to normal. Although there was a lot of blood-colored mist around him drilling into his body, he still had an intermediate detoxification pill in his mouth, which made him extremely resistant to this kind of mist that could affect his mind. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 or 4 fireballs hit from different directions. Minus 3021. Minus 2987. Minus 3125. One round of attack instantly reduced his health by more than 10,000 points. If it happens twice more, he might have to die here. Seeing that the eyes of the black magicians were still staring at him, and the black magic wands were shaking gently, Xiao Han understood that they had received the order from the Abyss Blood Emperor, so he hurriedly shouted, "Kill the black magician first, Lu Yen, kill the black magician quickly." Okay. The figure who was killing the black magic knight paused and immediately rushed towards the black magician. Xiao Han was relieved. After all, the black magician was still a great threat to him. He could not bear more rounds of such attacks. Zizi, Zizi, Zizi. Lu Yan's attack was extremely fast and he killed one in an instant, but 3 skills still fell on him. These skills did not cause any damage to him, but began to corrode his armor. Heh! Even if my physical defense is reduced by 30%, what can it do? Muttering softly, Xiao Han waved his hand nonchalantly and swung another sword, causing more than 3,000 points of damage to the target. With his physical defense reduced by 30%, he still had more than 7,000 points, and the attack of the elite black magic knight was only 2,700 points, which was still a long way from breaking his defense. As long as Lu Yen killed the few black magicians who ran in, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Boom! With another shocking step on the ground, Xiao Han swung his sword and swept across, hitting 3 targets at the same time, and the damage per second instantly exceeded 10,000 points. At this time, the black magic knight in front of him also woke up from the dizziness and stabbed directly at him with his lance. For such an attack, Xiao Han didn't mind, and he resisted the attack of the lance and stabbed again with his backhand. Minus 3,698. Minus 892. Minus 875. Minus 883. Several injuries appeared at the same time, but Xiao Han was suddenly shocked. He looked at the lost health points in disbelief with a confused face. The elite black magic knight only had 2,700 points of physical attack. How could he cause such high damage to him? Hashtag C218 Demon Chi Infusion. One attack caused him to lose more than 8,000 health points. Coupled with the damage caused by the black magician before, his health points were only over 15,000 points at this time. If it continues like this, it won't last long. He didn't understand why, and Xiao Han didn't have time to think about it. He raised his hand and poured a bottle of advanced life-restoring potion into his mouth, and immediately shouted to Lu Yen, "Quick! Get me out! These dark knights have become stronger and I can't hold on any longer." At this time, the last black magician had fallen under the broad-bladed giant sword. Lu Yen looked back and immediately discovered Xiao Han's predicament. As a junior warrior, he was able to fight so many black demon knights and even killed many, which was already very impressive. It's just that at this time, the black demon knight has become more and more powerful under the constant infusion of pure demonic energy. It's normal that He is no match. Where did this kid come from? He whispered in his heart, and at the same time he remembered the scene of forcibly kissing him just now, and Lu Yan's face turned red unnaturally. Seeing this scene in Xiao Han's eyes, he suddenly felt a little confused. Although she was more charming and beautiful like this at this critical moment, how could she have the time to appreciate this? She quickly shouted. Again, "Sister, don't be stunned. If you don't come, I will die." "Humph. Who is your eldest sister?" Lu Yan snorted coldly and continued. "This situation is not caused by you. It's just that we can't defend the entrance. Now you still need me to save you." Xiao Han was stunned, his face full of confusion, but he still opened his mouth to defend. "No matter how beautiful you are, you still have to be reasonable. If I hadn't saved you, would it have turned out like this? I don't care. It's you who are wrong anyway." Hearing what Han Xiao said, Lu Yan's face turned red again, and continued unreasonably. "It's you who are wrong. It's you who are wrong. Xiao Han looked bitter and shouted quickly, Okay. I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? If you don't come over, I'm really going to die." In the space of 2 sentences, the Dark Knight launched 2 rounds of attacks. Again, and his remaining health points were already less than 2,000 points. If he hadn't just drank a bottle of advanced life restoration potion, he would be dead now. This woman shouldn't be able to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Thinking of the war of words just now, Xiao Han recalled it very much, but now that he thought about it, the price seemed a bit high. But he didn't want to do that at the time, and he even tried his best to refuse, but he was too weak to refuse. "I ride on a horse." Seeing the lances around him raised again, Xiao Han quickly exclaimed, "Sister, stop playing. Don't you even look at where this place is? Even if you want to take revenge on me, you have to find the right time and the right place. The Blood Emperor of the Abyss has revived. Are you going to ignore the seal in the demonic tower and leave it like this in the future?"
Seal.
Lu Yan's face froze, and he immediately remembered something more important. Her figure flashed, and she appeared 5 meters away from Xiao Han in an instant. She raised her right foot slightly and then suddenly dropped it. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and Xiao Han saw that all the Black Demon Knights around him froze. Then a broad-bladed giant sword as tall as a person suddenly appeared and knocked away all the Dark Knights blocking him. Xiao Han's face lit up. He didn't dare to stop at all, and immediately ran out along the passage that appeared in front of him. Holy shit! This is too thrilling. Seeing that there were only less than 1,000 points of health left, Xiao Han's heart was beating loudly. This was really exciting. If he could avoid dying, he certainly wouldn't want to die. After running out of the encirclement, Xiao Han didn't stop at all. He immediately ran towards the stone stairs beside the wall, and then quickly ran up a few floors before stopping. The stone stairs rotate and extend upward, so as long as you stand in this place, you no longer have to worry about being surrounded, and you will not face more than 3 Dark Knights at the same time. Call! Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiao Han only had time to carefully observe the group of Dark Knights who had just besieged him. Lu Yan's kick made them freeze for 2 seconds. But even so, with her attack power of 3 to 400,000, she couldn't kill any of them. Something is wrong. Observing the battle below, Xiao Han could clearly feel that the Black Demon Knights blocked by Lu Yan were taller. Although they were not as good as the Black Demon Generals, they were more than 10 taller than the other Black Demon Knights. Centimeters. Could it be that they have really evolved? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han quickly turned his attention to the Abyss Blood Emperor. Standing on the stairs, you can already see its full view. The hemochromic sarcomas that were exploded before have reappeared at this time, and they are still exploding. Rich demonic energy and bloody smoke are constantly pouring out from it and getting into the body of the Black Demon Knight. Click, click. At this time, a series of crisp sounds sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han quickly turned his head to look. The stronger dark demon knights had also been killed by Lu Yen at this time. She had an additional bracelet and wrist guard on her body, making her attack power stronger. Ouch! As these dozen black demon knights were killed, the Abyss Blood Emperor roared again. But this time the voice was a little low, a little solemn, and even seemed to have an inexplicable fierceness. Ow! The next second its body suddenly rose and all the blood tumors that could be seen in sight exploded. Pa! 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 The extremely thick blood-colored smoke turned into 5 blood pythons as thick as wrists, and plunged into the bodies of the 5 black magic knights closest to it. At the same time, 5 black magic pythons flew out of the deep pit and also plunged into the bodies of the 5 black magic knights. Roar! This sudden change made the 5 black magic knights roar. Their bodies were rising rapidly, and at the same time the black armor and black lances on their bodies slowly turned blood-colored. Fuck! This is not only mass-producing the Overlord boss, but also mass-producing legendary equipment. Xiao Han didn't know what the blood-colored armor was for the time being, but the blood-colored lance was obviously the same as the blood-colored magic lance in his backpack. At this time, the gaze special effect of the Silver Wolf helmet was triggered in time, and a set of data flashed in his eyes. Black Demon General Overlord level 70? Life? Attack? Defense? Fuck. There are really 5 Black Demon Generals. How can I beat them? This scene was not only seen by Xiao Han, but also by Lu Yen, who was not wearing armor. Her face turned pale and she turned around and rushed to the exit. But the next second, a Black Demon General rushed over on horseback, forced him back with a gun, and then stood firmly at the exit. Then, the remaining 4 Black Demon Generals joined forces to force Lu Yen. The crisp sound of horse hooves seemed like a countdown to death, and the bloody gun tip revealed a cold light. In the dark demon ceiling tower, Xiao Han looked decadent. Such a situation was something he had not expected. It was harder to find a way to survive than to ascend to heaven. Bang! At this moment, a crisp sword sound was heard, and Lu Yen, who was forced into a corner, suddenly swung his sword with no intention of giving up. #C219 I don't believe you. As she slashed with her sword, the 2 Black Demon Generals on the left immediately raised their wrists, and a black spear light suddenly surged from the dark red blood demon spear. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan's face changed, and she suddenly stepped on the ground. Boom! The moment the explosion sounded, the 4 Black Demon Generals all froze, and even the spear light on the tip of the spear dissipated at this moment. Then her figure flashed and flashed out from the gap in the encirclement. This scene made Xiao Han tremble with fear, and he hurriedly shouted, "Come! Here! Come to my side!" Although a large part of Lu Yan's equipment was recovered, the strongest protective armor could not be taken back. Because it was on the edge of the deep pit. If you want to take it back, you will inevitably come into contact with the Abyss Blood Emperor. It is different from the Black Demon General. This is an Emperor-level boss. It can mass-produce the existence of the Overlord-level boss. As long as Lu Yen dares to go, she will not be demonized immediately, but she will definitely not escape from its palm. Seeing that she had temporarily escaped the encirclement, Xiao Han hurriedly shouted, "We can't beat the 5 Black Demon Generals. Come to my side. Quickly." Lu Yen paused and looked around. At the exit, the Black Demon General who had just intercepted her still did not leave, as if he had made up his mind not to move a step. It was obviously impossible to break out from there. Although the demon ceiling tower is very large, it is actually very small. It is said to be very large because it covers an area of 100 square meters and is 100 meters high. Even if 1,000 or 2,000 people are stuffed in the internal space, it is more than enough. It is said to be very small because its internal structure is very unique. Is completely a hole. When you look up, you can see the illusory and brilliant starry sky on the top of the tower. This is a building with only 1 floor. except for the stone stairs that extend upward. There is less than 100 square meters of space for movement. In such a small space, no matter how she tries to avoid the black demon general riding the black scale beast can easily catch up. Looking at Han Xiao standing on the stairs, Lu Yen frowned slightly. At this moment, that place is of course the safest for her, but once she goes up, it will be impossible to come down. And by that time, she and Han Xiao will be trapped on the stairs. What are you doing? At this time, Han Xiao's anxious voice sounded again. Don't be in a daze. Come quickly. Nothing is more important than being alive. Only by being alive can we find a way to strengthen the seal. Even if the Abyss Blood Emperor breaks the seal, we will seal it again one day. You are confident. Lu Yen rolled her eyes and rushed to Xiao Han in a flash and continued. Even if my master is here, he dare not guarantee that he can do this. In order to trap it back then, do you know how much the 100 races Alliance paid? Hee. That's because they are too weak. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, confidently, give me 2 years, not to mention the Abyss Blood Emperor. Emperor, even if its father, the Abyss Blood Ancestor, comes, I can seal it. Bah! I don't believe you. Lu Yen cursed with a smile and continued. And what the hell is this Abyss Blood Ancestor? How come I don't know it? I don't know either, but the Blood Ancestor sounds like it should be more powerful than the Blood Emperor. Xiao Han chuckled, and seeing that the Black Demon General over their head recovered from the dizziness, he quickly moved a few steps up the stairs to make room for Lu Yen and then continued. What I mean by saying this is that I want to tell you, I am a genius that is rare in 1,000 years. What is this Abyss Blood Demon? After a year or two, I can kill it with just one finger. Ah! Before Xiao Han finished speaking, a dull roar sounded again in the demon ceiling tower, as if disagreeing with his point of view. Oh, you're still quite temperamental? Knowing that the Abyss Blood Emperor couldn't come out, Xiao Han wasn't too afraid of it and immediately shouted loudly. Now I'll let you go crazy. Just wait for me. Within half a year, I'll make you disappear from this world. Forever. Ah! The angry roar sounded again, and the 4 black magic generals ran over. Xiao Han was startled and moved up a dozen steps again. Seeing this, Lu Yen pouted and teased. You talk a lot. Why are you backing off? You can't even beat the Black Demon General and you still want to seal the Abyss Blood Emperor. You must be dreaming. Hey, don't disbelieve it. Xiao Han paused and said immediately, give me a month. See if I can kill these guys. Okay, you are awesome. Lu Yen replied, and chopped off a Black Demon General who rushed over with a sword and then continued, but if you want a month, you have to get out of here alive. In this situation, do you think we have another month? This? Xiao Han paused, and suddenly didn't know how to reply. It's just 1 month, of course he has it. Even if he is killed here, he can appear on the resurrection altar in Stormwind City in the next second. After all, he is not from this world. But for Lu Yen, if he dies here, he may never have a chance to live again. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han could only say, whether there is or not, even if we will die in the next second, we must do our best to survive. I know. Lu Yen frowned and said in a deep voice, but these Black Demon Generals are too strong. With my current strength, I can only barely hold one back. By the way, can your sealing technique still be used? As long as I can seal them all, I should be able to kill them. No. Xiao Han understood what Lu Yen meant and quickly explained. With my current strength, the overbearing skill of sealing can only be used once a day. And because I am only a junior warrior, even if I seal them, the duration is not long, probably only half an hour. So short. Lu Yen responded, her eyes full of disappointment. Can only be used once a day, and it can only be sealed for half an hour at a time. For her, there is no way to kill any Black Demon General. If they can't kill them, how can they escape from this place? It's okay for her to die here. After all, this is the fate of the magic sealer. From the moment she was chosen by the master, she knew that sooner or later she would die like this. But if Han Xiao also died here, it would be a huge loss for all the races on the ground. After all, in the nearly 10,000 years of inheritance of the magic sealer, no one has ever heard of anyone who can comprehend the sealing technique through the magic seal within 2 minutes. Although she has been attacking Han Xiao, it is undeniable that this man's talent is indeed extremely amazing. If the demonic disaster comes again with such a person, at least a banner can be raised for mankind and protect millions of ordinary people. It doesn't matter if I die, but he can't die here. Looking at the man who took her first kiss, Lu Yen thought irritably in her heart, but her eyes slowly became firm. #C220 It smells really good. Yang. Lu Yen forced the Black Demon General back with a sword again, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, I will find a way to lead all 5 Black Demon Generals to that corner. That side is the farthest from the exit. You should seize the opportunity to escape quickly." Hey, don't go crazy. Xiao Han immediately understood what Lu Yen meant when he heard her say this, although it was all caused by her to fall to this point. But even if he died here, he didn't want a woman to die to save him. This was not something a man should do. More importantly, even if she did so, the probability of her escaping successfully was estimated to be less than 10%. And as far as the current situation is concerned, although it seems that they have fallen into a desperate situation, they are not without any chance. At present, he still has 2 ways to allow the 2 of them to escape alive together, but whether they can succeed is still an unknown number, and they need to rely on God's blessing. Seeing that Lu Yen wanted to rush down without listening to the advice, Xiao Han hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her tender waist, and then continued, "Can you clear your mind a little? So many black magic knights are blocking the door. Do you think I can really rush out with my strength? Also, do you have any way to lead away the black magic general blocking the exit? Otherwise, even if I go over, it only needs 1 shot to stab me to death. Whether I can lead it away or not, I have to try it." Lu Yan's face sank, and she struggled to say, "It's already like this. Do we have any other choice? Your talent is better than mine. You can comprehend the sealing technique from the sealing magic in 2 minutes. I can't let you die here." "Who said I will?" Just after saying half a sentence, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly said, "Be careful." Under the stone steps, the 2 black magic generals raised their right hands at the same time, and the dark red blood evil magic gun was raised high, making a throwing posture. He is very clear about the properties of the blood evil magic gun. As long as he was hit, his life would be gone in an instant. Even if he was just hit with his current health of less than 10,000 points, he would be killed instantly. As for Lu Yen, she might still be alive, but without the protection of the spiritual weapon armor, she would definitely end up seriously injured. Fuck. It's really fucking deadly. After muttering in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and immediately swung his hand hard, and the 2 of them fell to the side close to the wall. Yang! At this time, 2 explosions came. The blood demon's spear flew over less than 5 centimeters above his head, hitting the demon's ceiling tower beside him, and a series of sparks were wiped. But such a fierce collision did not leave any traces on the wall, and then the 2 legendary weapons rolled down the stairs with a ding-ding-dang-dang. What a close call! Feeling the strong wind passing through the tip of his nose, Xiao Han felt a little scared. If he had not discovered it in time, he would have become a corpse now. Seeing the other 2 black magic generals controlling the black scale beasts, as if they wanted to run up the stone stairs, his heart suddenly sank, and he wanted to get up. But at this time there was an extremely comfortable feeling in his hands, and he reflexively squeezed it again. "What are you doing? Let go." At this time, Lu Yan's face seemed to be painted with a thick layer of rouge, and she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You old pervert, do you want to die?" In fact, the moment the feeling came in his hand, Xiao Han knew what he touched, but he couldn't help squeezing it again. The beauty in front of him was too tempting. As a normal man, even in the game, he couldn't control his hands. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity at your fingertips, isn't this a disease? But now, he didn't dare to push his luck any further. After all, he was not as strong as the other person. He could only hurriedly explain, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I didn't mean it? Lu Yan's face became redder and redder, and she said word by word, "Why don't you let go quickly?" Oh. Xiao Han was stunned, and quickly let go of his hand with embarrassment, and continued, "I'm so sorry, it was too dangerous just now. I didn't have time to think too much." He turned over and got up from the ground. He was afraid that Lu Yan would go crazy, so he climbed up more than a dozen stairs before stopping. At the same time, his eyes were still involuntarily attracted by the beautiful figure below. At this time, 10 extremely dazzling gray fingerprints could be clearly seen on the towering lavender gauze. Xiao Han did not expect such a thing to happen. All this can be said to be a misunderstanding, but Lu Yan below may not think so. She can see the raging anger in her eyes. Faced with this scene, Xiao Han was also a little embarrassed. He had nowhere to put his hands, so he couldn't help but put them to the tip of his nose and sniffed gently. "You know what, it smells really good." Muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's climb up quickly. I might have a way." But just halfway through this sentence, Lu Yan roared, "You said you didn't mean it. What are you smelling? It smells really good? You bastard. I'll kill you, you old pervert." Xiao Han's face froze, and he didn't know how to explain it. It was just a subconscious action just now, and he really didn't want to anger Lu Yan. It's already this time. If he continues to do this, wouldn't that be courting death? Seeing Lu Yan coming with a sword, he didn't hesitate at all, turned around, and slashed, instantly crossing dozens of stairs, and then rushed to the top of the tower along the stone stairs without stopping. At this time, Lu Yan also caught up, but her speed was slightly slower than that of the Black Demon General, let alone Xiao Han. Even if she was a high-level warrior and had skills like Flash, it wouldn't work. Although the speed increase of stir-fried tendons was only 20%, it was directly doubled by 100 times with the blessing of the 100-fold reward, reaching 2000%, a full 20-fold increase. At this speed, even Lu Yan, a high-level warrior, couldn't catch up. Her eyes were filled with rage, and she shouted, "You run! I let you run! I let you run 100 meters first. There's a dead end ahead. Where can you run to? Calm down and listen to my explanation." Xiao Han didn't stop and said while running, "I really didn't mean it. Who made you so beautiful? Any man couldn't help it. Besides, you were the one who took the initiative just now, and that was my first kiss. So what if I want to get some interest back now?" "You!" Lu Yan glared and said word by word, "So I was wrong? Hashtag C221 Black Magic Sacrifice. Neither of us is wrong." Xiao Han said without hesitation. "The one who is wrong is the disgusting Abyss Blood Emperor below. Wait for me for half a year, and I promise to twist its head off and let you kick it like a ball." After repeated provocations, the Abyss Blood Emperor finally roared again. It was violently surging in the deep pit in the center of the sealed demon tower, and the roar was stronger than any time before. At this time, 2 more sturdy blood pythons and magic pythons flew out and plunged into the body of a black magician not far away. Damn it! Xiao Han's face froze, and he wanted to slap himself twice. He only cared about his mouth, but he didn't expect to give birth to a hegemonic black magician, whose danger level was far higher than the 5 black magic generals. After all, it has the ability to attack from a distance, and the distance is not short. This scene also fell into Lu Yan's eyes. She immediately no longer cared about finding trouble with Han Xiao, and said with a serious face, "You talked nonsense, now it's all right. This is a big trouble. Without the black magic priest, we have no problem defending this staircase. But now even I can't withstand its magic damage. As for you, a spark on you can kill you. Then what are you waiting for? Run quickly. There is another overlord boss. Xiao Han has long given up on the exit below. It is impossible to escape from that place. Now, the only way is to go to the top of the tower. Even if there is only a small skylight with a diameter of 30 centimeters on it, he and Lu Yan can save their lives. As for these overlord-level boss, let them live for 2 more days. As long as he completes the job transfer task and then raises the level to level 50, he will have the confidence to kill again. 5 blood evil magic guns. How much would it sell for? And with the blood-colored magic wand in the hands of the black magic priest, its value should be even higher. Thump, thump, thump. After running for dozens of meters, Xiao Han did not hear Lu Yan's footsteps behind him and quickly turned around to look. Seeing that she was still standing at the entrance of the stairs, she quickly shouted, "Oh my God! What are you still standing there for? Come up quickly. You'll die if you go up." "Why go up?" Lu Yan stood there with no intention of leaving and continued calmly, "The defense of the Black Demon Priest is not high. If I stay here, I may have a chance to replace it." "Replace a fart." Xiao Han cursed directly. "Are you out of your mind? That's a dead creature. You use your life to exchange its life. I really want to know what you are thinking. Come up quickly, we may have a way out." "How can there be a way out?" Lu Yan shook her head and said in a deep voice, "The top is completely sealed. We can't get out. And even if you can get out from the top of the tower is 100 meters high. How can you leave?" "Don't worry. Just come up with me." Xiao Han replied immediately. He didn't mind whether the top of the tower was completely sealed. He would not give up easily without seeing it with his own eyes. And even if they were sealed, as long as they could lead for black magic generals and a black magic priest up, they would have a chance to escape. Seeing that Lu Yan was still unmoved, Xiao Han could only persuade her again. "I'm telling the truth. Come up quickly. Since what you said is true, then run for your life. I'll help you block them." "Fuck you." Xiao Han cursed angrily and said again, "You stinky woman, I'm talking to you, but you won't listen, right? I'll say it again. Come up, or I won't be polite." "Hee, it's really funny." Lu Yan chuckled, cut off the attack of the 2 black magic generals with a sword, and at the same time the word seal flashed in the palm of her hand, annihilating a dark fireball that hit her, and then he continued, "You are a junior warrior. I want to see how you are. Going to be rude to me? You forced me to do that." Xiao Han smiled evilly and immediately shouted, "I did that on purpose. Ah, that feeling is indescribable." While speaking, Xiao Han stared at the lavender gauze without any disguise, and at the same time made a pinching motion with his hands, and continued, "Also, and your lips and don't say." At this moment, Lu Yan's face was flushed, shy like a pink lotus, making people feel excited. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's heart suddenly beat, but seeing that Lu Yan still refused to come up, he licked his lips and continued, "And that's sweet. Thunk. It's really memorable. Ah, you're looking for death." At this moment, Lu Yan finally went completely crazy. She flashed and directly jumped over dozens of steps and rushed straight to Xiao Han. At this time, the figure on the stone stairs seemed to have expected it. He flashed and immediately ran along the stairs to the top of the tower. While running, he continued to say, "I was wondering if you like me. Did you just pretend to be poisoned? After all, I am such a genius. It is normal for girls to like me. If you like me, just say it. Why do you have to do this? With your looks, figure, and temperament, You only need to beg me and I will come to you. You are talking nonsense. I don't. You do. You obviously like me, but why don't you dare admit it? Xiao Han continued to tease while running. It's just a matter of one sentence. Is it difficult to admit that you like me? I don't really. At this time, Lu Yan didn't know how to explain. She raised the broad-bladed giant sword and roared, "Ah, you old pervert. I'm going to kill you. Haha. It's easy to kill me, but you have to catch up with me first." The two were very fast, but Lu Yan's speed was obviously slower than Xiao Han's, and it was impossible to catch up. But she had no intention of giving up. She roared along the stairs around the ceiling demon tower and quickly ran to the top of the tower. Ah! At this time, a roar sounded again. At the entrance of the stone stairs, 4 black magic generals immediately jumped off the back of the black scale beast. They held the blood evil magic gun and also rushed to the top of the tower. On the other side, the black magic priest also came over and stepped onto the stone stairs without hesitation. #C222 Sky Meteorite Crystal. You run, but you should keep running. There were 36 turns of stone stairs surrounding the demon ceiling tower. It seemed very long, but the two of them ran at full speed and reached the end in less than 3 minutes. Why don't you run away? Aren't you very fast? Lu Yan held the broad-bladed giant sword and threatened with a crimson face. Come. I didn't hear what you just said clearly. Tell me again. Hey! This requires me to like it. Being blocked here, Xiao Han showed no fear and continued to talk eloquently. I said you pretended to be poisoned and kissed me forcefully. Doesn't this mean you like me? That's right. I actually like you very much too. Being favored by such a peerless beauty like you makes me smile even in my dreams. Ah, you bastard. Lu Yan's face froze. She didn't expect that Han Xiao would dare to say such nonsense even though he was blocked here. He raised his hand and struck at him with a sword. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Han's face was still full of smiles with no intention of avoiding it. He said with a serious face, I really have a way to leave here, but I can't say it clearly. The Abyss Blood Emperor below should be able to understand what I'm talking about. We came in together and of course we have to leave together. I'm just doing this out of necessity to irritate you so much. You can't do it unless you have to. Lu Yan's face was filled with anger, and he showed no intention of taking back the broad-bladed giant sword in his hand. But when she saw Han Xiao standing there without moving, a look of helplessness flashed across her face. The monster has revived. If he was just an ordinary person, he would be killed. But this was a rare genius. In name, he was still his junior brother. If he really wanted to kill him like this, he would be a bit reluctant to do so. Seeing him facing the sword edge without blinking, a trace of depression flashed across Lu Yan's face. She had to shake her wrist slightly, hide the blade, and slap it with the sword's surface. With a pop sound, Xiao Han couldn't help but hit the wall. At the same time, a damage value of up to 30,000 points appeared on his head. Let me go! This attack is too high. Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw that his health that had just been restored dropped to below 5,000 points in an instant. Just a random slap with the sword blade caused more than 30,000 points of damage. He should have stopped his strength, otherwise he would have been killed instantly like those dark demon knights. However, Xiao Han didn't mind such an attack. He raised his hand and poured a bottle of advanced life recovery potion into his mouth. He took advantage of everything, and it wasn't just once. He was beaten to let Lu Yan vent his anger, and that was what he deserved. Seeing that the anger on her face had not disappeared, Xiao Han quickly stood up and continued, I know I did something wrong today. It's okay if you want to beat me to vent your anger. But the current situation does not allow you and me to be willful. You listen to me first. When we escape, you can vent your anger however you want. If I hide for a while, I won't be a man. Lu Yen frowned. He didn't know what method Han Xiao was talking about, but at this time he could only believe him. Although he was still unhappy, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say." "Call." Hearing Lu Yen agreed, Xiao Han let out a breath. While running along the stone stairs, he kept observing the surrounding situation. The top of the tower, as Lu Yen said, has been completely sealed. Not to mention a skylight, not even a vent can be found. But standing on the top of the tower, you can still see the starry sky outside. This is because the material at the top of the tower is different from the tower body and base. It is a material that looks like transparent glass. Xiao Han didn't know what it was, nor how hard it was, nor whether it was possible to smash it, so he asked directly, "With your strength, can you smash the transparent glass on the top of the tower? What do you want to do?" Lu Yan's face darkened and he said seriously, "Are you trying to destroy the demon ceiling tower and release the abyss blood Emperor suppressed below? I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, you can't even think of doing this. Beauty, can you please wake up a little bit?" Xiao Han frowned and continued, "Can you continue to strengthen this seal now? If not, it's just the difference between coming out a few days earlier and coming out a few days later. Not even a few days." Lu Yen shook his head and said decisively, "Even if it's only a few days, this can make Stormwind City better prepared. Every additional preparation will reduce the unnecessary sacrifice of soldiers." "Okay, even if what you said makes sense." Xiao Han had no choice but to continue to persuade. But the Abyss Blood Emperor just forcibly created 5 black demon generals and a black magician. Have you noticed its current state? Its aura is much weaker than before. Look at that place. The dark red smoke that corroded the starry sky has now shrunk to the size of a fist. The Abyss Blood Emperor is so weak, even if I destroy a piece of transparent glass, it will not be able to break out in a short time. Seeing Lu Yan's silence, Xiao Han continued, "We have helped Stormwind City gain the time that should be fought for. The rest should be shouldered by themselves. More importantly, you are a genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years, and my talent is even more rare to see in 1,000 years. Is it really right if we all die here? I don't know how many geniuses like you and me there are in the nearly 10,000 years of Demon Sealing Master's inheritance, but I don't think there are many. Since this seal can no longer be maintained, what I need to do is to remain useful. In just half a year, I will be sure to reseal the Blood Emperor of the Abyss." "Do you really have that confidence?" "Yes," Xiao Han said without hesitation. "If you don't believe it, if we come here again in half a month, General Black Demon will definitely not be my opponent." "Oh, even if you have confidence, it's useless." Lu Yen patted the starry wall and said in a deep voice, "You have seen this kind of black stone. Even the Blood Demon Spear can't hit it. There is a trace left on it. It's called a meteorite. If you can use it to build equipment, it will at least be legendary. As for the transparent glass on the top of the tower, it is made of a material called meteorite crystal, which is harder in texture. Don't say it's me. Even if the master comes, there's nothing you can do about it. If you talk about the method and you have to break a meteorite crystal, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. #C223 Sacrifice your life to save. It doesn't matter. Even if there is no way to break the sky meteorite crystal, I still have a second plan." Xiao Han's face sank and he said seriously, "Go down now to stop the Black Demon General and the Black Demon Priest. Don't get too far away. When I call you, you'd better come back within 1 second. The second plan is very dangerous, but it should have a success rate of about 50%. Whether you can get to me within 1 second is the key." "Okay, I know." Lu Yen responded and her figure flashed and she instantly appeared on the 34th floor of the stone stairs. Standing in this place, not only can you hear Han Zhao's voice, but you are also within the limit of the flashing movement. She didn't know what the two plans were, but now there was no other choice. Looking at the Black Demon General running quickly towards this side, and the Black Demon Priest farther away, Lu Yen murmured to herself, I hope his method really works. At this time, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to the things below. He looked up at the sky meteorite crystal on the top of the tower. Since this material is harder than the meteorite, it is estimated that the weapon made of it must be at least a treasure. However, with his current strength, he will definitely not be able to get this thing down, and he can only enjoy it. Do I really have to use the second plan? Carefully observing the meteorite crystal above his head, Xiao Han muttered softly. After the Abyss Blood Emperor gave birth to 5 Overlord-level black magic generals, he has been thinking about the way out. The moment he stepped on the stone steps, he had a rough idea in his mind, and finally derived 2 plans. The first plan is very safe and reliable. But if you want to implement the first plan, the premise must be to drill out from the top of the tower, and then you can fly as high as the sky and fish as wide as the sea. As for the second plan, the risk is still too high. If possible, he still doesn't want to go that step. Is there really no other way? The starry sky above is all made of meteorite crystals, but they are not a whole. Each piece of meteorite crystal is hexagonal with a width of about 40 to 45 centimeters. I can't do anything with the meteorite crystal, but the adhesive that glues them together shouldn't be that hard. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately reached out to pull out the shadow sword and inserted it into the gap between the 2 meteorite crystals. Yang! The crisp sound of the sword rang out, but he found that he couldn't even insert the tip of the sword. The gap between the 2 hexagonal meteorite crystals was too small, estimated to be less than 2 millimeters, which made him suddenly helpless. It was hard to come up with an idea, but there was no suitable tool. There were several weapons in the space ring, but the thickness of each one was far more than 2 millimeters. It seems that I can only give up the first plan. After saying this softly, Xiao Han was still a little unwilling, and continued to observe carefully along the stone steps. The black magic priest had not come up yet, and Lu Yen could still withstand the attacks of the 4 black magic generals. The width of the stone steps is about 1.5 meters, so she only needs to deal with 2 at the same time, and she is attacking from top to bottom, which is more advantageous. As for the full strength attack of the Blood Demon Spear, it is actually just a look. Lu Yen has a skill like Flash, so it is basically impossible to be shot as long as she is not attacked by surprise. Moreover, at this height, the 2 black magic generals farther away actually only have 1 chance to throw the Blood Demon Spear. Since Lu Yen is not in any danger for the time being, Xiao Han does not intend to implement the second plan immediately. He carefully observes at the top of the tower, hoping to find a way out. For some reason, he always feels that the top of the tower made of Tianyue star crystals seems to be a little inconsistent. What is going on? With such doubts in his heart, he always wants to figure out why. At least, this may be an opportunity for both of them to escape from here alive at the same time. Hey, what's going on? It was not until 2 minutes later that Xiao Han finally saw a different Tianyue star crystal. The entire top of the tower is transparent, even the adhesive that glues the 2 pieces of meteorite crystals together. But in this transparent piece, he found that the edge of a piece of meteorite crystal had a faint blood color. Although this blood color is extremely difficult to find, and even if it touches the meteorite crystal, it will disappear immediately, but he finally found it. This should be the work of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't care about the blood color, raised his hand, and gently touched the meteorite crystal. This meteorite crystal seems to be corroded? The touch from his fingers made his eyes light up immediately, and a trace of excitement flashed across his face. This hexagonal meteorite crystal has a rough feeling on the edge, and it can even be clearly seen that the gap between the 2 meteorite crystals is at least more than 5 millimeters. With this discovery, Xiao Han immediately stretched the shadow sword in his hand into the gap. Crunch! The sharp friction sound continued to ring out, and in less than a minute the tip of the sword passed through the gap and reached the outside of the demon ceiling tower. Hey, it really works. Although the strength of the adhesive is also very high, it has been corroded so badly that it cannot resist the cutting of the shadow sword. Quickly pulling the hilt in his hand, Xiao Han cut along the gap to both sides. Because a gap has been made, the next thing becomes easier. 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 sides. Soon, all 5 sides of the meteorite crystal were cut by Xiao Han with the shadow sword, leaving only the last side. The degree of corrosion on this side is a little low, and the shadow sword cannot be fully inserted. Bang! Xiao Han punched hard. Since it can't be cut, use violence. Bang! 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 As the fists continued to bombard, the corroded meteorite crystal vibrated more and more. Snap! More than 2 minutes later, it finally fell from the top of the tower, and Xiao Han picked it up with excitement. Since the meteorite stone can create legendary equipment, this more advanced meteorite crystal should at least be able to create equipment above the treasure level. With excitement, Xiao Han quickly looked at its introduction. Ouch! Suddenly, a roar came from the bottom of the demon ceiling tower. Be careful! Then, a delicate shout sounded in his ears, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pushed him hard. The sudden huge force made Xiao Han step back uncontrollably until he hit the wall behind him and stopped. Puff! But the next second, a bright red blood flower suddenly bloomed in front of him, and a dark red magic gun appeared in front of him. The petite Lu Yen was standing where he had stood before, and a bloody magic gun had already pierced through his chest. Hashtag C224 either go together or die together. The sudden scene in front of him made Xiao Han's face freeze, revealing an expression of disbelief. He couldn't understand why Lu Yen pushed him away and used her body to block the gun after only seeing each other twice. He was just a junior soldier, and a junior soldier with a very popular appearance. After the close contact more than 10 minutes ago, he didn't think Lu Yen would like him because of this. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 more blood evil magic guns attacked. Xiao Han moved his feet and instantly moved half a meter to the left to avoid the attack. Lu Yen, who was not far away, was still swift in her movements even though a blood evil magic gun was already stuck in her chest. She just twisted her body slightly, and even still stood in the same place, and successfully avoided the attack of 2 blood evil magic guns. Then she moved her feet and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han, and said, hurriedly, "Go quickly, and do what you promised me." The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han felt his chest tighten. A small hand stained with blood had already raised it and stuffed it into the broken hole on the top of the tower. At this moment, Xiao Han's whole body suddenly froze. He remembered the night 2 years ago when he was attacked by mutant beasts. In order to let him survive, his parents resolutely cut their wrists and led away 2 level 1 mutant beasts. That time he was scared and he retreated. Similarly, he regretted it. Although he wanted to find his parents' traces like crazy after dawn, he still found nothing in the end. Although he knew in his heart that the 2 elders should be in danger, he still hoped for a miracle. Because being eaten by mutant beasts, there would be at least bloodstains and torn clothes along the way, but he didn't find these 2. He even found the 2 mutant beasts that were led away in the later search. However, at that time they had become broken corpses. After having such an experience, Xiao Han didn't want to regret it in the future. Even if it was just in the game, it wouldn't work. Feeling the weakness on his arm, Xiao Han immediately said, "Put me down, I'll take you up first. Don't talk nonsense. If we continue like this stalemate, none of us can leave." Lu Yen panted and continued intermittently. You can't die here. You must help me reseal the abyss. Blood Emperor. I will do what I promised you." Xiao Han was worried that struggling would tear Lu Yan's wound. So he continued calmly, "Today either you go up first or we die here together and become a pair of lovebirds with the same fate." "You!" Lu Yan's eyes glared, and she was about to refute, but the force on her arm forced her to lift up. The energy was fading quickly, so she had to let go, holding Xiao Han's body, and said, "I can't leave. Why do you do this? I have to leave even if I can't. Even if it's your corpse, I will take her back." Xiao Han's face sank, and he said seriously, "You saved my life. I don't want to kill you first when I seal the Abyss Blood Emperor next time. So, either go together or die together." Xiao Han picked up Lu Yan without hesitation and sent her to the cave entrance, saying, "If you still want me to seal the Abyss Blood Emperor, don't waste time." "You!" Lu Yan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable emotion, but she couldn't say anything to refuse. She knew that what Han Xiao said was true. As long as she died in this place, the Abyss Blood Emperor would definitely transform her into a dead creature. At that time, fighting was inevitable. Ah! Sighing helplessly, Lu Yan no longer refused. She gritted her teeth and slowly pulled out the blood evil magic gun on her chest. With this thing, there is no way to pass through the hole with a diameter of less than 45 centimeters. Puff! As the magic gun was pulled out, blood gushed out quickly. Her face turned pale again and her body became weaker. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately supported her body and carefully sent her upwards. It was not until Lu Yan disappeared at the entrance of the cave and lay on the meteorite crystal on the top of the tower that Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the 4 black magic generals were very close to here. Farther away, the black magic priest had even raised the magic wand in his hand, and a dark fireball was condensing at a very fast speed. He did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately took off the blood armor on his body. Wearing this thing, there is no way to pass through the narrow hole above his head. Then he jumped hard, grabbed the meteorite crystals on both sides of the hole with both hands and pushed his 2 arms at the same time and drilled in very quickly. Boom! The next second, a fireball whistled over, emitting sparks. The hardness of the meteorite crystal was such that even the Emperor level Abyss Blood Emperor could only use corrosion to cause a little damage to it. Over the years, with the barrier of the meteorite crystal, the Black Demon Priest had no way to cause any harm to him. As for the Black Demon Generals who were still running fast below, there was no need to worry about them. They were nearly 3 meters in size and could not pass through this hole. Ignoring the threat below, Xiao Han was worried about Lu Yan's injury. He helped her up as soon as he came up, leaned her against his arms and asked anxiously, "How are you? Can you still hold on?" "You must hold on. In half an hour at most we can return to Stormwind City, and then you will be saved." "Heh!" Lu Yan shook her head and chuckled. "If I hadn't pulled out that spear, I should have been able to hold on for half an hour, but now I can't." Looking at Lu Yan's pale face, Xiao Han suddenly felt very uncomfortable. The bloody evil spear should have been shot at him, although he would have been killed instantly, but his death was false. It only took 1 second for him to stand on the resurrection altar in Stormwind City again. But Lu Yan was different. If she died, she would never come back to life. Her gunshot wound was very serious. Even though her health value was as high as 2.8 million points, the current bleeding speed made her health value disappear rapidly at a rate of more than 20,000 points per second. If there were no other emergency measures, she would die in her arms in 1 or 2 minutes at most. Just thinking about it, Xiao Han felt that he could not accept such a reality, and said with a gloomy face, "I won't let you die. I will definitely not let you die." As he said, he took out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion and poured it directly into her mouth. Even if the life value added was just a drop in the bucket, he didn't intend to give up. "Heh!" Looking at Han Zhao's anxious and serious face, Lu Yen said with a gentle look. I now realize that you are really not an old pervert. We are hugging each other like this and your body actually has no reaction. Hashtag C225 no sleep allowed. Don't talk, Xiao Han replied, and immediately noticed the current state of the two. Most of Lu Yan's equipment was recovered, except for the Rian armor, which had to be abandoned because it fell beside the Abyss Blood Emperor. So now, although she still had some clothes on her body, they were pitifully few, and he himself, in order to get out of the cave smoothly, had taken off all the equipment that was in the way. Now, except for a pair of large shorts and a cloak, he was also naked. The skin of the two people was even in close contact, and they could feel each other's temperature. If it was before, it was possible to tease them. But now he had no such thoughts. After shouting anxiously, Xiao Han immediately took out a piece of fur that was not used for sewing leopard print boots from the space ring. Then he quickly tore it into strips. Then he took out a piece of white fox fur and covered the muzzle of the gun on Lu Yan's chest without hesitation, and carefully bandaged Lu Yan with the strips of fur he had torn off. Although he didn't know if this would work, he wanted to try it. Even if it could only reduce the speed of blood gushing out a little bit, it could allow Lu Yan to live a few more minutes. Minus 11,489. The moment the bandage was completed, Xiao Han immediately saw that the speed of life loss had rapidly decreased by about 40%. Seeing that the bandage was effective, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of ecstasy on his face and quickly said to Lu Yan, I won't let you die. Can take you back to Stormwind City in at most 20 minutes. You must hold on. Without you, I have no motivation to seal the Abyss Blood Emperor. Aren't you worried about the resurrection of the monsters? Since you are so worried, you must survive and watch me kill them with your own eyes, and watch me drive them back to the abyss with your own eyes. While speaking, Xiao Han took out a piece of clean fur again, carefully pressed it on the muzzle of her back, and then quickly bandaged it. At this time, the speed of blood outflow was also reduced by more than 90%. On Lu Yan's head, the 5-digit damage value had become a 4-digit value. Although it was still beating every second, it was only more than 2,000 points per second. 10 minutes. Must rush back within 10 minutes. Looking at Lu Yan's remaining half of the life value, Xiao Han calculated a little and knew that he must return to Stormwind City within 10 minutes. But although his speed increased 20 times, it was still impossible to go back within 10 minutes. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Han thought anxiously, and gently pressed one hand on the wound on her back. Minus 1,587. As his palm blocked the wound, the blood loss rate instantly decreased by about a quarter. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed Lu Yan's right hand and placed it on her chest and said anxiously, Quick, press the wound and don't let the blood flow out. Believe me, you will definitely survive. Heh! Lu Yan chuckled and covered her wound obediently. Looking at Han Zhao's anxious and busy appearance, and his solemn promise, she suddenly felt that this ordinary-looking man in front of her seemed to have a different kind of charm. Especially his serious profile, the more he looked at it, the more handsome he felt. Xiao Han didn't know about this psychological change. While covering the wound on Lu Yan's back, he wrapped her legs around his waist and tied them gently with fur. Then he took out a complete piece of bear skin, wrapped her up completely, and pressed it tightly against his body. At this time, he could already feel that Lu Yan's body temperature was dropping as blood was lost. Xiao Han hugged her back with both hands and said seriously, I want you to be alive, and I will definitely take you back. Definitely. He repeated it solemnly and seriously. His eyes looked through the hole at the Abyss Blood Emperor below, with a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. Ah! At this time, a roar sounded again, and Xiao Han jumped down from the top of the tower without hesitation. Ha! The fierce wind blew on his face, and Xiao Han wrapped Lu Yan tightly with fur, but the red flame cloak behind him suddenly opened like a pair of big bird wings, carrying the two of them to fly away at a high speed. Close to Han Zhao's chest, Lu Yen could feel the violently beating heart, the increasingly tight arms, and the temperature from her lower abdomen and chest. At this moment, she felt inexplicably relieved. When he jumped down from the top of the tower holding her, she thought it was suicide. After all, at a height of more than 100 meters, only a level 7 professional who mastered flying could land safely. But she didn't expect that this red cloak would have the ability to glide. With her face gently pressed against Han Zhao's chest, Lu Yen whispered, "Is this the method you mentioned?" "Yes," Xiao Han replied. While controlling the direction of the glide, he said, "This is the first plan I mentioned, which allows us to fly directly away from the demon's ceiling tower." "What is the second plan you mentioned?" "The second plan is also this method, but it is more dangerous." Xiao Han tightened his arms and continued to explain. "The stone steps circle the demon ceiling tower 36 times. Even when we ran up, it took more than 3 minutes. When you were at the top of the tower just now, you attracted 4 black magic generals and a black magician. We can jump directly from the top of the tower, but they can't. By then, there will be only 1 black magic general below, and the chances of us leaving here safely are still very high. But although the second plan is very feasible, the internal space of the demon ceiling tower is still a bit small, and the sliding direction is difficult to control. If you make a mistake, you may fall to your death." "Hee, you are so smart." Lu Yen chuckled and continued, "I have wanted to have a pair of wings since I was a child and experienced the feeling of flying. I didn't expect that I would experience it at the last moment of my life." "Don't talk nonsense," Xiao Han interrupted quickly. "If you like to fly, then stay alive. After we go back, I can give you the red flame cape I'm wearing. It's red, and I think it suits you very well. Look at these feathers. If you can put them on, you will be more beautiful." "Han Xiao, thank you." Lu Yen rubbed her face against Xiao Han's chest and whispered, "Promise me that you must reseal the Abyss Blood Emperor. I'm very tired now and want to sleep for a while." "No sleep." Xiao Han's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "I want you to talk to me. Otherwise I can't guarantee that I can do what I promised you. Also, the monsters have begun to revive one after another. Are you really willing to die like this?" Feeling the figure in his arms calm down, Xiao Han hurriedly looked down. But he found that she had closed her eyes, long eyelashes, snow-white skin, and a peaceful face, all of which had a moving charm. Such a beauty, or a beauty who was seriously injured to save him. He didn't want her to die. Seeing her close her eyes, as if she wanted to fall asleep, Xiao Han raised his hand and slapped her buttocks with a slap. At the same time, the figure in his arms also opened his eyes with a red face. #C226 Try it if you don't believe me. "Oh, what are you doing?" The feeling coming from her buttocks made Lu Yan's heart tremble, and she immediately blushed and said, "I'm already like this. Can't you be more honest? I told you not to sleep. If you still dare to close your eyes." Xiao Han lowered his head suddenly, touched the tip of his nose to hers, and said domineeringly, "Next time, I won't just spank you." "Bah, you rogue." Lying on Han Zhao's chest, Lu Yen said in a dumbfounded voice, "There's no one like you, you're too bad." "Then I don't care. If you don't believe it, just try it." After threatening, Xiao Han raised his head and tried hard to control the flight direction. In just a moment, the two of them flew out of the ruins of the city, gliding over the canyon like birds. Although the red flame cloak has no movement speed bonus, its gliding speed is extremely fast. It used to take more than 10 minutes to run, but now it only takes more than a minute to fly. Seeing that the gliding height was getting lower and lower, Xiao Han took out more than a dozen pieces of fur one after another and gently placed them behind Lu Yen. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Xiao Han's face became more and more solemn as he dived to the ground at high speed from a high altitude. He didn't know if he would be killed if he landed like this, but now he had no other choice. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Boom! The moment he landed, Xiao Han felt a huge force coming from his feet, and his health instantly dropped by 20,000 points. At the same time, he couldn't control this force and was about to fall to the ground, but holding Lu Yen on his chest, he could no longer let him endure such harm. Ah! With a roar, Xiao Han made a sudden reverse slash, almost canceling out the power. But his steps were still a little unsteady, so he turned around quickly. Bump! His back hit the ground first, and then, under the action of inertia, he slid out for more than 10 meters. When he stopped, he had less than 2,000 health points left. He took out a bottle of advanced recovery potion and poured it into his mouth. Then he stood up with Lu Yen in his arms and said excitedly, "You must hold on. It only takes more than 10 minutes for us to return to Stormwind City." After looking around, he soon discovered a mountain peak with a height of more than 500 meters. He immediately moved his steps and ran towards it quickly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Looking at Han Zhao's rapid advance, Lu Yen immediately understood his thoughts and quickly stopped him. "Stop flying. It's too dangerous. If we just run back like this, we should be able to make it in time."
No.
Xiao Han replied decisively. "As long as we fly down from that mountain peak, we can save at least 10 or 20 minutes. Only when I return to Stormwind City as soon as possible can I rest assured." "Is it really worth doing this?" Lu Yen stroked Han Zhao's back with one hand, and the thick blood covered his entire palm. "Whether it's worth it or not, keeping you alive is the most important thing." Xiao Han did not fully understand the meaning of this sentence, and still ran quickly. The road up the mountain was rugged and a bit steep. He had no way to increase his speed to the extreme. He could only pay attention to his feet at all times, to make himself run faster. At this time, Lu Yen had an inexplicable emotion flowing in her heart. She hugged Han Zhao tightly, pressed her face against his heart, and listened to the rapid beating of the heart inside. Plop, plop, plop. Every beat would calm her chaotic mind. Thinking about what just happened, it took less than a cup of tea, and it was even richer than his previous 20 years of experience. This bad guy. After muttering something softly, a smile flashed across Lu Yan's face and he licked his lips at the same time. In order to save himself, he actually used that method to help her detoxify. Don't know if it was intentional or not, or that's what he wanted to do. She is still very confident about her appearance. Plop, plop, plop. Listening to the heartbeat in her ears, Lu Yen squinted her eyes and felt the heat coming from the other person's body. No sleep allowed. Suddenly, there was a roar in my ears, followed by a pop on my butt. "If you dare to turn a deaf ear to my words, just wait for me." Xiao Han ran quickly and was very close to the top of the mountain. He found a boulder that extended outwards and hung in the air, kicked off his feet and jumped down the mountain. When the red flame cloak behind him opened again, he slightly controlled the sliding direction and immediately lowered his head and kissed her. "I didn't sleep. Don't do this." Lu Yen shrank and quickly lowered his head. A layer of pink was already exposed on his snow-white neck. On the outskirts of the undead cemetery, a dozen players were walking side by side. Beside them, demonized skeletons were constantly crawling out of the
Graves.
boom, boom, boom. But before it could crawl out completely, several fireballs fell on it, killing it instantly. At this time, a mage holding a white bone staff said, "I have arranged for people to watch over the West City Gate. Han Zhao has not come back. He should still be in the cemetery of the undead. Shao Qing, after he killed the demonic corpse king, you should know which direction he went." "I don't know, don't ask me about this." Shao Qing crossed his arms and said, impatiently, I have already said that I will not participate in your affairs. I am just here to watch the fun. Machi Tianyu, let's go back. We'd better not get involved in this kind of thing. Even if Han Xiao is killed, the manifestation talisman has nothing to do with us. For the commission of more than 1 million yuan, do you think it's really worth it to offend that guy to death? That thing originally belonged to us. Ma Tianyu's face flashed with a cruel look, and he said with hatred, even if I can't get it back, I will teach him a lesson. You didn't provoke him in the first place, so what's the use of saying this now? I don't care. If I don't kill him once today, I won't be able to swallow this breath. Okay. Let me see how you kill today. Xiao Qing didn't bother to persuade you anymore and said directly, I came here for nothing else. I just want to see how you die. Oh, are you scared out of your wits? Next to Mo Chi, the mage holding a white bone sword mocked. Since you are afraid, then go back. Why are you following me? Humph. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Xiao Qing snorted coldly and continued, do you really think that you can be invincible if you have two bad guys? If you can kill Han Xiao today, I will chop off his head and give it to you. After saying that, he ignored the crowd, walked a few steps quickly, and retreated to the outskirts of the crowd. After this turmoil, the others were too lazy to say anything more. While cleaning up the demonized skeletons, they quickly ran towards the depths of the undead cemetery. At the same time, a few hundred meters behind this group of people, there were also several small groups, following leisurely along the path they had opened. #C227 You still want to kill him with this? High in the air, Xiao Han saw that Lu Yen had buried his head deeply in his chest, and immediately gave up his plan to forcefully kiss her. He did this just to scare her. This is still a seriously injured person. If he gets excited, his blood flow might speed up, which would be a bad thing. Continuing to hold Lu Yen tightly, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, I said no. Matter how sleepy you are not allowed to sleep. Do you hear me? Listen, I heard it. Facing Han Zhao's tyranny, Lu Yen was helpless. Being seriously injured, she couldn't resist even if she wanted to, so she could only whisper back, don't spank me again. Anyway, don't hit me again. Yes, but you are not allowed to sleep. Xiao Han responded and added, no, matter how sleepy you are not allowed to sleep. Okay, then you can chat with me. Lu Yen adjusted to a comfortable posture and continued. You said before that, as long as you are given half a year, you will be sure to seal the abyss blood. Emperor, is this true? Of course it's true, why should I lie to you? Xiao Han tried his best to control the gliding direction and replied, although the abyss blood emperor is very powerful, with my talent, my strength will increase very quickly. After I go back this time, I should be able to break through and become an intermediate warrior. If I have half a year, even if I can't break through to the King of War, it will still be easy to become a high-level warrior. At that time, even if I can't reseal it, I will still be sure to kill it. Ha, you are not humble at all. Lu Yen chuckled and continued. It's a pity that the master is not in Stormwind City, otherwise he would be very happy to know that you have such a talent. And with the guidance of the master, your breakthrough speed should be faster. It doesn't matter, you are enough. Xiao Han came back and continued. Actually, I think that if you teach me, I will study harder and my strength will improve the fastest. Humph. I believe you are the only one who has a ghost. The two of them chatted without a word, while Xiao Han kept controlling the red flame cloak and flew quickly towards the direction of Stormwind City. In less than 2 minutes, he had flown to the place where he had killed the demonic corpse king, greatly saving time on returning to Stormwind City. As the altitude continued to decrease, Xiao Han found that the gliding speed was getting faster and faster. Broken. He muttered something in his mind, and there was a look of anxiety in his eyes. Sliding down from the 100-meter high tower the moment he landed, his health points were directly reduced by more than 30,000 points, and he almost died. Now, jumping from the 500-meter high mountain peak has made his gliding speed far faster than the moment he landed. If there are no accidents, his speed will get faster and faster. If you dive down at such a high speed, you may be smashed into a ball of flesh in an instant. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Lu Yan's voice came to his ears. Are we going too fast? If this continues, you will be in danger. I told you not to jump off the mountain, but you didn't listen. It's okay. You don't have to worry too much. Xiao Han comforted him with a smile and continued, Since I dare to do this, of course I am sure. He didn't want Lu Yan to know the anxiety in his heart. If they really dive down at this speed, it will not only be dangerous, but both of them will become a pile of meat. What to do? Xiao Han frowned and thought, only by slowing down could he land safely. But in midair, he had no leverage, and even if he had some ideas, he couldn't implement them. No, since I can change the direction through the red flame cloak, I should also be able to control the flight speed. An idea flashed in his mind, and Xiao Han immediately took off his boots. He knew more or less the principles of aerodynamics. Just like when an airplane lands, the head is raised and the tail is pressed down. This can increase the air resistance and reduce the speed. Thinking of this, he immediately crossed his legs and tried to hold the end of the cloak between his big toe and second toe on the sole of his foot. As long as it is pulled down, a head-high foot-low aerodynamic layout can be formed. No, it can't be reached like this. Seeing that he was less than 200 meters away from the ground, Xiao Han tried several times without success and suddenly became anxious. The end of the red flame cloak was shaking extremely violently under the strong wind. It should be impossible to hook it with just 2 feet, but it is not completely impossible. In the space ring, there is also a 3-meter-long blood demon gun which can easily reach the end of the red flame cloak and press it down. Thinking of this, he quickly said to Lu Yan in his arms, Hold me tight, I have to find a way to slow down. Well, don't worry. Lu Yan came back and said with a smile, We are both tied together, so you don't have to worry about me falling. Aren't I worried? After receiving Lu Yan's response and feeling the arms holding his back tighten, Xiao Han immediately took out the blood demonic gun and then pressed down the end of the red flame cloak. In less than 10 seconds, the big toes and second toes of both feet had tightly clamped the ends of the cloak. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately put away the blood demonic spear, held Lu Yan and raised his head, while using his toes to pull the end of the cloak and began to press down. Call. The sharp wind sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han could clearly feel that the speed began to decrease. Ah, your method really works. At this time, Lu Yan hugged Xiao Han and exclaimed, her eyes full of excited little stars. She couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao Han actually had a way to slow down. As the speed slowly decreased, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the ground, and soon they were less than 20 meters away. At this time, the figure below could be seen. Some people looked up with a confused look and looked up at the sky. My God! Isn't that the damn thing Han Xiao? How can he fly? The surprised voice spread among the crowd, and immediately made everyone nearby look up at the figure in the air. Oh my God! How did he do that? This is fucking crazy. He seems to be holding someone, and he can even fly into the sky. This is too abnormal. That's right, if he does this, no matter which guild he is in, there will be no way to surround and kill him in the future. He is really worthy of being the great demon king of Cold Owl. What he did is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. While everyone was watching this wonder, someone had uploaded this picture to the forum. 100 meters away, Xiao Qing smiled with a gloating look on his face. Even with this, you still want to kill him. You think his life is too long. #C228 The power of a kick. Disdainful sarcasm sounded in everyone's ears, and Ma Tianyu and Mo Qi showed a confused look at the same time. Although flying cannot increase combat effectiveness, being able to do this can also prove the strength of Han Xiao from the side. Although each of them has a penetration of more than 80%, and even several have reached 100%. But even so, can they really kill Han Xiao? At this moment, Mochi suddenly felt a little regretful, thinking that he should not come to this muddy water for the commission of more than 1 million. Hey, maybe Xiao Qing is right, but it's too late to say anything now. Sighing depressedly, he glanced at Hou Jie beside him. Since he had received the money, it should not be so easy to withdraw from this operation. This kid seems to have a very complicated background in Kyoto. If he really annoys him, even if he can't do anything to him in reality, it will still be very troublesome in the game. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Is that guy flying? Waving the bone staff, Hou Jie roared. Put away your dead look, even if his defense is high, what can it do? Don't forget, each of you has already accumulated more than 80% armor. Penetration. With just one skill volley, we can kill him in seconds. I spent more than 20 million, not to see you guys get scared before the fight even starts. Listen to me, as long as you can kill Han Xiao, I will give each of you another 1 million reward. Hou Jie spared no effort to encourage, and 100 meters away, there were also people staring at the sky in amazement. After watching those videos, I thought Han Xiao just had good equipment, but I didn't expect to be enlightened today. Yeah, I've watched those videos too. That guy's fighting skills can no longer be described as bad. With 100% armor penetration, even if he's wearing bronze equipment, I'm sure I can kill him. Heh, let's let him know today what it means to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Things like materialization talismans are not something he can have. The discussion echoed among the crowd. Xiao Han knew that the video on the forum had caused a great sensation, and some people even had some ideas about him. But anxious about Lu Yan's injury, he had completely forgotten Bai Xiaoxing's instructions. At this time, he was getting closer and closer to the ground. Although his speed was still very fast, it was much slower than the last time. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and his toes loosened the end of the red flame cloak at this time. At the same time, his legs were slightly bent, ready to land at any time. Bang! The next second, when his feet touched the ground, he immediately made a reverse slash, offsetting about 70% of the force, and then twisted his body to land on his back first. Minus 8,413. Minus 3,456. The two violent collisions caused him to lose more than 10,000 points of health, but this was much better than the first time. At least now, there is still 2/3 of the health bar left. He took out a bottle of high-level life recovery potion and poured it into his mouth immediately, then asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" As he approached, he saw that Lu Yan's head still had more than 1,000 health points, which were decreasing by more than 1,000 points, and he was immediately relieved. Then he immediately turned over and ran quickly towards Stormwind City. But at this time, the players around were shocked by Han Xiao again, and they shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, quick record. This exciting scene must be shared with everyone." Fuck. The moment he landed, his health points were reduced by 12,000 points, but the remaining health points are still more than half. This is too much. I'm so upset. We are all players who entered the game together. Why is the gap so big? Xiao Han didn't care about the discussions of the crowd. Now the most important thing for him was to send Lu Yan back to Stormwind City as quickly as possible. Only by returning to Stormwind City could she have hope of survival. But at this time, he put all his attention on Lu Yan and didn't notice that someone had quickly blocked the way in his direction. Fuck! What kind of speed is this? Looking at the extremely fast approaching Han Xiao, Hou Jie couldn't help but curse and hurriedly shouted, "Ma Tianyu, don't just stand there. Hurry up and shoot arrows to slow him down. And the knights and warriors, hurry over and block him from the front. You must stop him here." Hearing such an order, more than a dozen melee players around immediately took action. Ma Tianyu raised his hand to draw the bow and arrow, and when Han Xiao entered the range, he immediately loosened his fingers. The arrow swooshed, and Xiao Han didn't even have time to react before it had already pierced Lu Yan's back. -1258. -1123. Two bright red numbers immediately appeared, one for the arrow damage and the other for the bleeding effect. At the same time, he also felt Lu Yan's body tremble slightly. Xiao Han suddenly raised his head and looked at a group of players who were quickly surrounding him. He didn't care, but stared at Ma Tianyu and shouted angrily, "Get out of here! If you dare to shoot another arrow, I will fight you to the death." He didn't take the dozen players who rushed over seriously, but the arrow was different. It had a strong deceleration effect. At this time, every time the speed was reduced, Lu Yan would be more dangerous. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate such a thing happening, and continued with a fierce look. "If you dare to shoot an arrow again, I will make you unable to even leave Stormwind City." At this time, he was very close to the players who surrounded him, and the distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters. Xiao Han suddenly stopped and raised his right foot slightly. He wanted these ignorant players to know that it was not useful to have more people, and he also wanted them to understand that if they wanted to attack him, they had to think about whether their bodies were strong enough. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, he didn't believe that these guys would dare to do this. Boom! After just a half-second pause, the dozen players who rushed towards him had surrounded him. But as Xiao Han landed, 4-digit damage values appeared on everyone's heads. The next second, bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen excited players all froze, and then fell down in unison. This scene fell into Ma Tianyu's eyes. His arm, which had just pulled the bowstring, trembled suddenly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, Mo Chi's right hand also trembled immediately, and the big fireball that had just condensed was extinguished instantly. As for Ho Jie, who organized this action, he opened his mouth wide, showing a blank expression, and muttered to himself, It's gone now? #C229. Remember to keep your eyes open." Xiao Han didn't even raise his right hand holding the sword, but just stomped his foot, and more than a dozen melee players with high defense and high health were killed directly. This scene not only stunned Ho Jie, Mo Chi and others, but also the scattered spectators farther away. Fuck. 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 Is this guy still a human? One kick killed 12 people in a second. Most of them were knights. This is too scary. This kind of group attack skill cannot be exchanged for merit points. Did he not only kill the demonized corpse king, but also kill other more powerful bosses? While these players were discussing, the faces of several small groups farther away who had ideas about the embodiment talisman also changed. This kind of unreasonable group attack skill, no matter how good their skills are, they can't avoid it. Damn. This guy's luck is too good. Yeah, we have killed many bosses, but so far only one elementary skill book that increases movement speed has appeared. Compared with him, the gap is really too big. Don't think about it for now. Ho Jie probably doesn't dare to do it again. Let's go quickly. The dark gold level embodiment talisman. We are not the only ones who have ideas about it. As the voice fell, the speed of several people immediately increased, and they all ran towards Xiao Han. At the same time, the small groups scattered in other directions also took action. Even though they were shocked by Han Zhao's strength, they had no intention of giving up. At this time, Xiao Han, who had killed all the players around him in seconds, said with a gloomy face, "You'd better not mess with me today, otherwise I will make you regret it." Holding Lu Yan tightly, he didn't want to say any more nonsense, and didn't even care about the equipment dropped on the ground. He moved his feet and ran directly towards Stormwind City. But just as his speed increased, he saw someone outflanking him 100 meters away. Swish! Swish! At this time, 2 arrows shot over. In a flash, they were in front of him. It was too late to dodge. He turned around quickly and held Lu Yen tightly in his arms. Puff, puff. Without blood armor on his body, the 2 arrows pierced into the muscles of his back, making him feel a little pain. Then his body suddenly stiffened and he was stunned for a second, and his speed also dropped by about 30%. Petrified, slow down. The 2 arrows did not cause much damage to him, but Xiao Han immediately felt 2 different special effects. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him, and even used equipment specifically for speed. What do those people want to do? At this time, he couldn't describe the depression in his heart in words. Almost every time he went out, there would be a large number of players who wanted to make trouble for him. Even just now, he killed more than 10 people with 1 kick, but he couldn't completely scare them away. No, we can't get entangled with them here. After whispering softly, Xiao Han moved his feet and ran to the side in front. Before their encirclement was formed. Compared to killing them, it is more important to send Lu Yen back to Stormwind City first. As for this account, he will come back to settle it carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, several arrows shot at him again. Xiao Han moved his feet and shook his body at high speed a few times, successfully avoiding them. Although the speed was reduced by about 30%, with the 20-fold state increase of stir-fried tendons, he could get rid of those people by several streets, and it was no problem to dodge a few arrows. Seeing that those people still didn't give up and wanted to block his way, Xiao Han didn't dare to relax at all. As time passed, the negative state of the arrow just now disappeared, and he ran faster and faster. Who are they? At this time, Lu Yen whispered in his ear. Why do these people want to stop us? Do you have a grudge against them? No, I don't know these people. Xiao Han hugged Lu Yen tightly and explained, in a low voice, being too outstanding, there will always be some dark-minded guys who want to trouble me. But don't worry, these weak chickens, I can kill them all with just a flick of my finger. Although their strength is not high, I think you should be careful. Lu Yen frowned and whispered, I don't think they look like ordinary people. Well, I will be careful. Listening to Lu Yan's reminder, Xiao Han replied, but his eyes became solemn. After all, she is also a high-level warrior, and her vision of people must be much better than his. Since I have been reminded like this, I think those people's strength should be far higher than that of ordinary people. I can't be entangled by them. Even if I can kill one with 1 sword, so many people are enough for me to kill for a long time. It is most important to return to Stormwind City first. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han changed his direction again. Fortunately, the terrain of the undead cemetery is very open and he doesn't need to fight those people head-on. Although this will take more running, it will always be safer. Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow sounded suddenly in his ears. He just wanted to dodge, but an arrow was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils. Although the arrow's target was him, it would inevitably hit the beauty in his arms. Xiao Han's face changed, and he quickly bent down and lowered his head. With a dong, a trace of pain came from the top of his head, and his health value instantly decreased by more than 2,000 points. When he raised his head again, a dozen night players were already rushing towards him on the grave mound more than 10 meters in front of him. The one who just shot the arrow was a young man holding a purple longbow and wearing white-silver armor. At this time, the bowstring in his hand had been pulled again. Fuck! It's the deceleration effect again. Having been blocked one after another, Xiao Han could no longer suppress his anger. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he roared angrily. Since you all want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The arrow just now reduced his speed by about 50%, which was a deceleration ratio he had never encountered before. If he couldn't kill the guy on the grave mound completely, it would be difficult for him to leave here quickly. Seeing the player rushing quickly, Xiao Han didn't avoid it and rushed over. With Lu Yen in one hand, If you want these guys to retreat, you must make them feel pain, Spread out a bit. Don't let his group attack skills hit you. At this time, the knight running in the front roared, and the players around him immediately scattered, but the distance between them was not too far, only about 1 or 2 meters. At such a distance, one kick could only kill 2 or 3 people at most. Xiao Han had to quietly put away his right foot that was about to fall and said, coldly, "Do you think I can't do anything about this?" As soon as the voice fell, he had already arrived in front of the knight who spoke and made a 3-hit combo without hesitation. But the knight in front of him shook, and he didn't hit him. But at this time, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He didn't mind the miss of this attack at all, but his figure flashed, and the sudden slash was used. Instantly, the 4th level sudden slash only takes 0.2 seconds to charge, and the attack damage is a terrifying 6,000 points. The next second, he instantly rushed into a distance of 10 meters. Minus 1,250. After killing a mage player in front of the silver-armored man with one sword, Xiao Han said gloomily, "Next time, remember to keep your eyes open." Hashtag C230 being blocked repeatedly. The target that was going to be surrounded and killed suddenly disappeared in front of them and even teleported more than 10 meters away, killing a mage player on a grave mound in seconds. This made the leading knight player look confused. Instantly advanced 10 meters. What kind of skill is this? 2 completely different skills appeared in front of him, and he didn't know what to do. Everyone gather and surround him. If Han Xiao steps on them, they will all die. But if they disperse, that bastard teleported in an instant, they could only watch him break through. What should we do? At this moment, such a question mark popped up in the hearts of all the knight players. On the grave mound 10 meters away from them, except for the silver-armored man, all the other archers and magicians showed a look of horror. Standing behind the knight to shoot arrows and throw skills they don't have to worry about their safety at all. But now, the target that needs to be attacked this time is standing less than 2 meters away from them. Heh! Do you think you can kill me by getting close to me? At this time, the silver-armored man chuckled fearlessly and said, "Leave the materialization talisman here, otherwise you can't get away." The materialization talisman, so that's it. After learning this information, Xiao Han suddenly understood why these people rushed over without hesitation even though he killed more than a dozen players with one kick. If this thing can be used well, its value is immeasurable, and it cannot be measured in millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. The strength of a pet below the overlord level is at least equivalent to that of a 4th-level mutant beast. No matter who it is, as long as you get this materialization talisman, it means that you have obtained its loyalty. And the person in front of him, since he knows such news, he must be very clear about what this means. Now he dares to lead people to stop here. Obviously he has a strong confidence in his own strength, at least compared with the leading knight just now. He should not be much weaker. This is a very troublesome thing for him. Just now, he was shocked that the 3 consecutive slashes that were close at hand failed to hit the target. Before this, I had never encountered such a thing. Just by moving the body in a small range, you can dodge the attack of skills. This is not something that ordinary people can do. They should be evolvers in reality. With such a guess in mind, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that information like the materialization talisman was not something that ordinary people could access. If it weren't for Bai Shaoxing, he wouldn't even have heard of this kind of prop that can materialize items in the game into the real world. Seeing the silver-armored man's fearless look, Xiao Han laughed softly. "Oh, are you very confident?" "Of course. Confidence comes from strength." Putting down the bow and arrow in his hand, the silver-armored man took out a dagger and continued with a smile. "I have seen all the videos about you. Your strength almost all comes from equipment, which is equivalent to a child holding a pistol. Although it is very deterrent, his shooting seems not very accurate. And I only need a dagger to easily kill that child. Hee hee." This theory is very novel. Looking at the silver-armored man holding the dagger, Xiao Han chuckled, tightened his left hand around Lu Yen in his arms, and continued. Unfortunately, you are wrong. What I hold in my hand is not a pistol. Already knowing the cause and effect, he no longer intends to continue the stalemate. Lu Yan's injury cannot be delayed for too long in this place. Although he knew that his fighting skills were not as good as the guy in front of him, he still slashed it with anger. Swoosh! The sword edge cut through the air, and as expected, this attack still failed to hit. The silver-armored man just took a half step back and perfectly avoided the furious slash, and laughed. What do you think? No matter how high your attack is, what's the use if you can't hit it? I advise you to hand over the materialization talisman. That kind of thing is not something that people like you can have. I said. I'm not holding a pistol. Xiao Han's face flashed fiercely, and he stopped making such meaningless attacks. He turned his hand to put away the shadow sword, hugged Lu Yen tightly with both hands, and rushed straight to the silver-armored man. Whether in combat skills or flexibility, he couldn't compare with the man in front of him, but in terms of absolute speed, this guy couldn't catch up with him. Remember, I have a 6-barreled Gatling gun in my hand. Even if the accuracy is not high, I can kill you with numbers. Approaching the silver-armored man within 2 meters again, Xiao Han stepped on the ground without hesitation. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, a damage value of more than 3,000 points immediately appeared above the head of the silver-armored man. He fell down, without even having time to show the dizziness sign. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in Xiao Han's ears. On the ground in front of him, more than a dozen pieces of equipment were scattered around in a mess. He even saw the purple longbow. He had just kicked and killed those dozen players. The equipment they dropped was not good. Because of time constraints, he certainly would not pick it up. But since this purple longbow could cause more than 2,000 points of damage to him, it was obviously not an ordinary item. Hey! This guy is out of his mind. Xiao Han bent down and picked up the longbow, muttering softly. A fragile archer actually wants to play melee with me. Although this guy's armor penetration is very high with his health, even if he is stabbed 10 times, it will be nothing. But on the other hand, he only needs to stomp his foot, and the silver-armored man will die immediately. Humph! Do you really think the game is the same as reality? Xiao Han snorted, and ran towards Stormwind again without hesitation. Since the silver-armored man is not an ordinary person, then in reality he should be an evolver, because only such a person will get such news in such a short time. In reality, if an ordinary person encounters an evolver, if it is level 1, it is better and there should be some ability to resist. But if it is an evolver above level 2, it will be crushed in all directions. Bringing this mentality into the game, isn't that courting death? When Xingkai, who was a level 6 evolver, met him in the game, he had to keep his tail between his legs. If that guy really dared to attack, he would have been sure to kill all the people in the Moyan Guild. Unfortunately, the graves here are too low. Xiao Han was a little annoyed after being blocked repeatedly, but there was nothing he could do. For Lu Yen in his arms, he couldn't stop to fight back, and even tried his best to block the arrows that were shot at her. The continuous decline in health made Xiao Han dare not let her get hurt at all. Tightening the fur wrapped around Lu Yen in his arms, Xiao Han looked forward, quickly found a direction where no one was, and rushed over. Immediately, shoot! But at this time, several archers suddenly rushed out from behind a grave more than 20 meters away. They drew their bows and arrows and shot as soon as they let go. #C231, the attraction of the materialization talisman. The sudden appearance of the archer startled Xiao Han. Because the distance was too close, it was too late to dodge at this time. He had to turn around and hold Lu Yen tightly in his arms. Yong! 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 A series of arrows shot at his body. He only felt a slight pain and looked up, curiously. Immune! Immune. Immune. A series of slowly fading white words appeared in front of him, which made Xiao Han feel a little confused. Don't these guys have armor-piercing equipment? With more than 10,000 points of defense, the armor-piercing must be at least 80% to cause effective damage to him. But these players who just shot arrows, they all couldn't break the defense. So Xiao Han was not worried. He raised his hand and poured a bottle of advanced life recovery potion into his mouth to replenish the life value that had just been knocked down by the silver-armored man. He didn't intend to trouble those guys and raised his feet to continue running towards Stormwind City. What's going on? But as soon as he raised his foot, Xiao Han found that his movements became much slower, almost like slow motion, and his speed dropped by at least 90%. Such a change made his face change wildly. If he ran at this speed, it would take at least more than an hour to get back to Stormwind City. By that time, Lu Yan's body might be completely cold. Shoot! At this moment, another roar sounded in the distance. Xiao Han felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and immediately turned his head to look. At this time, 40 or 50 archers ran out from behind the grave mound. They bent their bows and arrows and shot as soon as they let go. And in front of these archers was the Wei Guo Lu Jin he was quite familiar with. Wei Guo Guild, why are they here too? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han turned around again to protect Lu Yan, and at the same time opened the attribute panel to see what special effect actually reduced his speed by as much as 90%. Bang! 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 The next second, the arrow shot at his body. Xiao Han suddenly froze and at the same time saw the change on the status bar. At the front, there are some states attached to delicacies such as steamed bear paws, braised shadow leopards, and stir-fried tendons. Behind these states, there is already a poisoning mark which shows slowness, which lasts for up to 5 minutes. At the same time, because of being shot by arrows, a series of special effects, such as petrification, freezing, and dizziness are all presented. However, the duration of these special effects is very short. Most of them are 1 or 2 seconds, and the longest will not exceed 10 seconds. Poisoning. It's actually a slow poison. Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately knew that the Wei State Association should be targeting him specifically. Although the arrow's shot will not cause damage to it, the special effects carried on it will have a great impact on speed. These bastards, it seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. With a fierce look in his eyes, Xiao Han took out an intermediate detoxification pill and raised his hand to throw it into his mouth. At the same time, the slow state on his body also disappeared immediately. The effect of the intermediate detoxification pill is very strong. Can even remove the poison gas released by the Emperor-level boss, not to mention this small slow poison. Looking at the Wei Guo Guild players over there, Xiao Han gritted his teeth and ran towards Stormwind City again. At this time, you can't act on impulse. Whether it is Wu Qi's matter or the current obstruction, he will not let it go so easily, but this is not the time to pursue these things. Wait, I will make you die ugly. With a fierce look in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately ran. Although there are still some slowing effects on his body, it does not affect him too much. At his current speed, it only takes a few seconds to run out of the shooting range of the Wei Guo Guild players at full speed. Shoot! The arrow was shot again, but Wei Guo Lu Jin could only watch Xiao Han go away, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't figure out why Han Zhao's speed was so fast when the slow poison was obviously effective. It was impossible to catch up now. The speed difference between them was too big. At this time, the crowd gradually came over, and they talked with regret. Oh my God! Han Zhao got away like this. These guys are too useless. That's right, those equipments on the ground just now, but there are many with armor-breaking special effects which are worth a lot of money, and we haven't picked them up enough. By the way, Han Zhao's state is a little wrong today. Why didn't he fight back and just wanted to escape? Someone raised such a question, and the surrounding players suddenly became curious and expressed their opinions. What else could it be? Of course he's scared. That's right. If that city guard hadn't suddenly exploded yesterday and killed hundreds of magicians from the Demon Flame Guild in seconds, he wouldn't have been able to escape. That's not right. The situation last time is different from this time. Zhao's equipment has been upgraded and he's no longer afraid of the magicians. Skill volley. None of this matters. I'm curious about what he's holding in his arms. So precious. Every time an arrow hits, he uses his body to block it. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. This time he won't take another city guard back with him, will he? Such discussions made many players stunned and suddenly look forward to it. The players of the Moyan Guild were arrested and thrown into prison. They have been gloating for a long time. If this time is the same as last time, then the players who blocked Han Xiao from leaving will have fun. Hey, look, who is that guy? This archery speed must be fake. Fuck, 5 arrows per second. It seems that it is not so easy for Han Xiao to leave. Such a powerful guy, why have I never heard of this person in Stormwind before? Hey, what's so strange about this? I don't know the guy with the purple longbow just now. This is a national game. It's normal that there are some masters we don't know. The surrounding players talked a lot, but they didn't stop running. As long as someone besieges Han Xiao, there must be a bargain to pick up. If you are too far away, you can't pick up this bargain. At this time, Xiao Han heard the whistling sound of arrows and hurriedly sped up to avoid them, but the oncoming arrows, the first 3 shot in a pin shape and the last 2 also blocked the left and right directions. No matter which direction he dodged, one of the 5 arrows would hit him, and there was no room to dodge at all. Who is this again? Discovering this situation, Xiao Han had to dodge to the left and took an arrow. At the same time, he felt his body stiffen and his speed immediately dropped by about 30%. The damage caused by the arrows was not high, only more than 1,000 points, but the blockers that appeared one after another made his face quickly gloomy. Although it was only a dozen minutes' walk from Stormwind City, if this situation continued, he might not be able to go back for half an hour. If the situation was worse, it was hard to say whether he could go back alive. A video and a manifestation talisman actually blew out all the hidden masters in Stormwind City, which he had never expected. #C232 Misjudgment. After the stiffness on his body disappeared, Xiao Han ignored the guy who shot 5 arrows in a second and continued to run towards Stormwind City at full speed. Now that the slash and shock are both in a cooling state, even if he catches up, it is estimated that he will not be able to kill him in a short time, so there is no need to catch up. Just looking at his ability to shoot 5 arrows in a second, it is known that he is not an ordinary person. Presumably, his fighting skills are not much worse than the silver-armored man. If he entangles with him for too long, once he is caught up by those behind him, it will not be so easy to run away. More importantly, with his current speed, although it has been reduced by 30%, he should be able to run out of the attack range of the arrows soon. For Lu Yen, he must leave here as quickly as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of several arrows ringing rang in his ears again. Xiao Han's figure flashed and was inevitably shot by an arrow again. At the same time, his body stiffened again and his speed immediately dropped. Last time it was stiffness, this time it's freezing. What will it be next time? The abnormal state of the body made Xiao Han's face suddenly change, because this attack did not cause any damage to him. This means that the person in front has replaced the equipment with the armor. Breaking special effect. The duration of the freezing special effect is much longer than the stiffness special effect, which will last for 3 seconds. Standing in place and unable to move, Xiao Han immediately turned his eyes to the figure in front. He did not continue to attack but slowly changed his equipment. After a while, the gray leather armor on his body was replaced with green leather armor, and the wrist guards and boots on his hands were also replaced with green. What special effect is it this time? All of them are green. Do you want to increase the probability of the special effect being triggered. With such a guess in mind, Xiao Han suddenly had a bad feeling. At this time, he could already hear the footsteps of the dozen people behind him running towards this side quickly. After waiting for the freezing special effect to disappear, 5 more arrows came towards him. The 3 arrows in the middle formed a pin shape and the other 2 arrows blocked the left and right directions. Fuck! This guy is really mean. Facing such an attack, Xiao Han could not dodge or escape. He had no choice but to protect Lu Yen and took another arrow. Fortunately, the special effect was not triggered this time and he immediately ran at full speed. Whoosh! 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 But the next second, 5 arrows attacked again, and one of them pierced his shoulder with a dong. Fuck! Paralysis special effect. His footsteps paused, and the anger in Xiao Han's eyes was rising. But there was no way to solve this dilemma. At this time, the guy in front was changing his equipment again. This time it was a khaki hat, boots, bracelets and rings. At the same time, a group of night players suddenly rushed out from the grave behind him with a number of 40 or 50 people and were running towards this side quickly. Trap him tightly. Don't be afraid of group attack skills. At this time, the archer who had changed into khaki equipment shouted loudly. Such a powerful group attack skill has a long cooldown time. This is a game, don't be afraid of death. As long as you kill Han Xiao, everyone will be rewarded with 1 million. In front of him, behind him, and even on the left and right sides, players kept running towards this side. Xiao Han immediately understood that with the guy in front blocking him, he couldn't run away even if he was faster. In less than 10 seconds, he actually changed 4 sets of equipment with different special effects. What a huge price it cost. Could all the special effect equipment in Stormwind City be swept away by this guy? The depression in his heart cannot be described in words. Lu Yen lay quietly in his arms, and the life value above his head was still losing. There was not much time left for him. Forget it, it's just a materialization talisman. Since I can get it out the first time, I can get it out the second time. Tightening Lu Yen in his arms, Xiao Han turned on the recording function, took out the dark golden materialization talisman, and shouted to the archer in the distance, "Let me leave. I can give you the materialization talisman." Although this thing is very precious compared to Lu Yen, he knows how to choose. There should be only this one demon sealer in Stormwind City at present. If he lets her die in his arms, where can he learn the remaining demon sealer skills? Since he decided to give up this thing, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, loosened his fingers and let the materialization talisman fall to the ground and said, "Again, didn't you come here this time for this thing? Okay, no matter who wants it, you can fight for it by your own ability." After speaking, the paralysis equivalent just disappeared. Xiao Han moved his feet and ran wildly again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the next second, 5 more arrows shot at him, and as expected, he was hit by arrows again, and the petrification special effect was triggered at the same time. The duration of about 3 seconds made him feel helpless. At this time, the dozen knights chasing behind him had surrounded him, and the manifestation talisman on the ground was picked up by one of them. Ha ha ha! It is indeed the dark gold manifestation talisman. I am rich now. The moment the manifestation talisman was picked up, the leading knight laughed ecstatically and immediately said, "Brothers, cover me, let's go back. Quickly. Put it down, you are looking for death." On the other side, the oncoming knight players roared, "That thing is ours. If you don't leave the manifestation talisman, don't think about leaving here alive." There were more than 10 knights on one side, and 40 or 50 on the other side. They killed each other in an instant. At this time, the petrification effect had disappeared, and Xiao Han showed a hint of joy on his face. The 2 waves of people who chased him did not regard him as a target, but fought each other. At the same time, the sound of arrows passing by his ears sounded again, but the target was not him. The effect of throwing away the materialization talisman has been achieved. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately moved his feet and ran fast. At the same time, he also forwarded the video he had just recorded to the forum, intending to let everyone who had ideas about the materialization talisman know. This thing is no longer on him. Boss, Ding Hai is dead, but the materialization talisman did not explode. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded in his ears, and he shouted angrily, "We can't let Han Xiao leave. He still has a town-building order on him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han heard the whistling sound of the arrow, tearing the air. At the same time, he also saw that the man who shot 5 arrows in a second had a completely dark face, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be burning. It's bad. Xiao Han suddenly realized that he had just done something stupid. He threw the materialization talisman directly on the ground, hoping to cause a conflict between the two groups of people so that he would have time to escape from here. But he didn't expect that the guy named Ding Hai just now was so useless. Took less than 5 seconds and he was killed. At the same time, the most important materialization talisman did not explode. From his body, #C233. It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't dare. The manifestation talisman, how come I've never heard of this thing? Feels like it's very unusual. That's right. Does anyone know what this thing is used for? It seems that all these masters are here for this thing. Go to the forum, go to the forum, go to the forum quickly. Someone on the forum will definitely know. Yes, 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 there are many people on the forum paying attention to this matter. Someone will definitely know what it is used for. The players nearby were talking about it, and they were also very curious about what the manifestation talisman is used for, and it actually attracted so many master players. Obviously, this is a very unusual thing, otherwise it would not have such an effect. At least now it seems that these master players who appeared have no grudges against Han Xiao, otherwise they should have appeared when the Moyan Guild organized the siege yesterday. Fuck. The official propaganda at the beginning was not fake. After less than 10 seconds, someone widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. I never thought that this is the function. You can materialize items in the game and bring them to reality. Materialize skills, materialize weapons. If you materialize a dragon one day, you will be invincible. Fuck. What did that guy just say? A dark gold materialization talisman. Does this mean that you can materialize dark gold items? Almost all players knew the news from the forum. They looked at Xiao Han in confusion. Such an important thing, he just threw it away. A dark gold materialization talisman can at least materialize high-level skills. How could Han Xiao just throw it away? Yes, he is so strong that he can kill more than a dozen people with one kick. Why did he rush to escape and throw away this inestimable dark gold materialization talisman? He must have a reason for doing this. Nonsense. If there is no reason, who would be willing to do this? The value of that thing is at least hundreds of millions. The crowd was talking, and Stormwind City was completely boiling because of this news. Bai Shaosheng, who released the news, said to Guanglong in front of him, anxiously, "Have you thought it through? Will you help Han Xiao or stand aside and watch? Let me tell you, such an opportunity to help others in need is rare. He is so strong that he even threw away the materialization talisman. He just wants to escape as soon as possible. Obviously, there are more important things. If you can help him through this disaster, it will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to your Guanglong Guild." Hey, I understand this truth. It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't dare. Guanglong sighed and explained with a heavy face. Since you are so well-informed, do you know who those people are? Let's not talk about Ho Jie for now. He is from Kyoto. The emperor is far away, so I am not afraid of him. But Ding Hai and Shi Hao are in the same city. One of them is a level 3 evolver and the other is a level 4 evolver. Do you think I dare to do There is also Chun Su who shoots 5 arrows per second. He is a level 5 evolver. If I do it to him, do I want to die? Brother Bai, I am really sorry. Bao Fengrui interrupted beside Kuang Long and said, I have gained a lot of benefits from Han Xiao. Logically, I should help him. But as Brother Kuang Long said, those guys are really not people we can provoke. Meng Dong, who is running over there, is from the same city as me. He is also a level 4 evolver. If I really go to help Han Xiao, the storm guild that I have built with great difficulty may be gone directly. Hey, is there really no other solution? Bai Shaoxing sighed, feeling very depressed. He had already notified Han Xiao that he should tell him before returning. With preparation, such a thing would not happen at all. But now, even though he had prepared in advance and pulled the crazy dragon guild and the storm guild over, they all backed off after seeing who had made the move. He could actually understand why something like this happened. After all, in this world where mutant beasts are rampant, many cities have become one-man rule, and there is no such thing as a legal system. Only a few super-large cities still recognize the status of Kyoto. If Crazy Dragon and Storm Rue were in Kyoto, even if they were in Jing'an or Yangqing, they would dare to make a move. But now, everyone has their own difficulties. No, isn't Crazy Dragon from Tianqing? While desperately thinking about how to rescue him, Bai Shaoxing suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard somewhere that Crazy Dragon lived in Tianqing. And if he remembered correctly, Tianqing was only a few hundred kilometers away from Jing'an, and it should be a subordinate city of Jing'an. Thinking of this, Bai Shaoxing hurriedly said, Kuanglong, if my information is correct, your home should be in Tianqing. It is a subordinate city of Jing'an. If you are afraid of Ding Hai and Shi Hao's revenge, you can go directly to Jing'an after you are done. This may be a big loss for you, but in the long run, Jing'an is not only safer, but the benefits of helping Han Xiao will not be just what you see. Believe me, Han Xiao's development potential is far beyond your imagination. Hey, I would like to go to Jing'an. Kuang Long shook his head and said in a deep voice, but I am an evolver and a local. I need to be stationed here all the time. I can't leave just because I want to. Look at the forum. Ding Hai was also killed. At this time, Storm suddenly exclaimed, almost all the people brought by Shi Hao and Ding Hai are dead now. Brother Kuanglong, you should be able to take action. Everywhere is dead. Kuanglong paused, took a closer look, and said quickly, aren't those mages and archers on the graves still alive? Most of them know me. Hey, you are too timid. Hearing this answer, Bai Shaoxing sighed depressedly and continued, you should know that high risk means high reward. If you help Xiao Han this time, I can guarantee that even if you can't become one of the top large guilds in Yanhua, at least you can definitely rank among the top 3 in Stormwind City. Do you really want to give up this opportunity? The connection between perfect world and reality is getting closer and closer. You too have to think clearly. Ever since he knew that Han Xiao could now forge dark gold weapons, Bai Shaoxing had already made up his mind and hugged his thigh tightly. It was precisely because of this that when he discovered that someone was buying armor-breaking equipment at a high price and carrying special control equipment, he brought Kuanglong and Storm Rue here. But the development of the matter far exceeded expectations. All those who took action were evolutionaries, and they were all advanced evolutionaries of level 3 or above. This made Kuanglong and Baofengui dare not even think about taking risks. What should I do? Is this the only way to go? Looking at the live video on the forum, it was already difficult to break out of the encirclement Han Xiao had fallen into. #C234 being fooled. Boom! His shoulder was hit by an arrow again, and the stiffness effect was triggered. At the same time, Xiao Han could only stay where he was, quietly watching the 40 or 50 knight players surrounding him in the center. He threw away the most critical manifestation symbol, but he didn't expect that these guys still didn't intend to let him go, and they set their sights on the town building order again. He tightened Lu Yen in his arms, and Xiao Han was a little anxious, but he still hid this emotion and slowly cast his eyes on the archer named Chun Su in the distance. After being shot by arrows several times, he already knew the name of this guy. From the system prompt, the ability to shoot 5 arrows in 1 second is indeed very powerful. If Lu Yen was not in his arms, he would be sure to kill all these people, but there is no if now. Being surrounded again, it was impossible to break out in a short time. Xiao Han said slowly with a gloomy face, "I don't have the materialization talisman anymore. Do you want to fight me to the death?" "No more." Chun Su stepped forward slowly and said angrily, "That thing is so important. Why don't you give it to me?" "Hee hee. Don't ask such nonsense." Xiao Han sneered and continued, "Why I did this, you and I know it well. We are not fools. But it's a pity that Ding Hai's group is too useless. Now I don't have the materialization talisman in my hand. Do you still want to stop me? I can tell you clearly that my defense is more than 10,000 points, and my health is more than 35,000 points. With these dozens of knights, I can kill them all in 1 minute at most. Do you think that these crooked melons and cracked dates can really kill me? Within a minute? Haha. What a joke." Chun Su laughed and immediately replied, "I don't need to kill you, just stop you. In just 30 seconds, hundreds of people will surround you. Will you be able to survive then?" "I can't survive. But what good can you get?" Xiao Han's face darkened, and he took out the town building order and said, "Even if you can kill me now, this thing may not explode. Let me go now, and I can give you the town building order directly." "One town building order is not enough." Chun Su shook his head and said, slowly, "Do you know how much I spent to keep you? Since there is no embodiment, you have to give me all the weapons and equipment in your hands, and I will consider whether to let you go." "Okay." Xiao Han thought about it and said directly, "I can give you the things, but you must let me go first. And I can only give you half of these things first, and the rest will be back in Stormwind City. I have no objection to this, but you have to throw the town building order over first." Seeing that Chun Su agreed so readily, Xiao Han frowned and had a bad feeling. He even felt that even if he threw the town building order over, this guy would let him go easily. But now he has no other choice. Although the value of a town building order is also very high and the selling price may even exceed that of a diamond equipment, it is not so important compared to Lu Yen. And even if Chun Su still does not intend to let him go after getting the town building order, it doesn't matter. As long as Lu Yan's injury stabilizes, whether it is the manifestation talisman or the town building order, no matter how these people swallowed it, he will have a way to make them spit it out even with interest. Despite this premonition, Xiao Han did not hesitate too much. He raised his hand and threw the token in his hand over, saying, "Now, can you let me go?" "Ha ha ha, I just said that, but I didn't expect you, a fool, to really believe it." Chun Su grabbed the town construction order in midair and laughed wildly. "I'm very curious. What on earth are you doing here? You actually gave up the manifestation talisman and the town construction order so directly. It's the thing in your arms. He's still losing blood. I'm so curious. Open it and show it to me and I'll let you go. It seems that you have me in your arms." Xiao Han's eyes turned cold, and he said slowly, "I won't say any harsh words. That's what the weak do. I'll make you understand that fighting skills are worthless in front of me." At this moment, Xiao Han has given up the idea of leaving here through negotiations or even giving up some things. In this case, there is no need to show mercy. Scatter. At this time, Chun Su immediately knew what Han Xiao wanted to do, and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and scatter. Stay away from this guy." Boom! Unfortunately, his reminder was still a little late. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Within a radius of 2 meters, a piece of damage value of more than 5,000 points immediately appeared. With just this one blow, all the players around him were instantly killed. Fuck. This skill is too unreasonable. A group of knight players were killed. In an instant. Even though I have seen it once, I am still shocked by such a scene. Yeah, I don't know how many points Han Zhao's physical attack has reached. This damage is too abnormal. 10,000 points of defense, 35,000 points of health. This physical attack is at least more than 5,000 points. My God. This horse is higher than my health. Although the players not far away had seen such a scene before, they were still shocked. At the same time, their eyes all looked at the ground, those countless equipment, potions, and coins. At this time, Xiao Han was still surrounded in the crowd. Although he killed nearly 20 people with one kick, there were still about half of the knights left. Don't be afraid, brothers. His skills have a cooldown time. Rush up. Although half of the brothers who came together were gone in an instant, the remaining knight players still looked fearless and shouted loudly. As long as you hold him for 30 seconds, this guy will die. As he said, the rest of the people rushed over immediately. Facing this scene, although Xiao Han was anxious, he still held the sword with one hand and said coldly, "Since you all want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." The shadow sword in his hand was slightly pressed down, and his figure paused, and he had completed the charging. Go to hell. The sudden attack was extremely domineering. The 4th level slash not only reduces the charging time to 0.2 seconds, but also increases the distance to 20 meters. More importantly, the damage is as high as 7,000 points. With his physical attack power of more than 4,000 points, he can cause more than 10,000 points of damage to the target. During this period of time, almost no player can withstand such damage. Tear. As the sword passed, the knight player hit by the slash paused immediately, and the blood bar was instantly emptied. Xiao Han had expected this, and he didn't even look at it again. He slashed again with his backhand and slashed at another player next to him. Minus 4,850. The moment the damage value exploded, the blood bar was also emptied. Everyone, don't attack Han Xiao. At this moment, Chun Su's voice sounded again. Attack the guy in his arms, and peel off those layers of animal skin for me. Hashtag C235. Your idea is interesting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of arrows came along with Chun Su's reminder, making Xiao Han's face darken, but there was still no good way. He held Lu Yen in one hand and killed another one with a 3-hit backhand. The health of the current knight players generally does not exceed 5,000 points. As long as the skills hit, they will all be killed in seconds. When these guys surrounded him, there was actually no room to dodge, and they could only take his damage. Puff, puff. Turning around to block the arrows, Xiao Han's body stiffened again, and Lu Yen in his arms said slowly, "In fact, you should be more rational. If you don't help me block the arrows with their speed, it is impossible to catch up with you." Sorry, I didn't think so much at the time. Xiao Han understood what she meant, but he really didn't think so much at the time. He just wanted to block the attack and prevent her from getting more hurt. If those arrows didn't hit him, no matter whether it was stiffness, paralysis, or freezing and other control-type special effects, they would not have any effect on him. Then, with his speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, he could get rid of these people in a few minutes. But it was too late to say anything now. Seeing that weapons were already attacking Lu Yen from both sides, Xiao Han said with a sullen face, "Don't worry too much, I will take you back." The paralysis effect did not last long, only a short second, and he recovered. After a short pause, seeing that several knights in front of him had already swung their swords at Lu Yen, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and immediately turned sideways to protect Lu Yen while sweeping his sword. Minus 4,550. Minus 3,854. Minus 3,975. The sword swept through the 3 people, killing one instantly, and the health of the other 2 also disappeared by more than half instantly. Fuck! Normal attacks are so powerful. Fuck, the boss is foresight and bought 6 sets of special effect equipment, otherwise I really can't keep this guy. Stop talking nonsense. Listen to the boss. Attack the woman in his arms. They have heard the conversation just now, and they are more curious about who is in Han Zhao's arms. This loss of 1,000 health points per second is not something that players can bear. More importantly, even the NPCs in the game can't bear such a loss of health. So, this makes them more determined to unveil this veil. At the same time, the individual players not far away also heard the discussion of this group of knights, and their gossip hearts burst, and they all speculated. Oh my god! The Demon King Han Xiao is holding a woman, and he loves her so much. Could he have had sex with her in the game? Tisk, what's the big deal? With Han Zhao's ability, maybe one day he can get a high-level embodiment talisman and materialize this woman in reality. Oh my god. Brother. Your idea is interesting. Hee men, I just don't know what the woman in his arms looks like. I'm almost dying of curiosity. A group of players talked about it, but unfortunately there were no melon seeds, which made them a little regretful. The melon-eating crowd was not doing enough. Seeing Han Xiao resist the attack of arrows again, they were looking forward to it. As long as there is another 3-second freezing or petrification special effect, the woman under the fur will reveal her true face. But after more than 10 seconds, not to mention petrification and freezing, even stiffness and paralysis did not appear once, and the night players surrounding Han Xiao were almost killed. The cooling time of these special effects is a bit long. If this continues, Han Xiao will run away. That can't be helped. If all the special effects have no cooling time, why would that guy named Xiao Han let these knights go up to die? Yes, with his archery skills, as long as the special effects are triggered once every 3 seconds, Han Xiao will never be able to escape. Don't worry. There is another group of knights running over there. There is still a lot of excitement to watch, and the cooling time of the special effects is about to end. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Han in the distance suddenly paused, and a layer of ice immediately appeared on his body. At this time, not only did the faces of the onlookers show surprise, but the remaining 6 knights were also excited. They did not attack Xiao Han because there was no way to break the defense, and everyone reached out to grab the fur that tightly wrapped Lu Yen. Tear. Xiao Han held the hide tightly, and they couldn't pull it off for a while. Night player immediately reached out and cut it, and then immediately froze. They had all seen the woman in Xiao Han's arms. Fuck. This Han Xiao is too awesome. Even Lu Yen was taken down by him. Oh my god. Why do I feel like Lu Yen doesn't seem to be wearing any clothes? Yes, that collarbone, that back. It makes me dizzy. No wonder Han Xiao wrapped it tightly with the hide. If it happened to me, I wouldn't want to show it to others. Last time it was the city guards. This time it's even more outrageous. It's actually the job transfer instructor of the warrior temple. Those guys who took action are going to be unlucky. The players' discussion, accompanied by the live broadcast on the forum, let all the players in Stormwind know. Even in several other main cities, many players are paying attention to this matter. After seeing the figure in Han Zhao's arms and the discussion below the forum, almost everyone was in a state of confusion. At this time, the only 6 players left around Xiao Han were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. The fate of the Demon Flame Guild attacking the city guards yesterday was still vivid in their minds. Today they seemed to be worse than the Demon Flame Guild attacking the job transfer instructor of the warrior temple. Boss, what should we do now? At this time, Xiao Han was also a little overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. Now that the embodiment has appeared, and it is a dark gold level embodiment, it means that the connection between perfect world and reality has become closer and closer. Then, in contrast, he must also devote more energy to this world. But how to deal with this situation? Lu Yen is a member of the warrior temple, and she is also the instructor, responsible for job transfer. now that she has completely offended her? How can she transfer in the future? Job transfer tasks have always been difficult. She only needs to do a little bit of manipulation and give some deadly tasks. The loss will be too great. How about going all out and just killing her? Once this thought came to his mind, sure, how could not help but think about the pros and cons of this matter. He knew the whole story of the Demon Flame Guild very well. The biggest mistake they made was that they did not completely kill the seriously injured city guard. Otherwise, with only Han Zhao's one-sided statement, what basis would the city guard have to arrest people? The system of Stormwind City is quite sound. Even the city guard has no right to arrest people without evidence. Thinking clearly about the seriousness of the matter and the benefits of killing Lu Yen, he immediately shouted loudly, "All those who have already taken action or even have such an idea, it is best to kill Lu Yen together. You have no way out." #C236 Desperate Situation. Attacking the job transfer instructor of the warrior temple is a much more serious crime than attacking the city guards. Once caught, it will not be as simple as going to jail. Now you have no other choice. As long as she is killed, Xiao Han will have no evidence to prove that Lu Yan's death has anything to do with us. Chun Su's voice spread around, and almost all the onlookers admired his courage. After all, ordinary people would not dare to do this. In the game, the recorded video cannot be shown to the NPC in the game, and Han Xiao will not be able to produce any strong evidence at that time. But this kind of thing still has great risks because besieging the city guards and killing Lu Yen are two completely different concepts. Once they are found out, it will not be as simple as going to jail. At that time, although Stormwind City is big, they may not even have a foothold. Perhaps they have to switch to the dark camp and enter the underground world. And farther away, the night players who wanted to continue to besiege Xiao Han have stopped, and they don't know what to do at this time. Although what Chun Su said makes sense, it is all speculation after all. It would be fine if they were not investigated. Once they were investigated, they would all be in trouble. What should we do? Should we continue to surround and kill Han Xiao? Why not just forget it? Anyway, we just have this idea, but we haven't really done it yet. For people like us, the crime should not be serious. Even if we are caught, we will be locked up for a few days at most. If we really kill Lu Yen, it will be a big trouble. I will withdraw from this matter. Anyway, the embodiment talisman is gone, and the town building order has been handed over to Chun Su. Even if Han Xiao is killed, there will not be much benefit. A group of small groups who have ideas about the embodiment talisman discussed it, and those who had not yet taken action immediately gave up the idea of continuing to take action. And those who had already taken action also showed a look of grief and anger on their faces. This benefit did not get any benefit at all, but it is very likely to sacrifice the future in the game, which is something no one expected. Now we even have to take the risk of killing Lu Yen completely, which is very depressing to think about. Oh, didn't you do it? Listening to the discussion in the distance, Chun Su sneered and shouted, "Have you all forgotten what the city guards did when they arrested the Demon Flame Guild? Hey, I won't stop you if you want to leave, but as long as I'm arrested, none of you can escape one by one. The 52 people I brought today will all point out that you did it. If you want to quit halfway, I tell you, it's impossible. If you want to live, live together. If you want to die, you have to accompany me." The threatening voice echoed in the air, and all the small groups who wanted to leave but didn't do it were all confused. The city guards arrested people yesterday, and their methods were still talked about by many players on the forum because many players who watched the fun were also arrested. As long as they are pointed out by more than 3 players at the same time, they will be directly found guilty and then thrown into prison. If only a few players pointed out, it would be better and they would only be detained for a few hours. However, as the number of people pointing out increased, the charges would become more and more serious, and they would be detained for up to 7 days. Now, if they were pointed out by 53 players at the same time, they would face what they would face. Even if they didn't know, they could guess. Roughly. Fuck. This bastard is too shameless. What can we do? He is a level 5 evolver in reality. Even if he wants to retaliate, he doesn't have the strength to do so. Fortunately, we are just spectators. Chinsu doesn't know the identity information, so even if he wants to point it out, he can't. This is going to be fun. Those guys who took the lead seem to be evolvers. With Chinsu's ability, it's not too difficult to find their information. The discussion was still going on, and a group of players who had ideas about the embodiment talisman slowly surrounded Xiao Han even if they didn't want to, because now, it seems that killing Lu Yen has become the only option. In the middle of the crowd, Xiao Han recovered from the frozen state, and he did not immediately deal with the remaining knights. The situation is different now. This may be his last chance. Although these people in front of him wanted to attack him after being coaxed and frightened by Chinsu, their will was not very firm. Since they could be persuaded by that guy, then he could do it too. Thinking of this, Xiao Han laughed coldly. Does Chinsu know more about the Demon Flame Guild than I do? To tell you the truth, the arrest of the people from the Demon Flame Guild has nothing to do with the injured city guard. If I hadn't asked them to do so, they would not have been arrested. As he said, Xiao Han took out the Golden Glory Medal, displayed its attributes, and said with a smile, "See, this is the reward I got after completing the task last time. Also because of this reward, I asked the city guards to thoroughly investigate the leaders of this matter and demanded that they be brought to justice. So it doesn't matter whether Lu Yen is killed or not. The key is whether I will pursue this matter. You haven't taken action now. I can choose not to use this right, but if you really force me, everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. What does this medal represent?" Although he didn't know whether Han Xiao was telling the truth or not, Chinsu knew that he couldn't let him continue, so he interrupted him and said, "He just said that he got the golden medal after completing the mission. Then, because of the mission, he was able to persuade the city guards. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called mission should be related to the injured city guard. Does this mean that he is now protecting Lu Yen, which is also a mission? As long as Lu Yen is killed, he will not be able to ask the city guards to arrest us." Finding the loophole in Han Zhao's words, Chinsu continued at a very fast speed. "Believe me, as long as Lu Yen is killed, nothing will happen. But if we can't kill her, we will be in real trouble." When the players heard this, their eyes lit up. This is logically reasonable. If Lu Yen is killed, it means that Han Zhao's mission has failed. Not only will he not get the reward, he may also face severe punishment. After all, Lu Yen is not an ordinary person. It would be fine if the mission was not completed, but it also led to her death. This result is completely different. In this case, let's just be straightforward and kill both of them. The voice sounded in the crowd, making Xiao Han's face darken. He took out the Golden Glory Medal, but it was not for this reason, but to tell everyone that with this medal, he would have the ability to contact the generals of the city guard. But now that Chinsu has analyzed it, even if he wants to explain it, it is completely unclear. In this kind of thing, once the initiative is lost, there is no room for remedy. In this situation, he may still have a chance to survive, but the seriously injured Lu Yen has no time. What should I do? Looking at the crowd around him, the number is at least more than 200. Xiao Han's eyes flashed a sense of powerlessness. #C237 I may have to break my promise. Kill! With a roar, the hesitant player finally made a decision and quickly rushed towards Xiao Han. There was helplessness in their eyes, but more of them were fierce. At this time, archers and mages further away were also bending their bows and setting arrows, chanting spells. Faced with such a siege, Xiao Han's face was so ugly that it seemed like it was dripping with water. He looked down at Lu Yen and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I may have to break my promise. Why, now that I can't escape, are you going to leave me? Lu Yan's eyes darkened, and he said with a smile, It doesn't matter, I will die when we are in the demon ceiling tower anyway. I'm actually very happy to have been protected by you for so long. Let me down now, but you have to promise me that you must do everything you can to survive and seal the Blood Emperor of the Abyss again. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han pressed Lu Yan's head to his chest, and at the same time tore the animal skin into strips, tied her tightly to himself, and then said, I have no intention of leaving you just because of these people's obstruction. I can't send you back to Stormwind City for the time being. I hope you will be stronger and hold on longer. Hold on until I kill all these bastards. Hold on until I take you back to Stormwind City. As for the seal, as long as you are still alive, I will definitely be able to do it, but if you let go and leave. Xiao Han didn't explain much, but Lu Yan already understood what he meant, and gently pressed her face against his heart, whispering, I don't want to die either, but I promise you, I will try my best to persevere. At this time, Xiao Han was stunned, with a hint of ecstasy on his face. He saw that the life points lost above Lu Yan's head had changed from 4 digits to 3 digits, which was more than 300 points less than before. Based on her current health, she can last at least 20 minutes. As long as he was faster and killed all the 200 players around him. Within 5 minutes, Lu Yan could still be saved. With excitement, Xiao Han covered Lu Yan's head with the animal skin and whispered, You must hold on, I won't let you die. Must. He repeated it in an aggravated tone. His eyes quickly became fierce, and he shouted angrily, You are all very good. I will not let the city guards arrest you for this matter today, because I will take matters into my own hands and leave you without any foothold in Stormwind City. After saying that, Xiao Han didn't care who was in front of him, he just waved his sword and cleared his health instantly. Call out, call out, call out, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, countless arrows and fireballs flew from the sky and hit them head on. Xiao Han bent his legs slightly, held up the angry wolf in his left hand and roared, assuming a defensive posture, and an illusory shield quickly appeared. Immunity, immunity, immunity. A series of white words appeared from above his head, and a cold smile flashed across his face at this moment. He waved his hand and struck another sword, killing one person instantly. In this wave of attacks just now, some of the armor had been piled up to 100%, but it still failed to cause any damage to it. The 600 points of defense added by the level 3 skill Iron Wall is immune to the armor-piercing special effects, coupled with the 200 points of damage. Immunity from the roar of the angry wolf, it is already equivalent to 800 points of physical and demon defense. Those who attacked him just now, let alone 800 attack points, even if they had 600 attack points, most of them did not reach it. It's not that easy to keep him here. At this time, Ho Jie in the distance looked at this side with a confused look on his face, and asked a little confused, What's going on? I've already accumulated 100% armor piercing. Why can't Han Xiao cause even the slightest damage? Harm? Do you even need to ask? Ma Tianyu said calmly. Didn't you see the action he made just now when he raised his shield? If there are no accidents, it should be a defensive skill. Defensive skills can be immune to armor-piercing special effects. You don't know that, right? Damn it. How can you play with this horse riding? Ho Jie cursed angrily and continued. Not long after the server was launched, I learned a small fireball while riding a horse, and Han Xiao has already learned 7 or 8. To be precise, it should be 5. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Fuck me. 5 is not an exaggeration. I offered 5 million to buy skill books, but I haven't even bought one yet. This is a new server. It's normal that you can't buy skill books. It will get better after a while. After a while? Ho Jie said angrily. In a while the day lilies will be cold, and the girls will become young women. Until then, there will still be eggs to use. Ha! Then I can't help it. Ma Tianyu chuckled and continued. I think since the matter is already like this, it's better to forget it. Han Zhao's revenge is not so easy to bear. You heard the discussion over there just now. If this is just a mission, even if Han Xiao takes revenge, it won't last long. But if it's like those guys said, the two of them had an affair and Lu Yan died because of us, what do you think will happen next? I don't care if he goes to hell anyway. Hou Jie opened his mouth to curse, but then a chill ran down his back. If he were in Kyoto, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of Han Xiao, and he wouldn't even need to spend so much money to intercept this guy in person, and he could get the materialization talisman. But in the game, this guy is almost an invincible existence. As long as he is targeted, even if he is protected by hundreds of subordinates, he cannot guarantee absolute safety. Boom! At this moment, there was a bang more than 10 meters away, and then a piece of red damage appeared. Then, a large group of people suddenly fell in the middle of the crowd. My God! What kind of skill is this? This is too domineering. Hou Jie couldn't help swallowing his saliva, thinking of the dozen subordinates who were killed instantly a few minutes ago, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Such an opponent, do you really have to offend him to death? If there is a chance to get the materialization talisman, it's fine. After all, the value of the dark gold level materialization talisman is inestimable, but now it is obviously impossible. Even the town construction order has already fallen into Chun Su's hands. Boss Ho, you have to trust my judgment. Ma Tianyu saw Hou Jie's hesitant expression and continued. As long as we stop. Now, even if Han Xiao wants to retaliate, his main target will not be us. There are so many players taking action over there, how can he retaliate? Alone? According to normal logic, he must choose those guys who offended him the most. It seems to be the same reason. Hou Jie's eyes flashed, and he whispered, then let's step back a little, like those people, and be a spectator. Even if we are caught, I guess we won't be locked up for too long. As the few people slowly retreated, Xiaoqing came over and grinned. You are not too stupid. Look at those guys over there, they didn't take action either. Chun Su relies on his strong strength, but he has no good intentions. The consequences of stopping now and taking action directly are definitely different. The difference between them is like attempted murder and malicious murder. The concepts are completely different. Hashtag C238 Good news that suddenly appeared. Stormwind City, Altar of Resurrection. Illusory figures kept appearing one after another. They were all players who had just been killed. The expressions on their faces were very rich at this time. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were confused. In a corner near the edge of the resurrection altar, an illusory figure looked anxious, but at this time he could not speak or make any movements. As time slowly passed, the illusory figure gradually became solid. Finally, with a movement of his arms, he was finally able to control his body. At this time, without any hesitation, he immediately opened his backpack and took a look at the contents, then let out a deep breath. Ding Hai, you were killed anyway. On the side, Sure Hao walked over with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, where are the others? Were they all killed by Han Xiao? I don't know, but they should all be dead. Ding Hai responded and explained, I was not killed by Han Xiao, but it was a good death this time. That guy Chun Su should be mad to death now. What's going on? Sure Hao was stunned and asked quickly. We went to intercept Han Xiao. Why did Chun Su want to kill you? Haha. This is a bit funny. Ding Hai took out the manifestation talisman from his backpack and said with a smile. Xiao Han threw this thing out in order to escape for his life. He probably wanted me to fight with Chun Su. But that guy Chun Su is so powerful. He shot 5 arrows in a row and I was disabled. Then Wanke gave me another stab. But fortunately, I picked up this thing first and it didn't explode after being killed. We can be considered rich this time. Fa Kai. Do you want to sell this thing? Xiao frowned and said with some displeasure. This thing can increase our strength, why don't you keep it for yourself? I want it too. Ding Hai's face was full of depression, and he showed the introduction of the manifestation talisman and then said, this manifestation talisman can only be used on pets, and it can only be used on pets below the overlord level. We are not at level 30 now, nor have we completed the second job transfer. We cannot capture pets at all, and there is no way to convert them into combat power in a short period of time. Everyone knows this thing is in our hands. If we don't get rid of it quickly, do you think we still have a chance to reach level 30? That's right. Xiao nodded, touched his chin and said, Han Zhao's strength is too abnormal, so he shouldn't let it go like this. It's better to sell it directly and exchange it for something useful. Then I'll contact you and I should be able to get a few beast cores above level 4. You'll have enough resources to break through to level 4. Hey, my luck is so good today. Ding Hai grinned and continued. As we agreed before, as long as I get the manifestation talisman, no matter how you deal with it, I only want a 4th level beast core. Don't worry, since we've already negotiated it before, I won't change my mind. Xiao was a little excited. He really didn't expect that Ding Hai would take advantage of so many people rushing to grab the present talisman. This talisman that can manifest an overlord level pet must be of interest to many people. Even if it is exchanged for a level 5 beast core, it seems possible. With this thing, maybe both of them have the opportunity to take their strength even further. Graveyard of the Dead. With the withdrawal of Hojie and others, some players who were still on the periphery gradually gave up their plans to continue taking action. Since he won't be caught, there is no need to wade into this muddy water. After all, without the manifestation talisman and the town establishment order, it was not worthwhile to take such a big risk to offend Han Xiao. The defense up to 10,000 points is really disappointing. Even the magic defense, which was regarded as a weakness before, is now so high that people are speechless. Dozens of small fireballs and big fireballs hit it, and a white immunity actually appeared. Would such a cold owl really be killed by less than 200 people? As for killing Lu Yen, maybe it is really possible, but how to deal with the subsequent revenge? At this moment, for them, the mood is complicated. The melon eaters on the side no longer have such worries. Han Xiao has now started a live video broadcast, recording everyone who takes action against him. After things here are over, there will be no such thing as finding the wrong target for revenge. As competent melon eaters, they still hope that the battle will be more brutal so that there will be more equipment on the ground. Hey, I've already killed more than 50 people in less than a minute. The equipment in that place is so shaking that I'm a little dizzy. Don't worry, Han Xiao doesn't like those equipments. They won't be ours by then. Just take your time and watch them. With these more than 100 people, it will only take 2 or 3 minutes to kill them all. Then we will all rely on our abilities. Who said there are only more than 100 people? Look over there. There are people coming over again. There are quite a lot of them. Someone said this, and the eyes of most of the melon eaters were immediately attracted, and they all looked in the direction of his finger. I'll go. Isn't this from the Wei Guild? What's all the fuss about? It's not normal for them to appear. Maybe people from the Demon Flame Guild will come too soon. Hey, the more people who come, the better. I'm really looking forward to it. As the discussion continued, Xiao Han in the crowd had already discovered that more players were rushing over not far away, and the number should be more than 300. It was completely impossible to kill them all within 5 minutes. What was more troublesome was that the cooling time of the iron wall was as long as 10 seconds, and his health began to slowly decrease. Seeing that all the weapons around him were greeting Lu Yen in front of his chest, he said nothing and tried his best to make Lu Yen suffer less damage. He didn't know how long he could hold on, but as long as he could still stand, he would not give up. He raised his hand and poured a bottle of advanced life recovery potion into his mouth to replenish the lost life value, and at the same time poured a bottle of advanced life recovery potion into Lu Yan's mouth. Although this was just a drop in the bucket, it could at least make her live a little longer. Minus 1952. Suddenly, a fireball hit, causing the slowly rising life value to drop a lot. Xiao Han's face changed and he hurriedly looked into the distance. But he was surrounded by a large number of players, and he couldn't tell from which direction the fireball came. Who is it? How can his attack be so high? He could cause her 1,900 points of damage. Excluding the attack bonus of the small fireball, the magic attack was at least 1,800 points. Such a player should have learned more than just one skill. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, the rain of arrows and fireballs attacked again. Xiao Han wanted to avoid them, but there was no way to do it. He could only bear such attacks. Immune! Immune! Minus 2,158. In the white, a damage value of more than 2,000 points was particularly conspicuous, which also made Xiao Han's eyes change, and his face immediately darkened. This magician who suddenly appeared was too threatening to him. Ding! At this moment, an information prompt sound came into his ears. Xiao Han was stunned and immediately stared at the attacks of the surrounding players, and then a smile appeared on his face. Hashtag C239 by Xiaoxing's plan. On the periphery of the crowd, there were more and more people watching the show, and the number exceeded 300 in an instant. Even players nearby were constantly coming here. After all, watching a live video on a forum is not as fun as watching it live. Once Han Xiao kills everyone, they will still have a chance to snatch the equipment on the ground. The players who are qualified to participate in the siege are not low in strength, and the equipment that explodes is not ordinary. Everyone was excited watching the battle taking place in the distance. Haha! It's another full explosion. I feel like there are at least 2 pieces of silver in that piece of equipment. Calm down, don't get too excited. The equipment is there. It can't escape. Hey, let's kill. The more we kill, the greater our harvest will be. Think about it, if we can do this once a day, it would be really great. No, whose magic is that? How come the attack is so high? The crowd was talking excitedly, but a health value of more than 2,000 points suddenly appeared above Han Zhao's head, which immediately made some people's faces look ugly. They knew exactly what this meant and quickly shouted, "We can't continue like this, otherwise the equipment on the ground will have nothing to do with us. Yes, if Han Xiao is killed, those equipment will only belong to those who took action. Then what should we do now? Do we have to take action too? Since we want the benefits there, we have to pay some price. Even if we die there, as long as we pick up a piece of equipment, we will still be considered to have earned something. Then what are you waiting for?" In the crowd, a burly knight player shouted loudly, "Brothers, come with me. For those equipments." The emotions of the people who eat melons are the easiest to be provoked. With just a little provocation, some people will rush to the battlefield. A smile appeared in the corner of Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, and he shouted again, "Brothers, the video recording is on. Han Xiao is a rich man. Maybe with this thing we can get some equipment. Rewards from him. Haha, brother. You are a talent. This is a great suggestion. Yes, we helped Han Xiao. He must give something to thank us." The sound of recording the video echoed in the crowd, and everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They yelled ouch and rushed towards the battle place, with the video recording turned on. At this time, Ho Jie looked at the scene in front of him in confusion, and said happily, "Fortunately, I quit. These guys are crazy. Hey, people die for money and birds die for food. Isn't this normal?" Xiao Qing sneered and continued, "I knew that this would happen in the end. Most of them are ordinary people. As long as they rush in and pick up a piece of equipment they can get a month or even a year or two of living expenses. It's just one death. What's there to be afraid of? If I were all equipped with blank equipment, I would rush over and take advantage. Have you guessed that something like this would happen? Ho Jie was stunned for a moment with some doubts in his eyes and asked strangely, "Is it because of this that you are unwilling to accept my employment to besiege Han?" Xiao? But how did you guess it? Is this difficult to guess? Xiao Qing curled his lips and said disdainfully, "This is not the first time this kind of thing has happened. With Han Zhao's urine, if he can't hold on anymore, he will definitely throw away a lot of equipment. When it has developed to that point, whoever can stop those onlookers who are not afraid of death will still fall short. Damn it! Since you guessed it, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ho Jie's depression could not be described in words, and Xiao Qing was too lazy to explain too much to him, staring at the increasingly lively battlefield. "Kill!" A thunderous roar rang out, and the melon-eating crowd, numbering more than 300, was like an arrow hitting them directly. In just an instant, the encirclement was torn apart. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he took out a piece of golden equipment from the space ring without hesitation and displayed it. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "All the brothers who came to help, listen up, just kill one of them. You can receive a piece of silver equipment based on the video. For every 5 people killed, an additional piece of gold will be rewarded. For those who kill Chun Su, Han Xiao solemnly promised to get a piece of dark gold equipment above level 20. Lu Yan's health was running low. Xiao Han did not dare to delay any longer, and shouted loudly, "Even if you fail to kill one person, as long as you come to help me entangle them, you can use the video to collect them all from me. Piece of silver equipment. Ha ha ha, the great demon King Han Xiao is so grand. With your words, we can rest assured. Brothers, don't be afraid. Kill me. With this advantage, why are you so scared? If I had known it would be like this, I would have charged over on horseback." The thundering roar spread around, and Xiao Han's promise was made known to almost everyone. All the players' faces were flushed with excitement. After all, the harvest this time is more guaranteed. As long as you take action, you will definitely be able to harvest a piece of silver equipment. At this time, Chun Su's face had turned extremely ugly. The formation was scattered, and the number of players participating in the battle suddenly more than doubled. He could no longer find traces of Han Xiao among the chaotic crowd. Not far away, there were even dozens of players approaching him with dodging. Damn, is Han Xiao crazy? How could he possibly take out hundreds of silver equipment? He cursed in frustration. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, things were out of his control now, and it was impossible to kill Xiao Han and Lu Yan. After spending such a huge price, he only got a town-building order. In the future, he might have to endure the arrest of the city guards and the revenge of Han Xiao. Can be said that he has lost a lot. But things have developed to this point, and he is powerless. Let's leave here first. Muttering softly, Chun Su no longer hesitated and rushed into the depths of the undead cemetery. The bounty of a dark gold equipment will definitely make many people excited. The direction of Stormwind City is no longer so safe at this time. Let's wait for this matter to calm down a little before thinking of a way to go back. After making such a decision in his heart, Chun Su's speed became faster, and in a blink of an eye he left the players behind him far behind. At this time, as the melee continued, Xiao Han slowly squeezed out of the encirclement, and all the players around him were frantically attacking those who had attacked him before. "Don't stand there. Hurry up and follow me." As soon as I came out of the crowd holding Lu Yan, I heard a familiar voice. #C240 breaking out of the siege. Seeing Bai Shaoxing appear in front of him, Xiao Han showed a hint of joy on his face. He immediately took out the bloodthirsty magic gun and said, "Thank you very much this time. You can take this dark gold equipment first. The remaining equipment will be discussed when we return to Stormwind City. Let's not rush this. Bai Shaoxing waved his hand and continued without picking up the equipment. Put the things on you first. My strength is very poor. If I don't do it well, I might be exploded. That's okay. Xiao Han did not refuse and said hurriedly, Lu Yan is seriously injured. I have to send her back to Stormwind City as soon as possible. I won't say anything more to you now. We can wait until we get back to Stormwind City to discuss anything else. I know. But you still have to listen to what I have to say. Bai Shaoxing didn't say any more nonsense and went straight to the point. There are many people who want to attack you on the road ahead. But fortunately, you threw away the manifestation talisman and the town founding order, and most of those guys returned. But there are still some guys who are unwilling to give in and are coming. Here, in order to prevent accidents, I have arranged a route for you, and there will be people to pick you up along the way. With that said, Bai Shaoxing took out a piece of animal skin and said, quickly, this is a simple map I drew by hand. You can just follow the route on it. Also, the west gate of Stormwind City should be full of players now. If you want to go back to Stormwind City to treat your injuries, I advise you to make some plans in advance. Hearing what Bai Shaoxing said, Xiao Han's expression froze, but he still took the animal skin map and said quickly, I know. Let's contact you if anything happens. Lu Yan's health points were getting less and less, and he could no longer linger here. The West City Gate was blocked, which was not good news for him, but no matter what, he had to go back to Stormwind City first. After a cursory glance at the map, Xiao Han moved his steps and immediately ran as fast as he could. The route on the map is the shortest, almost directly leading to Stormwind City. He didn't know what Bai Shaoxing's follow-up arrangements were, but since he said so, he probably wouldn't deceive him. This was just right, as he could avoid unnecessary mistakes and return to Stormwind City in the shortest possible time. How are you? Are you okay? Looking at Lu Yan, who was curled up in his arms, Xiao Han asked worriedly. I have already fought my way out. In 10 minutes at most we can return to Stormwind City. I can still persist. Lu Yan whispered back, her face even paler, her eyelids drooped, and it seemed extremely difficult to open them. Seeing her like this, Xiao Han felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He immediately took out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion and said, quick, drink this. I promise you that I will seal the Abyss Blood Emperor. As long as you live, I will look for other demon sealing towers in the future to seal more abyss demons. Well, I believe you. A smile appeared on Lu Yan's face, and he continued, you are a genius that is rare. In thousands of years, you will definitely be able to do it. Okay. Stop talking. Holding Lu Yan with both hands, Xiao Han couldn't help but tighten it tighter, and ran faster. Now this level has finally passed, but if the West City Gate is full of players, it will be a big trouble. If there are too many players, the queue alone may last up to half an hour. Fortunately, Bai Shaoxing reminded me, otherwise it would be too late to consider this matter when we return to Stormwind City. What should I do? While running quickly, Xiao Han thought about this problem. After just a moment, his eyes flashed and he whispered, if it doesn't work, the only way is to use money to clear the way. Compared with the loss of some money, Lu Yan's safety is the most important. Call out. At this moment, the scream of arrows piercing the air suddenly sounded in his ears. Xiao Han subconsciously flashed his right side and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Hey, who is that? As soon as the arrow flew out, Xiao Han heard a pop sound. Player he didn't recognize suddenly appeared in the path of the arrow and blocked the arrow with his body. The sudden appearance of such a scene stunned him for a moment. But at this time his footsteps did not stop at all and he was still running quickly in the direction of Stormwind City. Of course he wanted to kill the guy who was shooting the arrow, but not now. Lu Yan's injury has been delayed for a long time by the guys just now. Not known whether he can be saved now, so he can't waste even a second here. After taking a deep look at the guy, Xiao Han started video recording and recorded his appearance. Whether it was this guy or the bastards who just intercepted him, he was not going to let them go so easily. As soon as Lu Yan's injury stabilizes a little, he will launch revenge. He would not stop until they were reduced to a pair of big underpants. As for Chun Su, the matter of doubting his life would not be over until he was killed. Even if he got the town building order, he still dared to ridicule him. Oh, it's just talk. Thinking of Chun Su's sarcastic words at that time, Xiao Han showed a sneer on his lips. The charcoal-grilled stone ox king and deep-fried tiger whip will last for about 10 days, so he has a lot of time to play with those guys. Without anyone to worry about, I wonder if those guys can bear it after they take revenge. It's best if you don't ask for mercy, that would be cool. After muttering softly, Xiao Han glanced at the archery player again, and he rushed past like a gust of wind. The 20-fold movement speed bonus allowed him to see the crowded West City gate from a distance in less than 10 minutes. Along the way, there was not only one player who wanted to stop him, but every time a player would step forward to help him block the incoming arrows or the rushing crowd. Only then did Xiao Han understand what Bai Shaoxing was talking about. Fortunately, he has placed people near every team with malicious intentions. As long as they want to take action, someone will jump out to stop them. If I had known this, I should have sent him a message before coming back. At this time, Xiao Han felt a little regretful. If he had contacted Bai Shaoxing before coming back, the delay would not have been so long. Maybe Lu Yan would be out of danger by now. But fortunately, that guy's brain was very good, and he provoked the players around him who were watching the show. Otherwise it would not be so easy for him to break out. Perhaps at this time he might really be besieged to death. Looking at the crowded crowd in front of the city gate, Xiao Han continued to run wildly, but his brows furrowed deeply. There are too many players and local residents of Stormwind City there, almost several times or even 10 times more than usual. He is no longer so sure whether the idea of money to clear the way before will work. If there are only a few hundred people, this method will definitely work well. Scattering a large amount of gold coins will definitely attract them easily. But now there are at least 2,000 people in the crowd. As long as he dares to throw money, it will inevitably cause riots, and it will be more difficult to enter the city. What should I do? What should I do to get into the city quickly? At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes moved rapidly, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked in another direction. #C241 Healing the wounds in the Acropolis. Stormwind City is very large. Whether it is the area or the population, it can be called a super metropolis. Looking at Stormwind City from a distance is still very shocking. Because the height of the city wall alone is more than 20 meters, the buildings at the city gate are even more majestic and domineering, and there is an endless stream of people coming and going. However, this is not good news for Xiao Han. The more people there are at the city gate, the longer the queue will take to wait, and Lu Yan's injury will not be delayed for too long. I thought that I could enter the city quickly by using money to open the way, but the scene in front of him forced him to give up this idea. Fortunately, there is an acropolis a few thousand meters away from Stormwind City. When Su Chang was carried back from the undead cemetery, he was sent to that place. This is a city that is not open to ordinary people. It is called a city, but it is actually a barracks, and there are only soldiers in it. The reason why Lu Yan was injured like this is actually related to them. If it weren't for the news Su Chang brought back, she wouldn't have rushed to the cemetery of the dead souls so hastily, let alone risked entering the demon ceiling tower. Now, if he was sent to the Acropolis, he should be able to get treatment. More importantly, the military doctor in the barracks might not be good at treating some diseases, but he must be very good at treating gunshot wounds. After just a little thought, Xiao Han turned around and ran straight to the Acropolis. The scale of the Acropolis is definitely far different from that of Stormwind City, whether it is the height of the city wall or the degree of prosperity. It is incomparable. However, these are not important to Xiao Han, who is concerned about Lu Yan. At this time, his speed has been increased to the extreme. He ran a distance of 4 or 5 kilometers in less than 3 minutes. Stop. This is a restricted area of the barracks, and you are not allowed to trespass. When he was still 100 meters away from the city gate, Xiao Han heard a warning in the distance, and at the same time there were soldiers holding crossbows on the top of the city aiming at him. He had guessed this situation before coming here, and quickly took out the golden medal and held it high, shouting, "I came here yesterday and saved Su Chang. This is the medal awarded by Lord Li Zhong. Today I went to the cemetery of the dead again, and there is important news to report. Also, I saved another person. She is Lu Yan, the transfer instructor of the warrior temple. She is seriously injured and must be treated as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han had already run to the city gate, and the crossbow that had been aiming at him did not shoot in the end. At this time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly uncovered the animal skin on Lu Yan's head, and said anxiously, "Open the door quickly. Don't you know her? Even if you don't know her, you should know me. Yesterday at this place, I sent Su Cheng back. This is really Lord Lu." On the top of the city, a soldier holding a crossbow exclaimed, "That medal is also real, but without an order from above, the city gate cannot be opened at will." Damn it! Xiao Han cursed, but there was nothing he could do. This is a military city, and it is normal for the soldiers guarding the city to make such a decision. They are just doing their duty. It should be impossible to make them violate military orders through words. Although he was extremely anxious, he could only patiently shout, "Since you all know her, then go and inform your superiors. Wait a moment, we'll go now." Duh, duh, duh. Standing outside the city, Xiao Han could hear the sound of horse hooves going away quickly. Feeling Lu Yan's lowering body temperature, he was very anxious, but now he could only wait quietly. Raising his hand and taking out a bottle of advanced life recovery potion, Xiao Han put it to her mouth and fed it carefully. The recovery amount of this bottle of potion is only 8,000 points, which is completely a drop in the bucket compared to her total life value of 2.8 million points. But with these 8,000 points of life value replenishment, at least she can live 10 more seconds. Perhaps, just because of these short 10 seconds, the military doctor in the Acropolis can snatch her back from the hands of the god of death. Duh, duh, duh. At this time, the rapid sound of horse hooves sounded again, slowly coming from far away, and at the same time he also heard a roar in the distance. "Open the city gate! Open the city gate quickly!" The city gate slowly opened with this voice, and just as a gap big enough for one person to pass was revealed, Xiao Han squeezed in with Lu Yan in his arms. At a glance, he saw Guanjie riding a warhorse and galloping towards him. This person is Li Zhong's adjutant. There should not be many people with higher status than him in this Acropolis. Seeing him appear, Xiao Han moved his feet and instantly increased his speed to the extreme and shouted, "Where is the military doctor? Take me to find the military doctor quickly." So fast. Seeing Han Xiao running faster than the warhorse, Guanjie's eyes flashed with disbelief, but he still reacted quickly, turned his horse's head and shouted, "I have asked someone to call the military doctor. You follow me." One person and one horse were running at high speed on the wide avenue, and soon they saw another warhorse running towards them. On the warhorse, Li Zhong's expression was very solemn, and he was holding a female military doctor with a medicine box on his back with one hand. After seeing Guanjie running on horseback and Han Xiao following closely behind, his eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately pulled the reins to stop. At the same time, he also gently put the military doctor in his hand on the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's speed increased again, and he surpassed Guanjie. In an instant, it took less than 5 seconds for him to run to the military doctor and said hurriedly, "She was pierced through the right chest by the blood demon spear. Now she has lost too much blood and her body temperature has dropped a lot. Don't worry. Come in with me first." The female military doctor quickly pushed open a bunker-like building on the left and comforted her. "Since you are here, don't worry too much. I will do my best to cure her. Now, put her on the table and go out." "Okay." Xiao Han did not refuse or say much nonsense. He immediately spread a thick layer of animal skin on the table and gently put Lu Yen on it. At this time, he would not refute the military doctor's words, because every second he delayed would make Lu Yen more dangerous, and even if he stayed, he could not help much. Seeing that the female military doctor had already walked towards Lu Yen, Xiao Han stepped back a few steps, walked out of the room, and closed the iron door at the same time. "What happened? Tell me about it." As soon as he came out of the room, Li Zhong asked solemnly. "She just went to the graveyard to investigate. How could she be so badly injured? You just mentioned the blood demon spear. Did you encounter the black demon general?" "Not only did we encounter the black demon general, we also encountered the black demon priest." Xiao Han's face sank, and he continued slowly, "The abyss blood emperor in the ceiling demon tower has also revived. It released a huge amount of demonic energy and evil energy forcibly, creating 5 black demon generals and a black demon priest. We finally escaped. #C242 authorization to arrest people. It's so serious. The blood emperor of the abyss has also recovered." Hearing such news, Li Zhong's face became extremely ugly. He was silent for a while and asked seriously, "Can you estimate how long that seal can trap it?" 2 months. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and said directly, "Master Lu and I tried to strengthen the seal, but ultimately failed. Fortunately, it is not all without gain. If the Abyss Blood Emperor wants to break out of the seal, it cannot be done in a short time." Before Li Zhong could continue to ask, he quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter and then continued, "I already asked Master Lu on the way back. Although the Abyss Blood Emperor is very strong, it is not an easy task to forcibly create 5 black demon generals and a black demon priest by infusing the body with demonic energy. This will seriously damage its vitality. If it were outside the demon ceiling tower, such a loss of vitality would only take 3 to 5 days to recover, but inside the demon ceiling tower, it would take at least 2 months to recover." 2 months. Li Zhong muttered softly, and said with a forced smile, "I didn't expect the matter to be so serious, but fortunately there are still 2 months, so we still have time to prepare. Master Tan has been missing for more than a year. It seems that the seal is irreversible. Thank you for the news, but I don't have time to entertain you now, and the military camp is not suitable for outsiders to stay here for a long time. You see. Wait a minute. I have something else to say."
Xiao Han understood what Li
Zhong meant, but he still looked at the room aside and said directly, "She is not out of danger yet. I can't leave. Also, although the master is not here, the sealing matter is not irreversible. When senior sister recovers from her injuries, she and I will go to the demon sealing tower again. We are at least 50% sure to seal it again." "What? You are also a magic sealer?" Li Zhong was stunned and asked in disbelief. "But Master Tan has been missing for more than a year, and I never heard that he has a disciple like you. I can't explain this issue to you too much, but after senior sister recovers, you can confirm it with her." "Okay." Li Deng nodded, with a smile on his face, and said happily, "There are 2 magic sealers here. I believe you will not let the Abyss Blood Emperor break the seal easily. Now that I have such an identity, there is no problem in staying here. However, this is an important military camp area after all, and your identity has not been confirmed, so you can't just wander around. I understand. Xiao Han responded quickly and continued. I know the rules. Here, wherever the senior sister is, I will be there. I won't run around. Of course this is best. Li Chong replied and said to Guan Jie beside him, put the other things aside. For now, just spend some time with this little brother today. The situation in the undead cemetery has become so serious. Whether it can be sealed again in the future is uncertain. I need to report it to the superiors. If necessary, we have to hurry up and build fortifications there. Yes, the current situation is not good. Guan Jie nodded and said, Master, Lu fought for us for 2 months at the cost of serious injuries. We cannot let it go to waste. I'm here. Please go there quickly. Well, I'll go right away. Li Zhong responded, then turned to Xiao Han and said, Little brother, I'll excuse you now. Then he took control of the horse and ran towards the city gate. With a series of da-da sounds, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Li Zhong leave, Xiao Han was too lazy to say anything more, and immediately turned his eyes to the room on the side. Lu Yen was still inside, and he didn't know what was going on now. When she was sent in, not only did her body temperature drop a lot, but her health points were also less than 100,000 points. Xiao Han didn't know whether Lu Yen could be saved in this state. Thinking of those people who blocked his way, he felt itching with hatred, especially the loss of the manifestation symbol. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. If it weren't for Lu Yen, he would definitely be reluctant to throw it out. Brother Han Xiao, if I heard you correctly just now, did you and Master Lu kill a dark general? At this time, Guan Jie's voice came to his ears. Xiao Han turned his head and looked, nodded and said, well, that thing is very strong, but we still killed one of them. Originally, the reinforcement of the seal was almost successful, but who would have thought that the Blood Emperor of the Abyss would forcibly create 5 dark demon generals despite his severely damaged vitality? If it wasn't for good luck, we might not have come back. Yes, it's really dangerous. Guan Jie nodded, still a little frightened, and said softly, fortunately you are back, otherwise we would not have been able to obtain such crucial information. As for what happened yesterday, Brother Su has always wanted to thank you in person. Oh, that's no need. Xiao Han forced a smile and continued, no matter who encounters any situation, he will lend a helping hand. I just got lucky and happened to be right around there. That's not necessarily true. Guan Jie sneered and said with gloomy eyes, those bandits don't have such a high level of awareness. If you weren't strong enough, Su Cheng might not be able to come back. But don't worry, I have already caught those guys. Even if some fish slip through the net, there won't be too many. Haha, I know this.
Xiao Han chuckled lightly.
Thinking of the miserable situation of the demon Flame Guild, he felt inexplicably happy. However, thinking of Lu Yen, his face darkened again. He gritted his teeth and said, yesterday those robbers were caught, but today there are many more. If they hadn't stopped me from coming back and delayed me on the road for too long, senior sister's injury wouldn't have been so serious. What? Another robber showed up? Guan Jie's face darkened and he said, seriously? Do you have any evidence? If you can find some witnesses, I will immediately dispatch the city guards and arrest them all. There are witnesses, and there are many. Xiao Han said with a stern face. Some righteous men took action on the way. If it weren't for them, my senior sister and I might not have been able to come back. But I don't want the city guards to get involved in this grudge. If possible, can you give me the authority to arrest people in the city? Want to personally send them all to prison one by one. This? Guan Jie hesitated, shook his head and said, I'm afraid this won't work. Even if I have the power, I can't do it. But if you are really a magic sealer, you actually have this authority. But the premise is that you must first let Mr. Lu confirm your identity. Only by obtaining the identity token of the demon sealer can you arrest criminals in Stormwind City. I didn't expect that the demon sealing master would have such benefits. Xiao Han muttered in his heart and immediately replied, Okay, let's wait until my senior sister wakes up. Crunch. At this moment, the closed iron door opened from the inside, and the female military doctor said anxiously, Master Lu sent her too late and I can't save her with my ability, but #C243 blood ginseng. Can't save her? Xiao Han's face darkened. His face was full of anxiety, and he hurriedly urged, But what? Tell me quickly. At this time, Guan Jie's face also turned ugly. When he thought of the consequences of Lu Yan's death, his body shook. Involuntarily, since Master Tan disappeared, Stormwind City has only Lu Yan as the only magic sealer. Now there is one more. Is it necessary to lose one immediately? If there is only Han Xiao as the magic sealer, he will definitely not be able to reseal the Abyss Blood Emperor, and the consequence may be the death of thousands of people. If both magic sealers are alive, let alone 50%, even a 20% chance is worth a try. Seeing Han Xiao's anxious look, Guan Jie hurriedly urged, Don't keep us in suspense. How can we save her? We need blood ginseng. If we want to save her, we need a complete blood ginseng. The female military doctor's face condensed, and she hurriedly explained, Lord Lu's chest was penetrated, and almost half of the blood in her body has been lost. If her wound had not been treated, she would not have been able to hold on. Until here, there are some 100-year-old mountain ginseng in the warehouse now, which should be able to keep her alive, but it will not exceed 6 hours at most. If you want to save her, there may be some other medicinal herbs that can do it, but I only know of blood ginseng. Where can I find this thing? Xiao Han's face sank, and his mood became even heavier. The so-called blood ginseng, just by hearing the name, it is not an ordinary medicinal herb. If you want to find it in the wild, the possibility is almost zero. As for going to the city's medicine shop to buy it, it is even more impossible. Like the top-grade medicinal herbs of the blood ginseng level, it is generally not available to ordinary people. Even if the medicine shop has it, it is unlikely to sell it to him. But even so, he didn't plan to give up, and continued to ask, Is there any place in Stormwind City where I can buy this thing? I don't know, maybe some dignitaries in the city have blood ginseng, but I haven't heard of it. But someone once dug it in the Dark Forest, and Lord Guan Jie probably knows this news. Dark Forest. Xiao Han frowned. That place is too big, and the possibility of finding blood ginseng within 6 hours is infinitely close to zero. But now, even if the possibility is infinitely close to zero, he can't give. Looking at Guan Jie with a serious expression, Xiao Han said directly, Since there may be such a thing in the Dark Forest, I will go and look for it now. Please take care of senior sister. Don't worry. Guan Jie's face was serious, and he promised seriously, Her life is more important than the lives of all of us here. I will do everything I can to keep her alive. Just do your best for the blood ginseng. I will let Lord Li communicate with the higher-ups. I hope we can find it in the city. Well, let's do both. Hearing what Guan Jie said, Xiao Han felt a little more relaxed and hurriedly said, I will go to the Dark Forest now. Within 6 hours, whether there is any, I will find it. I will come back if I find it. As he said that, he turned to look at the female military doctor and asked, What does the blood ginseng look like? Can you draw a picture for me? Wait a minute. I have one ready. The female military doctor turned around and ran back. In less than 5 seconds, she rushed out with a medical book pointing to a picture on it and said, Look, this is it. It is blood red all over, and it should be easy to see in the wild. The longer it grows, the darker the color. If it grows purple, even a small piece can bring Lord Lu back to life. Purple blood ginseng. Xiao Han whispered softly, and immediately started the video recording to record this picture. Then he turned around and ran towards the city gate. At the same time, he immediately contacted by Xiaoxing, and when he got through, he said, "Help me find out about the blood ginseng, it's very important to me. No matter what the price, I have to know this news. Also, I will go to Pyongyanglu in an hour. Empty your backpack and come over, we will meet." After saying that, he hung up the call without caring about Bai Xiaoxing's reaction. Outside the cemetery of the dead, Bai Xiaoxing stopped in confusion after hearing such a question without a beginning or an end, and he was not even given a chance to speak. Bao Fengrui and Guanglong saw this scene and asked in unison, "What's wrong? What did Han Xiao say?" "He wants to find blood ginseng." Bai Xiaoxing frowned and guessed. It seems that Lu Yan's injury is not optimistic. Maybe this blood ginseng can save her life. You two ask the players in the guild to see if anyone knows this news. Also, he said he will go to Pyongyanglu in an hour. Since you all helped just now, let's go together. Blood ginseng. Guanglong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Just by listening to the name of this thing, you know that it is not a low-level medicinal material. I guess no one should know it. Do your best and leave it to fate." Bao Fengrui sent a message to the group and continued, "No matter whether you can find any news about blood ginseng, try to help find out. Han Xiao is getting more and more powerful. It's good for all of us to hold on to his thighs. A manifestation talisman can explode so many masters. It will not be easy for us in the game in the future." "Yes," Guanglong sighed and said depressedly, "This game is getting more and more complicated. I heard that, after completing the job change in the game, there is a chance of breaking through the current bottleneck, so I came in. But now it seems that even if it doesn't have this effect, just looking at the effect of the present talisman, more energy must be invested here. Let alone those advanced evolvers. Don't lament this. This is the general trend," Bai Xiaoxing said while sending a message. "Let's go back to Stormwind City quickly. If we miss the time, Han Xiao will not wait for us." "Then hurry up." Guanglong nodded and said, "I will ask the West City Gate and the brothers near the teleportation array to help us line up. Otherwise we really won't be able to get back to Piaoxiang Tower in an hour." "Yes," Bao Fengrui responded and said with a wry smile, "When I heard that someone was attacking Han Xiao again, the low-level players in Stormwind City went crazy, and they came in groups to take advantage. Now I'm not picking up the bargain, but the West City Gate is blocked. I have to arrange for some brothers to help me line up. If that guy Xiao Han comes here once a day, we might as well stop upgrading and just follow him to pick up equipment." #C244 Industry spawned by 10 gold coins. West Gate. Thousands of players were blocking outside the gate and were slowly moving towards Stormwind City. Xiao Han looked unhappy when he saw this. At the current speed, if he queued up at the back, it would take at least half an hour for him to enter the city. Lu Yan was waiting for the blood ginseng to save his life, so he didn't have much time to stay here. "Let's use gold coins to open the way." Muttering softly, Xiao Han ran directly past the crowd and ran towards the gate, while hearing a burst of discussion. "Oh my God! Isn't this the great demon king Han Xiao? The battle at the undead cemetery just ended. Why is he back? So what if he's the great demon king Han Xiao? Don't you have to queue up? Hey, you don't understand the life of rich people. Queuing up only belongs to those of us who live at the bottom." Xiao Han didn't care about the discussion behind him and ran quickly to the gate. With more resources in hand, there will be more or less privileges, such as queuing up. He had thought of using money to open the way before. The reason why he finally gave up was because Lu Yan's injury could not be delayed any longer. If something unexpected happened at the city gate, it would be too late to regret it. When there is a better choice, there is no need to take such a risk. When he came to the city gate, he saw the players and residents in front of him slowly moving forward, and the city guards looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Xiao Han did not dare to cut in line casually. If he caused a riot under their noses, it would be a big trouble, and he might even go to jail. In fact, there is a way to solve this situation. He walked a few steps quickly and stood in front of several players closest to the city gate. Xiao Han said directly, "I'm in a hurry to enter the city. Is there anyone who wants to sell a place? I'll give you 10 gold coins." As soon as the voice fell, the players in front of him were all stunned. Some of them couldn't believe their ears and turned their heads to look over. Fuck! 1,000 yuan for one spot. Is that really outrageous? Hey, this is the great demon king Han Xiao, it's just 10 gold coins. A little bit leaked through his fingers. It's not that much. Fuck. The guy at the front is so lucky. The crowd was talking, although 10 gold coins are not much, but it is not a small amount when converted into Yenhua coins, a full 1,000 yuan. At this time, the fourth player hurriedly shouted, "I can sell this position, just 5 gold coins. I'll sell it too, also 5 gold coins." Before he finished speaking, several players in the front row shouted one after another. Xiao Han ignored the players at the back and took out 10 gold coins. He walked to the player in the front and asked, 10 gold coins, will you sell this position? I've been waiting for half an hour. 10 gold coins can. Forget it. Hearing such an answer, Xiao Han was too lazy to say more nonsense and interrupted him before he finished. It's your turn to be inspected. Go quickly. Don't delay everyone from entering the city. Then he turned to look at the second player and asked calmly, 10 gold coins, will you sell your position? Sell, of course. Looking at the great demon king Han Xiao, who turned around and looked at him, Zhang Hong's eyes lit up, and his face was full of excitement. He didn't expect that one position could be sold for 10 gold coins. I thought that since I was in second place, I shouldn't have a chance to get this good thing, but I didn't expect that the guy in front of me was so mean, that he even wanted to raise the price, which made it cheaper for nothing. Seeing Han Zhao's impatient expression, Zhang Hong hurriedly gave up his position and said, I'm not greedy. 5 gold coins are enough for this position. No, I said 10, so that's 10. Xiao Han didn't want to waste too much time here, so he traded the gold coins in his hand and urged the player in front of him, hurry up. There are still many people waiting in line behind. At this time, the player in first place was still standing there in a daze. The nearby players saw it and talked about it with a gloating look on their faces. Hey! 10 gold coins are not enough. You are confused now. It's just one position. I guess only a pervert like Han Xiao would offer such a high price. If it were anyone else, there would be no such good thing. This guy is too evil. This is the result of greed. Now you get nothing. The discussion of the crowd made the face of the player ranked first turn very ugly. He hesitated and didn't want to enter the city. When Xiao Han saw his appearance, he immediately shouted to the city guards, who were guarding the gate not far away, Sir, don't you care about this situation? Hey, if you want to enter the city, hurry up. If you don't want to enter, get out of the way. Without the excitement to watch, the soldier guarding the city immediately shouted, There are still many people in a hurry to enter the city. Do you want me to arrest you for disturbing public order? Enter the city. Enter the city. I'll enter the city now. The soldier guarding the city spoke, and no one dared to ignore it. Seeing the player in front of him hurriedly walked forward a few steps to accept the inspection of the soldiers, Xiao Han also hurriedly followed. When leaving the city, you only need to queue up, and there is no need for inspection, so the speed is very fast. But when entering the city, it is a little different. Whether it is the natives of Stormwind City or the players, they must be inspected, so the speed is relatively slower. But fortunately, the inspection is not strict. It took less than 10 seconds for him to get his turn. Several soldiers reached out and fumbled around on his body. Xiao Han didn't mind. After they finished checking, he immediately ran towards the teleportation array. If you want to go to the dark forest in the south of the city, the teleportation array is the fastest. Even if there are many players queuing there, he can still use gold coins to buy a spot and doesn't need to wait too long. But now, he doesn't plan to go to the south of the city for the time being. Even if you are lucky enough to find a top-grade medicinal material like blood ginseng, you probably won't be able to get it without strength. According to the routine in the game, even the most common medicinal materials grow in very dangerous places. Since Lu Yen has been found, the job transfer task should be completed. He has to go to the warrior temple to see if it is possible to get an intermediate practice method. Once you become an intermediate warrior, your strength will increase by at least 20% to 30%. More importantly, he still has a lot of merit points and he can directly exchange them for 2 intermediate skill books at that time. 1 book of shock and 1 book of sudden slash have already made him experience the power of intermediate skills. If he learns 2 more, even if the boss guarding the blood ginseng is very powerful, he will not be powerless to fight. With the state of stir-fried tendons, Xiao Han rushed to the teleportation hall at a very fast speed. At this time, a series of hawking sounds rang out at the city gate, selling the top 5 entrance positions, only 5 silver coins. Is there anyone who wants to buy the top 10 entrance positions? Very cheap. 3 silver coins are enough. Brother, do you want to enter the city quickly? Buy my position. The lively hawking sounds continued, and no one thought that Xiao Han just didn't want to waste waiting time, but actually gave birth to such an industry. Even a few days later, some smart players actually organized 400 or 500 low-level players to make it industrialized and large-scale. #C245 Intermediate Cultivation Method. With the gold coins to clear the way, Xiao Han only stayed outside the teleportation hall for less than 2 minutes and left under the confused eyes of everyone. Returning to the east of the city again, he didn't stop at all and immediately ran towards the warrior temple as fast as he could. You have to queue up to get in, but it's easy to get out. It only took less than 3 minutes to pass through the crowded square and enter the main hall. Lu Yen is still recovering from his injuries in Acropolis. He doesn't know if other job transfer instructors will show up after completing the task, but he has to give it a try. Xiao Han quickly ran up to the 2nd floor, looked at the familiar door in front of him and knocked lightly. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the wooden door was knocked, Roger's voice came from inside. Come in, the door is unlocked. Hearing what he said, Xiao Han did not hesitate, immediately opened the door, and walked in. At the same time, he took out the memory crystal related to the mission and said, I have been to the cemetery of the undead, please take a look at this thing. Wait a moment. Rog took the crystal and immediately stood there and watched, while his fingers were still flicking something on the memory crystal. Xiao Han didn't know much about this, so he could only wait quietly. In less than 5 minutes, he took the crystal and said happily, It's a good thing you went to the undead cemetery, otherwise Master Lu might not be able to come back. I asked why the higher-ups sent another job transfer instructor down. Turns out that's the case. Come with me. Mr. Mo is in another room. He is now in charge of your job transfer. Hey, there really is a new job transfer instructor. Xiao Han was secretly happy and immediately said, Okay, you will lead the way. Following Rog, he walked less than 20 meters along the passage. After turning a corner, he immediately saw many players in front of him coming in and out of a room in an endless stream. At this time, Rog beside him suddenly said, Master Mo is over there, but he is a little busy now. Many people come to change jobs during this time. You follow me closely, we can go in directly. Okay. Xiao Han responded. He found that these players should all have just come out of the novice village. The queue stretched far away, but fortunately he did not have to queue. Following Rog, the two squeezed directly into the room. There is a middle-aged man in his 40s who is selling books of power to players for 10 gold coins each, which can be said to be a huge profit. Rog walked directly to him and said, "Master Mo, take a look at this memory crystal. Why are you here? What is this?" Seeing the two chatting, Xiao Han did not interrupt, and Master Mo's data quickly appeared in the corner of his eye. His name is Mo Lang, and he is also a high-level warrior, but his level is 3 levels higher than Lu Yan's. No other information can be seen. After Rog's explanation, Mo Lang immediately put aside the players waiting to buy the Book of Power and looked at the memory crystal carefully. It only took a few minutes for him to put down the memory crystal in his hand, and then asked with a heavy face, "How is Lu Yan? Is the injury serious?" "It's quite serious, but it should be fine after some rest." Out of caution, Xiao Han did not tell Lu Yan's true situation. After all, the person in front of him had already taken over her job, and it would not be good to tell too much. And although the two of them worked in the same place, he didn't know what their relationship was, so there was no need to tell everything he knew. What's more, if he really cared about Lu Yan's injury, he should go to the Acropolis to visit in person. So Xiao Han didn't want to say anything more about this issue, so he changed the subject and said, "Master Mo, my trial should be considered completed. I don't know about you about practicing the exercises?" "Oh, wait a minute." Mo Lang's eyes flashed, and he immediately took out a book and said with a smile, "This is an intermediate book of power. If you want to break through and become an intermediate warrior, this thing is
indispensable.
But it's not cheap. It costs 50 gold coins before I give it to you. It's not expensive." Xiao Han knew that there was a fee for practicing the exercises, so he was not surprised. He immediately took out the gold coins and said with a smile, Here are 50 gold coins." He has been looking forward to the intermediate training technique for a long time. If his guess is correct, this will not only allow him to become an intermediate warrior, but also speed up his training in reality. With excitement, Xiao Han handed the gold coin to Mo Lang and also took the intermediate power book from his hand. At this time, the familiar system prompt sounded again. "Ding, you get the Book of Power, intermediate level, trigger 100-fold. Reward, and you get the Book of Warriors, intermediate level." Although he had expected it, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel excited. The mid-level Book of Warriors will definitely have a higher bonus to attack attributes. As long as he learns it, his physical attack will increase by at least several hundred points, and even his physical strength will increase accordingly. But this is not his biggest concern. After all, he is already very strong in the game, with the status blessing of dishes such as charcoal grilled stone ox king, fried tiger whip, etc. In fact, this intermediate warrior book, although the improvement in strength is not low, is not as high as imagined. But its role is not just reflected in the game, the most important thing is in reality. As long as he learns this intermediate cultivation method, the speed of generating true chi in his body will definitely be much higher than before. Perhaps it won't be long before he can become a second-level evolver. At that time, as long as he shows his talent and attracts the attention of Jing'an's top leaders, Wu Qi's threat will no longer exist. Holding the warrior's book in his hand, Xiao Han and Mo Lang exchanged a few polite words and quickly walked out the door. For him, time is still very tight. It has been almost 20 minutes since he returned from the Acropolis. He has to learn the warrior's book in the remaining 40 minutes. Then he has to explain some things to Bai Shaoxing, and then he has to rush to the dark forest. Although Guanjie promised to let Li Zhong report to the higher-ups to see if he can find the blood ginseng in Stormwind City. But even if they do this, Xiao Han doesn't dare to hold too high hopes. So he must go to the dark forest this time, whether he can find the blood ginseng or not, he must go to find it. Walking down from the second floor, Xiao Han saw that the queue waiting to use the training room was already long. Without any nonsense, he immediately used money to clear the way. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, he walked into the number 7 training room. As for the stunned eyes of the players on the side, he didn't care. For him, a minute can earn tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold coins, so there is no time to care about these small money. In the undead cemetery, just killing the demonized corpse king and the black scale beast earned him more than 20,000 gold coins. The expenditure of these dozens of gold coins saved him time and brought him more benefits. After closing the door of the training room, the whole space immediately became quiet. The sound insulation here is very good, and there is no need to worry about being disturbed during training. Walking to the center of the training room, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged and took out the Intermediate Warrior book with excitement. Although he heard the system prompt just now, he didn't have time to take a closer look. Now is a good time to see how much stronger this Intermediate Warrior book is than the Primary Warrior book. #C246 Zhang Xiaoyun's thoughts. Warrior's book, Intermediate Strength Growth 1.4, Physical Growth 1.2, Defense Growth 1.1. There is also Defense Growth. Seeing the attributes of the Warrior's book, Xiao Han's eyes widened, a little surprised. The Primary Warrior's book only has Strength Growth and Physical Growth, which are 1.2 and 1.1 respectively. This value is not high, but compared with other cultivation techniques of the same level, it is already a very top-notch one. After all, other primary techniques only have one kind of growth, and they are all 1.1. Now this Intermediate Warrior's book has brought him another unexpected surprise. Not only has the strength growth and physical growth been improved, but there is also defense growth. This is much stronger than the 0.2 increase in strength growth and the 0.1 increase in physical growth. At least he has learned this Intermediate Warrior's book, and his attack and physical strength will not increase very significantly, but his defense is different. If there is no state blessing of the charcoal grilled stone bull king, it can be doubled directly. With excitement, Xiao Han immediately flipped through the book in his hand and began to learn slowly according to the meridian running route above. The Primary Warrior book has only one meridian running route, which extends from the abdomen to the chest, and then returns to the abdomen along the spine, which is considered a cycle. But the intermediate practice method is different. It has 4 more routes, covering the limbs. With more running routes, the learning difficulty is also multiplied. Although there are books, I know clearly how the energy should run, but it is not an easy thing to do. Xiao Han sat quietly on the ground, trying to control the energy in his body, so that they slowly open up the newly appeared meridians. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it has passed. As the energy passed through the meridians and returned to the abdomen, it finally completed a cycle. At this time, Xiao Han immediately felt a strong sense of hunger in his body, and the system's warning sounded quickly. Ding, warning, your body function can no longer maintain normal operation, and you will be forced to log off in 10 seconds. Ding, countdown to log off, 10, 9, 8. Having experienced this several times, Xiao Han did not panic, nor did he hesitate at all. He immediately called up the attribute panel and chose to exit the game. As his eyes darkened, he heard Zhang Xiaoyun's faint breathing in his ears, and it was obvious that she had fallen asleep. Taking off his helmet, Xiao Han glanced to the side and saw her close to him, with a very peaceful face. A thin blanket covered her body, making her curves look extremely graceful, with a strange temptation. In the game, he touched and kissed Lu Yan, and in fact he was still a little impulsive at this time. However, the constant hunger in his body made him not think about this at this time. He flipped his hand and took out a tube of low-level energy liquid, and Xiao Han immediately poured it into his mouth. When the hunger in his body was slightly relieved, he sat up from the bed. If he wanted to complete the 12 cycles and thoroughly learn the Intermediate Warrior book, it would not be enough to rely on the few low-level energy liquids in his pocket. This thing was too difficult to absorb, and it was only enough for him to run a few cycles at most, and his body would not be able to bear it. At dinner, he remembered that Jiang Xiaoyun had left him a large pot of rock rat stewed with radish, which he could eat as long as it was slightly heated. Putting the game helmet gently on the bedside table, Xiao Han slowly got out of bed and walked towards the door. "Ah, are you hungry?" Although the voice was very light, Jiang Xiaoyun was still awakened. She opened her eyes in a daze and hurriedly said, "You take a rest, I'll go and heat up the midnight snack for you." "No, I can do it myself," Xiao Han hurriedly replied and whispered, "You have been busy for a long time during the day. Continue to sleep. It's okay. I can still rest during the day." Jiang Xiaoyun turned over and climbed out of the bed, opened the door and ran downstairs. Looking at her running figure, Xiao Han's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat involuntarily, and he couldn't even say a polite word. Before dinner, he heard Yi Xiaoxiao talking about the topic of sexy underwear. He originally thought that Jiang Xiaoyun, who was quite conservative, would not wear such things. But just now, under the somewhat transparent gauze pajamas, her curvy figure was still looming. Half an hour ago he had such an intimate contact with Lu Yan, and his heart was actually ready to move. Originally, this thought was almost suppressed, but now it was aroused again. "Fuck! This is killing me." Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately closed his eyes, expelled the previous picture from his mind, and tried to calm himself down. Since Jiang Xiaoyun wore such underwear, he felt that if he took the initiative, their relationship should have a chance to go further. But it definitely won't work today. He has more important things to do. The skills of the demon sealer are so awesome. If Lu Yan wants to learn more, she must not get into trouble. He silently recited the heart purification mantra in his heart, and some strong reactions were suppressed again. Looking down at his little brother, Xiao Han whispered, "You bear it for a while. If she continues to seduce me like this, I will eat her tomorrow." "Eat, eat, eat. Can't you wait for a while?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyun walked in from the door, carrying a big iron pot. As he walked, he said with a smile, "I know you are hungry and uncomfortable, so I have been stewing it for you on a low fire. It's already rotten. Eat it quickly." "Oh, thank you. This smells so delicious." Xiao Han thanked him, but his face looked a little embarrassed. "The eating he mentioned is somewhat different from this eating, but you can't explain too much at this time, otherwise it will be even more unclear." Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyun had already walked in front of him, he could only try not to look at her, lest the little brother who had just turned off the engine raise his head and chest again, which would be embarrassing. He picked up the spoon and took a sip of the soup. "Tasted better than last night," Xiao Han said with a satisfied look on his face. "It tastes really good. Thank you for your hard work. Haha. As long as you like it." Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled lightly. Looking at Xiao Han's evasive eyes, a faint smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. She was dressed the way she was dressed today on purpose. After these 2 days of contact, she already had some preliminary understanding of the man in front of her. In terms of temperament, he is still very good. Just after making money, he gave 100,000 yuan to Ding Yi, who was not related by blood. This also shows from the side that with him, not only can we share hardships, but we can also share wealth. And when it comes to money, Xiao Han is also very generous. In these troubled times, it is not easy to meet such a person. There is no need to think about love. The same is true for getting married first and falling in love later. More importantly, the man in front of him had energy needs that far exceeded normal levels, even if he was an evolved person. But the evolution of ears simply cannot have such a large demand for energy. Although her father's research on evolvers was interrupted due to the fall of Jiangqing, she still understood these basic theories under the influence of her ears and eyes. If nothing else happened, something must have happened to Xiao Han that she didn't know about. This level of energy consumption will also make his strength grow at an extremely fast rate. Maybe he will be able to become a second-level evolver in a few days. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of Jingan's senior officials. With such a background, those evolvers who are still interested in her should not dare to take action at will. Looking at the man in front of him and the numbers displayed on his account balance in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoyun felt more and more that he was very good. Ha! From today on, you will be my man. Muttering in his heart, Zhang Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly, and his originally petite chest slowly swelled without any warning. Then there was a click sound, and the purple bra that fit well before suddenly collapsed from the front. #C247 You have a nosebleed. In the silent night, any sound will be amplified several times, not to mention that Xiao Han's ears have evolved once, and are dozens of times more sensitive than ordinary people. Even if he didn't listen deliberately, the click sound from Zhang Xiaoyun still entered his ears. Putting down the spoon, Xiao Han looked up curiously. Under the translucent gauze, although the changes inside were not very clear, he immediately understood that this should be a front buckle. Such a scene suddenly appeared in front of him, even less than 50 centimeters away from his head. Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, do you have to be so exaggerated? Ah, don't look." At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed, hurriedly crossed his arms and got into the blanket. Xiao Han was a little stunned. In his impression, it was at most a B before, but now it must be at least an E, which is bigger than Lu Yan's. What's going on? It shouldn't be. With such doubts in his heart, the picture under the gauze always lingered in his mind, and it was even clearer and clearer. Plop, plop. His heart was beating wildly, and he was also throbbing at this time.
Xiao Han
Looked at the graceful figure hidden under the blanket, and suddenly felt something flowing down his nose. Ah, you are bleeding from the nose. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed, got up and took 2 tissues and said, with a blushing face, "Wipe it quickly. Is this rock rat meat too nutritious?" "Yes, that's right. It is indeed a little nutritious." As Zhang Xiaoyun got up, the picture became stronger. Xiao Han quickly took the tissue and covered his nose and said hurriedly, "I'll go clean it up, you. Go to sleep first." He couldn't stay in this place anymore. If he continued like this, he was really worried that he couldn't control himself. Holding a large iron pot full of rock rat stewed with radish, Xiao Han ran out of the door without looking back, as if there was a tigress in this room who ate people without spitting out bones. Plop! At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun finally couldn't help laughing out loud, and her blushing face quickly returned to normal, and even the 2 mountains on her chest slowly returned to their previous appearance. Haha! I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he is also a coward. Looking at the figure fleeing in panic, Zhang Xiaoyun was inexplicably happy. Such Xiao Han made her even more satisfied, although the determination she made with great difficulty failed because of this accident. There is still a long time to go, and there is no need to rush. At this moment, originally she thought that their relationship could go further so that she could confess some things, but now she had to talk about it later. Downstairs, Xiao Han's nose was still bleeding, and he rolled up the tissue and forced it into his nose. Although there were several walls between them, he still heard the 3 words, "Coward." If there was no more important thing today, he really wanted to go up and kill Zhang Xiaoyun on the spot. For him, the game Perfect World is the beginning of change, and its importance is self-evident. Whether Lu Yan can survive is also extremely important for future development, so no matter how restless he is, he has to suppress this emotion. In front of the main business, this kind of thing can be put aside temporarily. Humph! Am I a coward? With a cold snort in his heart, Xiao Han temporarily kept this matter in mind. When the blood ginseng is found, he will have a good fight with Zhang Xiaoyun. Squinting his eyes, he took out a piece of stewed rock rat meat and immediately ate it with relish. In less than 5 minutes, half of the pot of rock rat stewed with radish had been eaten. Feeling that his physical condition had improved a lot, he no longer hesitated, and immediately sat cross-legged, mobilized the true qi in his body, and began to practice. The sign of thoroughly learning the art of intermediate warriors is that the true qi in the body must complete a cycle of circulation. This point is synchronized both in the game and in reality. So now he does not need to start practicing after entering the game, and the same is true in reality. Moreover, even if he entered the game, the rock rat meat he had eaten now was not enough to complete a cycle of circulation, and he would eventually have to log off again. So he just practiced in reality. Once the energy in his body was exhausted, he could eat immediately. Feeling the state of his body, Xiao Han quickly suppressed his inner restlessness and controlled the true qi in his abdomen to slowly flow. Passing through the chest, spine, left arm, left leg, right leg, it circulated in circles. The rock rat meat that had just been eaten by the stomach seemed to be absorbed quickly, and a warm feeling continued to spread throughout the body. I don't know how long it has been, and the strong feeling of hunger hit again. Xiao Han insisted on letting the true qi flow through a circle and stopped. Immediately, 8 circles, 4 more circles will complete a cycle. I don't know what the difference between the primary and intermediate cultivation methods will be. Muttering softly, he endured the discomfort of his body, picked up the soup spoon, scooped a full spoonful of thick soup, raised his head and drank it. Then, he didn't care about the cold rock rat stewed with radish and started to eat it voraciously. Until he finished the whole pot, Xiao Han was a little surprised. He couldn't believe that such a big pot was actually eaten by him. Looking at his slightly bulging belly, he even doubted how his stomach could hold so much food. However, this thought only flashed in his mind, and Xiao Han sat cross-legged to practice again. Stormwind City, Piaoxiang Tower. Kuang Long looked at the time and the gray avatar on the game list and asked, in confusion, "It's late now? Han Xiao is offline. Did you hear it wrong?" "No, I heard it clearly." Bai Shaoxing frowned and said slowly, "Even if you heard it wrong when you meet here an hour later, you can't hear it wrong when I asked you to help find the news about the blood ginseng." From his tone at that time, it doesn't sound like he was just talking. "What's going on now?" Kuang Long said impatiently. "It's been an hour and a half. We can't just wait here stupidly. What else can we do?" Bao Fengrui pointed to the wooden door of the box and said with a smile, "If you are in a hurry, you don't have to wait, Han Xiao. Didn't ask you to come." "Huh, want me to leave?" Kuang Long snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "Don't think that you have made a few transactions with Han Xiao. That's how good your relationship is. When he was besieged, you didn't even dare to move, and you were full of excuses. If Han Xiao knew this, do you think you can still buy cheap equipment from him from now on? Don't talk about me. Aren't you the same?" Being poked in the sore spot, Bao Fengrui said angrily, "You are so righteous, as if I was the only one who didn't dare to take action at that time. Hee. I'm different from you." Kuanglong chuckled and continued, "Before I met Han Xiao, he killed several of my brothers. So he and I are just in a business relationship. It's normal that I didn't take action. But you are different. How much benefit have you gained from Han Xiao during this period of time, and you actually stood by and watched at that time? How can you still have the nerve to stay here? Are you looking for death?" Bao Fengrui's face froze, and his eyes immediately became fierce. But Kuang Long didn't care and continued, "Heh, I've been poked in a sore spot. But what can you do to me? Others are afraid of your Storm Guild, but I, Kuang Long, don't take you seriously. What do you want to do?" Seeing that the quarrel between the two seemed to be getting more and more serious, Bai Shaoxing said coldly, "If you don't like each other, just go out and fight. Don't quarrel here. I asked you to come here, not to listen to you quarreling. I have posted the news of the high-price bounty for blood ginseng on the forum, but there is no response yet. It's fine if you two don't help. But what do you mean now?" #C248 The sound outside the training room. Tianshui Yaju. Xiao Han was still practicing hard. He didn't know about the quarrel in Pyongyanglu, and he didn't know that the forum was completely in turmoil because of a post. Although it was late at night, a large number of players had already logged off to rest. But in this era, there are still many idle people who can't farm and have no jobs, and there are also many guys who play games all night. Bai Xiaoxing's post was posted on the forum for less than 5 minutes, and the number of messages exceeded 10,000. Fuck, a reward of 100,000 yuan just for a piece of information, this is too generous. I really want this 100,000 yuan. But there is no approximate range. Stormwind is so big, and there are so many leveling sites around. How can I find it? In 1 hour, the reward price has been increased 3 times. If there is still no news about the blood ginseng, the price will not continue to rise. Is this a panacea? Otherwise, why is Bai Xiaoxing willing to pay 100,000 yuan for just a piece of information? The forum was full of discussions, and at least half of the players who were still in the game had no intention of continuing to level up. They went to more dangerous areas regardless of their own safety, searching for news about the blood ginseng. But even if they did so, they could not find any news about the blood ginseng. On the contrary, the resurrection altar in Stormwind City had become crowded, because a large number of players died in a short period of time. And the initiator of this incident, however, sat cross-legged on the ground, with a clear conscience, practicing hard. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how long it had passed before the figure on the ground finally slowly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. I finally completed a cycle. The true qi circulated in the meridians for 12 circles, and Xiao Han could clearly feel that when it returned to the abdomen again, it had become much stronger than before. If there were only 1 or 2 strands of true qi in the body before, there were at least more than 100 strands now. He now fully realized the efficiency of the intermediate cultivation method. If he had so much true qi in his body when he escaped in the morning, why would he be afraid of the crow and just fight him directly? Even if he met Wu Qi, he was not completely powerless to fight back. This was just the beginning of his cultivation. If he continued like this, it would probably take a few days for his strength to reach the level of a second-level evolver. Hey, Wei Jiangwo, Wu Qi, you two wait for me. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of coldness, which made people tremble with coldness. Since the feud has been established, this matter will not be easily exposed. If those 2 guys dare to do this, he will certainly not be soft-hearted. At this point, it's either you die or I die. But now, it's not the time to worry about these things. At least with his current strength, even if he wants to retaliate, he is powerless. So for now, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve his strength. Even if Ding Hai and Shi Hao get the dark gold level embodiment talisman, they will not be able to use it for a while. After the blood ginseng incident is over, they have to kill them a few more times to see if they can explode it. As long as he gets the dark gold embodiment talisman back, even if he tames only a leader-level pet with the blessing of 100 times the reward, he will have the opportunity to become a hegemon-level pet. Once he uses the embodiment talisman to materialize it, he will have a thug in reality who is not only powerful but also very loyal. At that time, even if his strength has not increased at all, it will be enough to rub Wu Qi, Wei Jiangwo, and even the 3 cores on the ground. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han turned and ran to the 2nd floor. In the room, Zhang Xiaoyun had already fallen asleep. Through his slow and rhythmic breathing, he knew that he was not pretending to sleep. The curvy curves were still so eye-catching, and also made him feel a little restless. This instinct inherited from the depths of his genes made Xiao Han dare not look at it again. He immediately put on his helmet and lay down gently on the bed. As his eyes darkened, he immediately appeared in the number 7 training room. Strange. Han Xiao has been in for 2 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? I saw him buy an intermediate book of power. Could he be undergoing a second evolution? Fuck. This gap is too big. I haven't even completed my first job transfer, and he has already started the second evolution. After entering the game, Xiao Han heard the discussion outside the training room before he had time to open the attribute panel. This made him startled, and he whispered, "Strange, the sound insulation of the training room is so good. How can I still hear their discussions?" With such confusion in his heart, Xiao Han immediately focused his attention on his ears. At this time, the discussion outside the door came in more clearly, and even their breathing and heartbeats could be heard clearly. Such a change made Xiao Han's eyes brighten, and he whispered with a happy face, "Before practicing the Intermediate Warrior book, I couldn't hear the sound outside the training room. After practicing, I can hear it. Did my ears evolve again just now outside?" But even if the ears have evolved again, such an ability should not work in the game. This sudden change made Xiao Han's face stiffen. If other evolvers can also bring their abilities to the game even with such a heaven-defying talent as a 100-fold reward, he can't be the opponent of those people. Just like Xingkai, he is a level 6 evolver, and his strength is equivalent to that of a high-level warrior who has completed 6 job transfers. Even without equipment, he can kill him in one blow. This situation should not happen. Muttering softly, Xiao Han was a little unsure, but even if it was true, he couldn't change anything. He had to put such thoughts aside and open the attribute panel to take a look. At this time, he was already an intermediate warrior, and his physical attack, health, and defense had all been slightly improved. Although not much, it was also very good. Now, he can also go to the mission hall and use merit points to exchange for 2 more intermediate skill books to increase his combat effectiveness. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately opened the door of the training room and walked towards the mission hall. It has been almost 2 hours since he entered the number 7 training room. Xiao Han didn't know if Bai Shaoxing was still waiting for him. It was originally agreed to be an hour, but I didn't expect that practicing the Intermediate Warrior book would take so much time. Anyway, it has been delayed for such a long time, so I don't mind letting him wait a few more minutes. At most, I can give him some more benefits after a while. #C249 Roar and Shield Wall. Walking out of the warrior temple, Xiao Han got 2 intermediate skill books, as he wished, one for Roar and the other for Shield Wall. Roar is a status skill that can increase attack power by 5%, lasting for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 20 seconds. Shield Wall is a defensive skill that can form an energy shield 2 meters wide and 1 meter high in front of the body, which can be completely immune to attacks below 1,000 points. If the attack exceeds 1,000 points, the energy shield will be broken. This is a group defense skill. As long as they are within the protection range of the shield wall, the players around them can enjoy damage immunity. The only depressing thing is that the cooldown time of this skill is too long, and each time it is used, it consumes 200 points of energy. Once it is upgraded to LV6, it is estimated that each time the skill is used, the energy consumed will not be less than 500 points. Such skills are really unaffordable for ordinary players. Just using energy recovery potions is a considerable expense. If the skill is used continuously, hundreds of bottles of advanced energy potions will be consumed in a day, which is tens of thousands. But for Xiao Han, this is not a problem at all. In his space ring, there are nearly 100 sets of advanced life recovery potions and advanced energy recovery potions. Even if he drinks them as much as he can last for several days. Although these 2 skills are not attack skills, they are still good for him. While flipping through the skill book, Xiao Han walked towards Piaoxiang Tower. I don't know if Bai Shaoxing has found out about the blood ginseng. That guy hasn't logged off yet, so he must be waiting for him. Bai Shaoxing made a great effort to break out this time. If he hadn't waited for him, he probably wouldn't have logged off so easily. After all, he is an intelligence agent, and his brain is really good. He muttered softly. He still admired Bai Shaoxing's operation of provoking players When the roar and shield wall disappeared in his hands one after another, Xiao Han smiled and ran towards Piaoxiang Tower immediately. In less than 2 minutes, he saw the open door of the box outside the door. Hey! Why are Bao Fengrui and Kuang Long here? Seeing the unexpected people in the box, Xiao Han frowned slightly, but since they appeared here, it must be by Xiaoxing who called them over. For this, he didn't mind, and immediately walked in quickly, saying, "Sorry I kept you waiting for a long time. Something happened in reality, and I have to deal with it." Hearing Han Xiao say this, Bai Xiaoxing's face sank, and he immediately asked, "It's that guy again? It shouldn't be. I have been keeping someone on him, and I haven't received any news that he left." "Hehe, don't guess." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It has nothing to do with him. There are some problems with my body. Let's not talk about this. I asked you to collect information about the blood ginseng. Do you have any clues?" "No, it is estimated that there will not be any in the short term." Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said depressedly, "Blood ginseng is not an ordinary medicinal material. With the current strength of players, it is not possible to get this thing for the time being. More importantly, you only gave me a name, no place of origin, no pictures. Even if I want to find it, I don't know how to start. And 2 hours ago, I posted this news on the forum, but there are more than 1 million messages, but no useful information."
Forum.
Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Xiaoxing to do this. He immediately called up the attribute panel and clicked into the forum. The post for buying blood ginseng is very conspicuous. Both clicks and messages are very high, second only to the video of him being besieged. Offering a reward is a good idea, but the price is a bit low. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked up at Bai Xiaoxing and said with a smile, "This thing has appeared in the dark forest. I will send you the picture now. But the reward price is a bit low. Just raise it to 500,000. "That's not good." Bai Xiaoxing was stunned and said quickly, "Such a high price may cause those guys to misunderstand. If they find the blood ginseng, they will dig it out themselves. When they ask you for 2 million or 3 million, will you give it or not? It's okay, just 500,000, plus a piece of gold equipment." Xiao Han curved his mouth and said nonchalantly, "If they really have blood ginseng, I will give it even if it's 5 million. He was not worried about this at all. If it's so easy to get blood ginseng, just go to the medicine store to buy it. Why spend so much money to offer a reward? And if nothing unexpected happens, this kind of thing that can save lives without refining is not so easy to get even if it is discovered. There are less than 10 hours left. If the price is not higher, the possibility of finding the blood ginseng may not even be 1%. It's only 500,000. He can earn it back by going to the wild. Why bother about taking out the bloodthirsty magic gun from the space ring?" Xiao Han said directly, "This is the dark gold equipment promised to you. We are done with it." "Hey, then I won't be polite." Bai Xiaoxing rubbed his hands excitedly, stretched out his hand to take the long gun and took a look at it. He immediately glared with an expression of disbelief. This weapon alone can increase the user's physical attack by about 1,500 points. This is too scary. And it also has a bloodthirsty special effect. Once triggered, the attack and defense will increase by 30% at the same time, which lasts for 10 seconds. Did Xiao Han take the wrong weapon for this top-grade weapon? Although the bloodthirsty demon gun was already in his hand, he still couldn't believe it was true because the value of this weapon was at least more than 3 million. If he found a suitable buyer, even 4 million would be possible. Looking up at Han Xiao, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help asking, "Did you take the wrong weapon? Do you really want to give me such a top-grade equipment?" Before Xiao Han could reply, Bao Fengrui and Kuang Long said with shining eyes, "Don't just look at it yourself. Show us the attributes quickly and let us see it." The two people's eagerness made Bai Xiaoxing not know what to do. He turned to look at Han Xiao with a questioning look on his face. "Don't look at me. I didn't take the wrong thing. It's yours now. It's up to you whether to show it to them or not. Xiao Han felt a little funny. It was just a dark gold equipment. Why make such a fuss? After going to the demon ceiling tower, he got more than just this. He even got a piece of equipment at the treasure level. As for the dark gold equipment, there were even more. It's just that his level is not high enough now, so he can't equip it for the time being. #C250 I want revenge. In the quiet private room, Bai Shaoxing only hesitated for a moment before making a decision in his heart. He has no use for this thing and will eventually have to sell it to someone else. Baofengrui and Quanglong are currently at odds with each other. If they fight, the price might be even higher. He would not miss such a good thing. Immediately showing the properties of the bloodthirsty demon gun in front of the two of them, Bai Shaoxing said with a smile. How about it? The properties are not bad. Holy shit, the level 50 dark gold equipment only increases the physical attack by more than 1,500 points. Brother Bai, if you want to sell this gun, I will pay 2 million. The two of them exclaimed and made a bid, both of them coveting this level 50 dark gold weapon. Bai Shaoxing had already anticipated this and said with a smile, if the price is right, of course I'll sell it. As his words fell, Bao Fengrui immediately said, I want to buy level 50 dark gold equipment for only 2 million, and you have the nerve to ask for it at this price. I think 3 million is more sincere. Ha! Fight for the price? Quang Long sneered and continued. I will offer. For million, if you are willing, you can try another 1 million. I'm just offering 5 million. What can you do? After a disagreement, the price more than doubled, which Xiao Han did not expect. At this time, he also felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere and glanced at Bai Shaoxing, who looked happy to see what happened. Seems to want them to compete and sell at a high price. However, judging from Baofengrui and Quanglong's background, let alone 5 million, even 2 million may not be available. When he sold the nether spirit staff to Bao Fengrui the day before yesterday, it almost wiped out his fortune. Is it possible that he had already earned 2 million in just 2 days? There was also Quanglong. He didn't have the money to pay for the moon shadow ring yesterday, so he paid for it with 2 third-level beast cores. He hasn't gotten the beast core yet, and he probably has to wait for 2 days. Although these two guys shouted fiercely at the price, the possibility of spending so much money to buy a piece of dark gold equipment was almost infinitely close to zero. Listening to the increasingly angry bidding calls in his ears, Xiao Han frowned deeply. Because of the blood ginseng, his time was very tight. He didn't have time to listen to their quarrel. He couldn't help but said, I think you two seem to be having trouble getting along. Why don't you go out and have a fight? If the quarrel continues like this, even if it comes tomorrow, will there be any different results? Men, it's better to speak with your fists. Don't hesitate. Now go out and have a fight. Whoever wins will listen. Then he looked at Bai Shaoxing and said directly, I don't object to you selling equipment, but you are looking for the wrong person. These two are poor people. Ask them both to see who can come up with 3 million right now. The 3 people were crackling and were all confused. Bai Shaoxing was even more confused and couldn't help asking, What's wrong with you? Xiao Han took a deep breath and suddenly realized that something was wrong with his mood. He explained awkwardly, I'm sorry, I just lost my composure. The temptation tonight was full of twists and turns, making it difficult for him to calm down his dissatisfied heart. 2 hours ago, Bai Shaoxing helped him. No matter what, he shouldn't talk like this. Seeing that the box had become quiet and Baofengrui and Quanglong were no longer arguing, Xiao Han continued, The news about blood ginseng is really important. I'm a little anxious. After I leave here in a while, I have to rush to the dark forest immediately. I really don't have time to listen to you guys arguing. If you both like this dark gold weapon, can you wait until I leave before bidding slowly? Regarding Baofengrui and Quanglong, Xiao Han was too lazy to care what they thought and said directly to Bai Xiaoxing. I still have some gold and silver equipment here. You can take them and help me deal with them. As he said that, he immediately opened the transaction box and put in 29 pieces of equipment, most of which were gold, and less than 10 pieces were silver. After clicking OK, he continued, thanks to you for being able to break through this time, the price will be reduced by another 10%, so let's calculate it as 80%. Forehead. Bai Xiaoxing was a little dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of so much top-quality equipment, but considering the value of this batch of equipment, he couldn't get even 50% of the payment. He glanced at Han Xiao depressedly. He was really curious about what kind of secret the guy in front of him had. Others couldn't get one piece of golden equipment in a day or even a week. How on earth could he get more than 20 pieces in just a few hours? There are even dark gold equipment, manifestation talismans, and town building orders. There are so many pieces of equipment and they are all level 50, but it's hard to sell them. Although he was very greedy for these equipments, Bai Xiaoxing thought for a while and still refused. I can't eat so much golden equipment at one time. How about you give some to Baofengrui and Quanglong? The people who helped you on the way back were all arranged by them. Oh, they also helped? Xiao Han was a little surprised. He didn't expect there was such an inside story, but he still said, you can take these equipment first. I have something else I want you to help with. As for the equipment to thank them, I also have it, but I have to wait until I come back from the dark forest. You don't have to give me the money to buy these equipment for the time being. After they are all sold out, we will calculate it together. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned. He didn't expect Han Xiao to say that and asked in disbelief. With so much top-quality equipment, do you really feel safe leaving it to me like this? Oh, it's just less than 10 million. Xiao Han didn't want to explain anything. This thing was very valuable to others, but to him it was only half a day's gain. If it was before, he would really be reluctant to part with it, but now, with such a heaven-defying talent like a 100-fold reward, why would he care about this garbage? Even when he was in the Demon Ceiling Tower, he didn't even pick up a lot of silver equipment. Seeing Bai Xiaoxing's shocked look, Xiao Han continued, these things are not given to you for free. I will send you a video later. They are the guys who besieged me today. You try to make people pay attention to their whereabouts. After I find the blood ginseng, I want to kill them even if they reveal their big pants to me. These equipments are regarded as information fees. You can deduct them yourself slowly. If you don't have enough, tell me. Do you really want to take revenge on them? Bai Xiaoxing was startled and quickly advised, I advise you to be more cautious. They are all evolved. Chen Su, the one who got the town building order, he is a 5th level evolver. There are also Shi Hao and Ding Hai. They live in Tiancheng, not far from Jing'an. One is a 3rd level evolver and the other is a 4th level evolver. Are you sure you want to do this? Humph. So what about the evolvers? Xiao Henin snorted and continued, I dare to fight Xing Kai at level 6, let alone them. You can check it for me, but if you dare to steal my things, how can you just let it go? I want to take revenge and go back. I want to kill them so that they can't leave Stormwind City. I want them to leave nothing behind except their big pants.